Chapter 301. Harem. Are you not going to meet Rias, darling? Akino asked helplessly. Kaneko didn't say anything, but she kept staring at Riser as she put her hands on Riser's lap. You want me to meet her? Riser asked while softly caressing Kaneko's hair. It's not fair, Nya. I want a head pat too, Nya. Kuroka couldn't help but complain when she saw Riser pampering her little sister. After all, it was quite unfair for Riser to do so, especially when Kaneko wasn't even his mate. Even if Kaneko was her little sister, the matter of man was a different matter. Kaneko knew that Kuroka was noisy, so she simply ignored her big sister. However, Riser was too lazy to argue and just patted Kuroka's head. As they waited for Latia to come, Akino and Kaneko couldn't help but approach Riser, wondering why he didn't want to meet Rias. I know you were horny to her, Nya. Kuroka rubbed her face against his belly, but as she was naughty, she definitely wasn't only rubbing his belly. If I am not wrong, she said that she was going to give you her virginity, right? Why not just accept, Nya? Virginity? Riser thought that Rias was just joking at that time, and with what he had done to the Gremory house, was he going to just eat Rias like that? You are hard, Nya. Riser quickly pushed Kuroka's head away, making her look at him contemptuously. While others might be in awe or respect him, this naughty cat had always been insolent, which made him quite helpless. Still, he knew that this was done by her deliberately as she wished to be punished by him. Yet, at the same time, Riser knew that he needed to do something about Rias. However, if he was asked, he was just exhausted and didn't want to have anything to do with Rias. If possible, they should just continue their own lives without bothering each other, but he knew such a thing was almost impossible. However, for now, he just didn't wish to meet her. Still, his thoughts were broken when he heard someone greet him. Riser-sama. The one who greeted him was Tsubaki, but she wasn't alone. Tsubaki, Latia. Riser-sama. It's great to meet you. Latia didn't care much when she saw how Kuroka latched onto Riser's pants too tightly as he tried to push Kuroka away. Moreover, this wasn't her first time meeting Kuroka, as she had met her when she thought that Riser and Kuroka were about to do something perverted within the sacred library. Nevertheless, facing Riser, who was well, she greeted him excitedly and also politely. At the same time, the group of women behind Latia also bowed their heads, following Latia's actions, but no one said anything and just kept their mouths shut. Oh, it's Latia-chan, yeah? Kuroka also needed to greet Latia happily, like they were good friends. Come here, yeah. Sit here. By the way, are you okay with yogurt? Yogurt and milk here taste good. Thank you, Kuroka, but let me talk with Riser-sama first. Latia was so grateful for Kuroka's cheerfulness and closeness, especially after what had happened lately. Still, she knew that there was something that she had to do, especially when she shouldered the expectations of her family. As expected, when Kuroka is excited about Latia, all of them become curious about Latia. While the news about the return of Riser was the one that attracted the most attention in the underworld, the matter of the Astaroth house was probably the third most gained attention. As for the second one, naturally, it was the aftermath of Tannen. After all, Tannen's incident was a huge thing, especially when Ajuka and the other Maus were so helpless against this beast. Many places were destroyed, and many were killed. At this point, if Riser doesn't take over Tannen's domain and also gains custody of all of the dragons under Tannen, all of them would be killed as all the devils were furious at the dragons. Probably, the word dragon would anger any devil in the world, and it was the most hated existence by all the devils. Nevertheless, even if the problem of the Astaroth house was only the third, there was no doubt that it was also one of the greatest, especially when it was the house that caused the Chaos Brigade and the Great Red to appear in the world. Moreover, when Riser disappeared to fight the Great Red, the Astaroth house couldn't escape responsibility for this incident since many thought that this incident happened all due to Diodora. Everyone thought that the ones who summoned the Great Red were Diodora and the Chaos Brigade. While it wasn't the truth wasn't much different. Or rather, the truth didn't really matter, as everyone needed a place to lash their dissatisfaction. After all, if Riser didn't appear, would Tannen dare to destroy and kill wantonly in the underworld? Moreover, Ajuka was so incompetent that he was unable to do anything to Tannen. Yet, no one dared to touch the Astaroth house since Ajuka still existed. However, with Ajuka's personality, he didn't care much about his own house. Probably, except for Surzek, he didn't have any feelings for anyone. Riser-sama, all of the Astaroth house, and I, as the new heiress of the Astaroth house, wish to apologize to you. Latia bowed her head so low that her head might even touch the ground, apologizing to him. This might be the first time she did this, but she knew that this was necessary, especially when she and her family were so desperate. Riser-sama, please forgive us. The woman behind Latia also apologized at the same time, and unlike Latia, they even groveled. Riser was speechless, but he didn't say a cliché Yasashi answer like, "You don't need to apologize. I'm okay." By then, the heroines would feel his kindness, then get closer, and fall in love like a cliché harem story was. As for their act of groveling, he had gotten used to the feeling of someone groveling on him, so he didn't care much, yet he only realized the woman behind Latia was Diodora's peerage member. As Diodora's peerage members, he knew that they definitely didn't have a good future. They might have been sisters in the church before, holy and pure, without a single stain, but as they were tarnished by Diodora and also related to him, their future was as good as dark. If they wanted to save their lives, they could only come to him. As for Latia, as the branch member of the family, it was impossible to become the new heiress of the Astaroth house, but due to Diodora, Latia could only be chosen. At the same time, Riser knew what they planned to do, and he sighed since the beauty of harem comedy, where all the girls fall in love helplessly with the protagonist, didn't exist. In a supernatural world, strength was the main attraction. It was also the reason why a lady with a high position would grovel like this in front of him. "So, how are you going to apologize?" Riser asked curiously. Latia and the others had been nervous as he was in silence, but as they heard his question, they had become determined. "You can have all of us. All the problems existed due to weakness. So, as long as that weakness disappeared, the problem would disappear. However, your talent and power are limited, so how could you become stronger?" The answer was simple, and it was to ask for the support of someone who was stronger. Watching Latia's beautiful face and body that wasn't even lost to Rias, Riser was in silence for a moment and thought that being attractive was really quite a trouble. "You are excited, nya?" Riser looked at Kuroka helplessly, who was still on his crotch, then sighed helplessly, pushing this naughty cat away. Yet, he gave a firm answer. "Then, stay for a while." After all, he wasn't so hypocritical to reject such a beautiful woman. Hearing his answer, they knew everything would be all right from now on. Chapter 302, Dim Light. With everything resolved, Latia joined the club. Still, Diodora's peerage members didn't join immediately. Instead, they were taken care of by Riser's queen, Ubaluna, who told him that they should become maids first. Riser didn't say much since being the maid in his house was much better than being a slave of the others. Moreover, with his protection, even if they were part of Diodora's peerage members, they would be all right. Still, Riser wondered whether this was okay. Even if Diodora had tried to attack him before, he had become a loyal subordinate who sacrificed his life to kill his enemy. Yet, when Diodora passed away, Riser took care of Diodora's women and might even turn them into his women. However, when he thought about what would happen to them, he knew that he needed to do something. "You don't need to worry, Diodora. I'll take care of them." As Diodora had done a good deed, Riser was going to take care of Diodora's women. Suddenly, Riser felt that he might still have a long way to go to become a villain. System. Nevertheless, he wasn't in a hurry to take care of them since his wife was still around, and his other women definitely wouldn't allow him to sleep with them, especially Diodora's peerage members, and would stop him no matter what since it would cause a lot of trouble in the aftermath. Still, as for Latia, they wouldn't stop Latia and thought that Latia would become a legal mistress, considering her status and all. "Are you going to mate with them too?" Ophis suddenly asked. Riser looked at Ophis, who pushed Kuroka away and then sat on his lap. "Ophis-chan, you are being unfair. Nya. You are unreasonable. Nya." Kuroka showed her grief. If Riser pushed her, she didn't mind since she knew that this guy was a tsundere, but Ophis was different since this infinite dragon was a tyrant. The others also felt that Ophis was unreasonable, but as the second strongest being in the world, what could they do against Ophis? After Ophis stayed in his villa, as long as Riser didn't go on a date or mate with his women, she would stay with him and sit on his lap as if it were her home. Riser sometimes wondered when Ophis was going to return to the dimensional gap. Still, as he was in a good mood after he conquered the Astaroth house, he didn't care much about Ophis' childish action and her quarrel with Kuroka. However, there was something that he wanted to ask Ophis, so he needed Kuroka to be quiet. "Kuroka, be quiet for a moment. I want to ask Ophis something." "Kuroka." "Cat," Ophis said plainly. Kuroka wanted to beat Ophis, but when she thought that she could do nothing, she could only sigh helplessly. "How about you become bigger? Yeah? You can do it, right? I remember you can become as huge as a mountain. Yeah. If everyone remembered the most about Riser, it wasn't his flame manipulation or other techniques. Instead, it was his ability to make himself bigger. At that time, when he fought the Great Red, he became so enormous that everyone became ants before him. It had a great impact on everyone, as they had never thought that someone could do that. While such talk stopped when Riser disappeared, when he returned, this talk returned, and many devils with perverted thoughts sometimes said that their Lucifer had the biggest size. Sona was furious when she heard such news, especially when *XY, famous actress, somehow expressed her wish to sleep with her husband. Watching this news, Riser was speechless, but he didn't say anything since it improved the mood of the underworld after the catastrophe, yet he had to say it felt weird. Be quiet for a moment. I want to talk about something with Ophis. What's wrong? Ophis looked at Riser curiously. Is there something on the dimensional gap? Riser asked. He knew the dimensional gap, but at the same time, he didn't know much, considering how dangerous that place would be. Only the strong could stay there, and those weaklings would *E the moment they entered such a place. Nevertheless, Riser still remembered Risavim, whose memory he had taken a peek at before. He recalled that Risavim's wish was to visit another world, and to do that, Risavim had to pass the dimensional gap. Previously, such a thing couldn't be done since the Great Red existed, swimming in the dimensional gap. However, the Great Red was defeated by him. While many might have doubted him, this was the reality. Riser wasn't sure whether Risavim might go to another world, but at the same time, he wondered whether the creatures from another world might invade this world. While such a chance might be low since it wasn't so easy to go to another world, he wanted to ask whether Ophis had seen something strange in the dimensional gap. After all, prevention is better than cure, right? Riser knew the chance of the creatures from another world invading his world might be small, but it wouldn't be hurt to prepare like how one brought an umbrella in case a rain happened. Hearing his question, Ophis fell into silence, but then she shook her head. Nothing. Nothing? Ophis nodded. There is nothing except for a few islands there. Except for a dangerous space, there were few lands that floated within the dimensional gap, but as only the strongest could live there, there was no living being except for Ophis and the Great Red that had ever lived in that place. Is that so? Yet, why did he feel worried? Is there something wrong, Riser-sama? Kaneko asked. Nothing. I just hope that I am overthinking. Riser wondered whether this was the effect of the Chosen One, since sometimes he could tell when a problem might occur. It was like he could see the fate, the invisible line that would lead him into a certain reaction, whether it was good or bad. Hearing his answer, they didn't question him anymore and thought about enjoying their stays, especially Zenobia and Sona's peerage members since they would return to the human world soon. Still, while Aquino and Kaneko were worried about their master, they knew that they couldn't force Riser, and they could only let everything move by fate. By the time Sona returned, Riser was spending time with his wife and also wanted to spend his time with Misla since, after this, Sona would have to have a raiding game against Sarorg. After the last incident, Rias and her group decided to retire, especially when Issei passed away, and her domain was wrecked by Tannen. With many things happening, she felt that it was better to recuperate until everything got better. While Riser was surprised by Rias' choice, considering her personality and all, he also knew that it was the best choice for her, considering her current situation. Still, when he was about to go to Misla's villa, he thought of visiting the secret park where he went to Sona when they got married. It was also a place where they talked heart to heart. While he wasn't sure why he wished to visit this place, he just got this urge. Only fate often loved to play jokes since, when he arrived, did he realize he wasn't alone. Under the dim light, her beautiful crimson hair was distinct. Rias. However, her act suddenly dumbfounded him. What are you doing? Chapter 303, Drown. When Sona told her that Riser couldn't meet her, Rias was confused, and at the same time, she was helpless. Nevertheless, she didn't go back immediately since when she returned, she knew that she needed to take care of many things in her home. At this point, there was no one that she could rely upon, and her mother was working hard to take care of their Gremory domain. While her grandma and ancestor helped out, Rias knew that as the heiress, she needed to do something, yet when many things happened, it was overwhelming, and she wanted to have a little escape, ignoring everything and enjoying a moment of peace. When she thought about this, she felt jealous and hated by her big sister-in-law, Grafia Lucifich. She was jealous that with Grafia's power, there was nothing that could stop her, and Grafia could do whatever she wished without anyone stopping her. But at the same time, She also hated her since Graphia wasn't there when the Gremory house was attacked by Tannen. While Tannen's issue was resolved by Riser, the aftermath of the incident was so heavy that she wished that everything was just a dream. Moreover, this incident also happened when he disappeared. At that time, when she knew he disappeared, her world stopped, and everything was crumbling. By that time, she realized that she had fallen for him. Regret and despair were probably the biggest feelings she felt at that time, as she just didn't know what to do since she knew that she couldn't meet him. But as the heiress of the Gremory and the urge of her mother, in the end, she could only grit her teeth and kept fighting, especially when her house was in crisis. Still, when the crisis ended and Riser appeared once again, the dawn came to her. It was something that she had been waiting for, so after she left the rest to her family, she decided to visit Riser with Kaneko and Akino. Her family and the others didn't stop her since Riser's support was needed for their family. Unfortunately, Rias couldn't meet Riser. While Akino could enter due to her status as Riser's lover, and Kaneko was also the same as she had a friendship with Ravel and also the little sister of Kuroka, Rias couldn't do the same. Nevertheless, Rias decided to wait since Riser's city had always intrigued him. This place made her calm, and she just didn't need to worry about anything as this place gave her peace of mind. Unfortunately, this peace was broken when she heard that he didn't want to meet her. It shocked her, and she couldn't even listen to Sona's words before she decided to wander around the city absent-mindedly. While she could tell Sona's worry, she knew that there was nothing Sona could do since every decision was on her husband, Riser. After Riser disappeared, Rias knew that the one who was devastated the most was Sona. At that time, she wished to stay by Sona's side, waiting for him, but when her home was on the verge of destruction, she could only grit her teeth and leave. Yet, it was also because of this that she couldn't be the first person who greeted him. Rias wondered whether Riser had misunderstood her. No, he isn't someone like that. Rias knew that Riser was at Tsundere, and he was probably just awkward to meet her, especially when their last encounter was rather weird. She promised him to give her virginity, but then, those things happened. Rias wasn't sure what was happening when Riser disappeared, but she knew that his days definitely weren't easy and his fight was full of brutality, yet he still held on and kept fighting so he could return to everyone. Rias was in distress when she thought about it and wished to stay by his side, but she knew that it wasn't appropriate for her to do so. Many things happened, and her mind sobered. When Issei passed away, it was like everything was clear to her, especially all of the stupid and childish actions she had before. Yet, sometimes, Rias also wondered why Riser suddenly changed. It was like he had become a different person. If he is like that before. If Riser was like this, would all the trouble occur? By then, it wouldn't be weird to say that Rias' situation would be the same as Sona's, especially when her brother was Surzek Lucifer. However, everything had become like this. Nothing could be changed unless one went of the past. Unfortunately, Rias didn't have the power of the Agar's house, and the power she inherited was the power of destruction. As she walked around the city, she thought about many things since there was really nothing that she could do at that moment. Yet, even if he didn't agree with her meeting, she still wished to meet him, hoping fate would meet all of them. Then, as she walked, she came to the lake where Riser and Sona confessed all of their feelings. It was also the place where Sona told him that she didn't mind him having a harem. I am really despicable. Rias knew how ugly she was, especially when Sona kept helping her, yet she kept hating and even had this unreasonable fury whenever she met Sona. Yet, she knew that Sona was innocent. Everything was born from her jealousy, as she wished to be in Sona's place. The more she thought, the more she wondered whether she was worthy of him. Rias also realized that Sona was more suitable to become his wife. Sitting on the bench built near the lake, Rias stared at the lake absently. She wasn't sure why she did this, but she stood up and walked toward the lake, ignoring the water, and kept walking until the water reached her waist. Even so, she didn't stop. For a human, when they pass away, they would enter either hell or heaven, depending on their actions. However, if they have a good relative, they might put you into heaven to curry a favor and gain the friendship of your relative. It was like how Issei's grandpa entered heaven because Issei was known as the strongest. Even if Issei's grandpa was as perverted as his grandson and even bothered the mothers of Issei's classmates, he was still able to enter heaven. Yet, what about the devil? When they D*E, where will they go? Would they enter heaven? Hell? Or would they enter an eternal darkness, a peaceful place where nothing could be seen? Rias wasn't sure, but soon the water drowned her head as she sunk into the lake. Rias wondered whether she was dreaming, but she saw the man that she had been waiting for coming toward him. Was this a dream? Was this a place after a death? Rias didn't know, but she was happy as she saw how emotional he was. When he reached her, she stretched her hands toward him eagerly and kissed his lips deeply, ignoring the water that was about to drown her. Chapter 304. Mine. Riser, who was kissed, was stunned, but he used his fire to make all the water around him turn into steam. Naturally, this action didn't hurt Rias, as his control over his ability was even above a Juka. Yet, their kiss didn't last long since he pushed her away. Cough. Cough. Rias coughed all the water in her mouth as they landed on the land. It was fortunate that he pushed her away. If not, then his mouth might be filled with some of her vomit now. What are you doing here? Do you want to commit suicide? Rias didn't immediately answer his question. She took a breath, calming herself, then stared at him and asked, "Why did you save me?" If you'd asterisk E here, then Sona might be implicated. Huh? Sona. After all, who would believe the heiress of the Gremory would de-asterisk E by drowning? Rias blushed and lowered her head. While there might be a chance for her to de-asterisk E in the future, it definitely wouldn't be drowning since it was too lame, right? Riser didn't say much and just sat by Rias' side, wondering how they could meet each other. What are you doing by drowning yourself there? I don't know. I just want to feel how it feels to be there. How is it? It's okay. It was kind of scary at first, but when I saw you, it felt great. Riser glanced at Rias and thought that this woman was still a temptress. Sorry. Riser raised his eyebrows as he glanced at Rias, who apologized. Why did you apologize? For many things. Rias stared at Riser and said, I know that many things have happened between us, and you also have been in pain due to me. That's why let me apologize to you. However, she noticed his expression was quite strange. What's wrong? It feels creepy when you honestly apologize to me. Rias pursed her lips and lightly hit her shoulder against him before staring at the purple sky of the underworld. I have been thinking about many things and realize how childish, ugly, and selfish I am. Before, she might try to hide it, pretending that she didn't notice anything, but the more she tried to hide it, the more ugly she was. The makeup that she had put on her face crumbled, and nothing was left. When she lost him, she realized that, and she knew that she wasn't worthy of him. At least, she couldn't be his wife since his wife could only be Sona. Thank you for your gentleness, too, Riser. Riser wasn't used to seeing Rias like this, especially when she often showed her haughty and proud expression. Frankly, if possible, he wanted her to hate him, and kept maintaining that expression so that it would feel so good when he conquered her, and his revenge would taste thousands of times better. Yet, what was this? Riser wasn't happy at all, and he just felt he was childish. Yes, childish. This is probably how he is now. Surzek had D*ed, so that's it. Yet, Riser wasn't going to give mercy and almost destroyed all of the inheritance of the Gremory. While he didn't regret his actions since, in this world, being kind definitely would make him be killed by the others, watching the woman who once he loved and a woman who had caused all of his mayhem to show this kind of expression felt so awkward. But isn't this good? Riser thought that there was no need to be entangled with those strange emotions and many problems behind them. As for what he did to the Gremory house, Riser knew that this was something that he had done, but this was a fault that he couldn't erase, no matter how long it was. Sorry. Huh. Rias was surprised. Why did you apologize? It's the same as you. I feel like I have done many things for you. Yet, he wouldn't explain it. Rias chuckled and said, You are too cute. Riser stared at Rias helplessly and asked sternly, Aren't you too rude, Rias Gremory? I am sorry, Lucifer-sama. Rias stuck out her tongue cutely as she apologized. It's not easy for you to apologize. Oh, please tell me how you can forgive me, Riser-sama. Watching her coquettish action, Riser felt they should stop playing. All right, let's stop. Rias was still smiling and said, That's true. It isn't good for us to play like this. Riser stood up and then stretched his hand to Rias. Rias also accepted his help and held his hand, letting him pull her. Yet, when he pulled her, her smutty body was presented rawly before him. While he might have boiled the water of the lake until it turned into steam, her dress was still wet, sticking into her body tightly, showing how lewd and hot the shape of her body was. Her crimson hair stuck against her face, wet as her eyes kept staring into him with a gentle smile. The contrast between her body and her expression was just arousing. Still, Riser closed his eyes for a moment, then asked, What are you doing after this? I will go back. I can't leave my parents and family so long since we need to rebuild the domain of the Gremory house. Good luck. Rias suddenly chuckled. What did you laugh at? Nothing. Rias smiled. It was just that your answer was like our previous conversation during my brother's funeral. What did you mean by that? Yet, their hands are still holding each other. Hot and sweaty. Riser could feel that from Ria's soft palm. If he let go of this palm, then everything would be over. Their relationship was nothing but a friend, and at best, it was just his wife's friend. Rias didn't urge him, and just smiled softly. Still, he let go of her hand and said, "See you later. I will visit your home later." Rias closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then tried to show her smile again. Yes. Watching Rias, who was about to turn and leave, Riser suddenly wanted to laugh at how hypocritical he was. Feeling guilty? Not worthy of her? Why were you pretending to be a saint? After what he had done, why should he hesitate? Moreover, he was a devil, and he knew no matter how messed up he was and how it would seem to be, he wanted this woman for himself. When Rias was about to leave, her wrist was grasped. She was startled and turned. She couldn't finish her words as her lips were taken. Widening her eyes, she then closed them again, hugging his neck in adoration and excitement before enjoying their first intimacy. Chapter 305, Spoiled Girl. When his break was over, Riser appeared in front of the public, saying encouragement to everyone. Frankly, he felt like Lucifer's role was as a president or prime minister in the world since he still needed to maintain a good persona in front of everyone. Still, unlike those presidents or prime ministers, as his role was gained by his strength, he had a lot of freedom. Moreover, there was no need to appear all friendly to everyone. As the leader of the supernatural being, what he needed to do was to become strongest, and by then, everyone would naturally follow. When everyone saw him, everyone roared in excitement as if their bod*es were on fire. In their eyes, they were filled with adoration, fascination, and even obsession whenever they saw him. Riser felt strange when he saw their eyes, but at the same time, he also had to sigh, thinking how the playboy who made a harem with his little sister became an existence that was adored by everyone like this. Even Michael and Barakiel, who watched this, also knew that if the angel and the fallen angel wanted to continue their existence, they had to follow Riser. Fortunately, Riser wasn't like those devils that appeared in the Bible, an existence that pulled someone into sin and hell. While Riser definitely wasn't a good person or even ruthless, there was nothing wrong with it since this was what was sought by everyone. Moreover, he was quite unmotivated and only moved when it was necessary, which was a great thing. Still, if there was a problem, it was his identity, which was a devil, so Michael or Barakiel was afraid that he would put all of his favorability to the devil. Barakiel aside, as he had a good daughter, Michael knew that it was necessary to connect Riser with an angel or someone affiliated with the church. While he knew that it was wrong, especially when the devil had always been the enemy of the church and the angel, in front of overwhelming power, there was nothing that could be done. Michael knew that no one would reject him, and as long as he talked, many would be eager to become Riser's women, but somehow, a certain group within the church emerged before his mind, which gave him a headache. If they were really going to trouble him, then? Michael thought for a moment and felt that it was really necessary to make a deeper connection with Riser. With that tool, everything will be solved. Riser didn't know what Michael was thinking. After his speech in the media, he just went back to doing his job quietly before he visited the Gremory domain, giving a speech or two to encourage everyone and also giving aid. Moreover, he helped with the architectural design of the new Gremory domain. Hearing whether it was Lord Gremory or Lady Gremory, they were so happy since they knew how amazing Riser's architecture was. During the attack on Tannen, many domains were attacked, but those whose domains were designed by Riser were all well, and Tannen's attack couldn't penetrate the defense created by Riser's architecture. Watching this, when Riser returned, everyone wished for him to design their domain, but naturally, it wasn't cheap, and how could they ask Lucifer to do this? However, their security, which related to their lives, was important, so they used their daughters, wives, and even cute ancestors to ask for a request from him so he could design their domain. While he was speechless, they were all rejected by his wife and his women. There were too many women around him, and they didn't want him to add more women, especially when a dangerous opponent entered the game. However, as this opponent had been speculated to enter his harem, no one said much, and they felt that it was natural. At this moment, Riser realized that his image was impossible to change. However, Sona never blamed him. "It's okay, as long as I am your wife." When he heard that answer, Riser felt both guilty and happy to choose her as his wife. At the same time, he sighed helplessly since there were too many temptations when he stood in this place. Still, he shook his head and focused on his job, but suddenly, someone knocked on the door of his office. He didn't even look up and just answered, "Enter." "Riser? Am I bothering you?" Riser looked up and saw Rias, who looked at him with a mischievous smile. Unlike before, there was no trace of sadness on her face, and her smile was so warm. Standing in front of the door of his office, Rias tied her hair in a ponytail, showing off her graceful white neck. She also wore a white t-shirt that gently wrapped the obvious softness within her chest. Riser glanced at her chest and saw the purple bra seen through from the outside of her white t-shirt. He raised his brow and asked, "What's wrong?" "I brought you a little snack and a coffee. Come in." Rias smiled, then quickly entered and closed the door. Riser didn't say anything and continued to do his job, but he couldn't concentrate when she stood so close by his side. After she put down the tray on the table in the middle, she came and curiously looked at his job. Still, while she was amazed by the design architecture that he designed, she was more attracted by his solemn attitude when he worked. "You are distracting me." "Oh, sorry." "No, it's okay." Riser glanced at his side and saw her pressing her breast *S against him haughtily, sighing inwardly, thinking that her breast *S were really outrageous. Nevertheless, as he was baptized by Akino's softness, he could face Rias' softness calmly. This should be the case, but she had become his woman at that time, and he knew how excited she was when he stayed in her domain. This office was also specially built for him in a single night so he could focus on his work, but with Rias by his side, he felt that it was impossible for him to concentrate. After being reprimanded, Rias showed a forced smile as if she didn't want him to notice her sadness. She knew that he was busy, but even so, she wished to stay close to him and be held gently yet roughly at the same time. She also missed his wild and hot gaze that wished to possess every being, which caused her a shiver of excitement. When she thought about all of that, somehow, she knew why many women wished to be held by him. Still, when she was on her thought, she noticed a hot gaze from him. Her body was hot, like a fire was burning her entire body, and she had expected his next action. Riser took her lips, kissing her, from slow, then roughly, attacking all of her weak points. While Rias became meek and tamed by him that she wished for him to caress and hold her, Riser still maintained a proper distance, then parted their lips. Staring into her eyes, which were moist and clearly expressed her intention, he calmly said, "Sit quietly on the sofa. Be a good girl. When I am done, I will take care of you." Like a good wife," Rias nodded. But then, as she was spoiled, she looked at him timidly and asked, "Why can you kiss me again?" Riser sighed. How troublesome. However, he didn't reject her and kissed her forehead tenderly. Rias felt like a flower blooming in her heart, and she wanted to jump into him like a naughty child. But this time, someone knocked on the door. "Dear, can I come in?" The door was opened, and Akino poked out her head, noticing Rias, who was inside. She sighed helplessly and said, "If you're there, he can't focus on his job." "I know." Rias pouted, showing her defiance, yet could she be blamed? When Riser left the Gremory domain, Riser couldn't only be hers. While here, Rias still needed to share him with Akino. It was still within her tolerance, and the two were best friends, so it didn't matter if they shared. Moreover, as she was Akino's master, there was no need to worry. However, if they were outside, she couldn't own him alone, and she knew she needed to give him to Sona. Yet, she didn't really mind since she had accepted her status. "By the way, Rias, Asia wants to talk with you." "Asia." When the door was fully opened, Asia was seen behind Akino with a forced smile and timidity. "Bubucho-san." She greeted Rias normally before greeting Riser politely. "Riser-sama." Riser nodded lightly as he observed this pure blonde girl, thinking that he somehow understood why Diodora Astaroth loved Athena Nun. Chapter 306, Softly. Unlike Rias, Kaneko, and Akino, who had moved on, Asia couldn't do so since the person that she had cared about had D***. The death of Issei hit her so much, but at the same time, she knew that she needed to do something, especially during the crisis of the Great Red and Tannin. Whether it was Issei or Riser, the two of them disappeared from this world, bringing a shock to everyone. Even worse, Tannin went on a rampage in the Gremory house, and Asia knew that she couldn't ignore those who were hurt. Yet, unlike Issei, who had disappeared in D***ed, Riser returned and brought hope once again to everyone. At that time, Rias, Kaneko, and Akino became cheerful once again. Their nightmare ended, and their dawn of happiness came. As for Issei, they clearly forgot about him. Yet, Asia didn't blame them since she knew the impression of Issei on everyone wasn't good. Staying with Issei, while she could list some of his good points, she could even better list his bad points. Still, the reason why she came to this room wasn't talk about Issei. Issei passed away. This fact can't be changed no matter what. While she could see that Rias, Akino, and many others started to forget about Issei, it didn't matter as long as Asia remembered him. "What's wrong, Asia?" Rias asked curiously. "Bucho-san, Riser-sama, I want to ask a request." "Request? Can you not erase the memory of Issei-san's parents?" Asia asked with a hopeful expression on her face. Even though Issei had passed away, his parents were still alive. However, Rias told her that Rias was going to erase the memory of Issei from everyone. While she knew it was necessary, she just couldn't help it. "Asia." Rias looked at Asia helplessly, then said softly, "Asia, you should know how dangerous the supernatural world is. What do you think if they still remember the memory of Issei? Do you want them to de-asterisk E? I. Naturally, Asia didn't want to, but she didn't want it since if Issei's parents forgot about Issei, then who would remember Issei? Do you still remember what had happened to my domain? Even we, the famous noble family in the underworld, are unable to do anything in the face of such a crisis. Issei's parents are just normal humans. I know that you might not be able to accept it, but if you let them remember everything, then they might de-asterisk E, you know? I know. Asia was helpless, but when she thought about Issei, her courage became stronger. But, what if I protect them? Rias Bucho. You want to protect them? Rias raised her eyebrows and shook her head. It's too dangerous. Asia was the weakest among her peerage, and she felt worried about leaving Asia for such a job, especially when Asia was in a support role and hardly had a means to attack. Please, Rias Bucho. Rias wanted to say something, but Riser interrupted them. Can you talk somewhere else? Frankly, this conversation had nothing to do with him, and he was too lazy to hear about everything related to Issei. I am sorry, Riser-sama. Of all the individuals, Asia didn't want to anger Riser since she knew that Riser hated Issei. If she angered Riser, then she was afraid that he might hurt Issei's parents. While the chances weren't high, as she knew that Riser didn't have a hobby for bullying the weak, if she angered him, then she knew she could do nothing. Still, Riser noticed the gaze of Rias and Aquino, who were staring at him as if he were bullying Asia. He rolled his eyes, then asked Asia, do you want them to remember Issei, or do you want them to remember you? What do you mean, Riser-sama? Your request. Just what do you want to do? Do you want them to remember the loss of their son, living sadly, or forget about him and live without worry? Asia lowered her head since she knew that Riser was correct. Everything was just her selfish request, as she knew that if Issei's parents remembered Issei and knew that Issei had D***ed, they would be living in sadness. Still, she couldn't help it as she thought that she was the cause of Issei's death. The reason for Issei's death was her being kidnapped by Diodora. If such an accident hadn't happened, then everything wouldn't have become like this. If she was stronger. If she was the one that D***ed. Are you blaming yourselves for his death? Asia was startled by his voice. Then, you should continue to blame yourselves. Riser. 2x. Aquino and Rias were shocked by his cold words. However, Asia tightened her body and lowered her head, trying to make her body as much as possible. Yet, his cold and cruel words were much more comfortable than the kindness and gentleness given by the others who were worried about her. Because of that, you need to be responsible for his parents. Give them happiness in the place of his dead son. Be their children in the place of that perverted dragon. As a devil, it is your job to uphold the contract of your contractor. Riser looked at Asia and asked, can you do that? Yes. The death couldn't be resurrected, so the only way for her to fix everything was to become the child of the hired couple in place of Issei. Still, with this matter settled, everyone would forget the memory of Issei. Only those who were strong and weren't affected by the devil's ability were the only ones who would remember Issei. Still, Asia knew what to do, and she knew it was her responsibility to take care of the hired couple after the death of Issei. Hearing Riser's words, Aquino and Rias smiled, thinking that Riser was as tsundere as ever. If you are done, then don't bother me. Yes, I am sorry for bothering you, Riser-sama, and thank you. Asia lowered her head and apologized before thanking him softly. Still, she peeked at him secretly and thought that she was different from what she imagined. As the relationship between Issei and Riser was bad, Asia had always thought of Riser as cold and brutal, especially when Riser often beat up Issei, and it was also the reason why she didn't understand why Rias, Aquino, and Kaneko were smitten by him. Yet, after hearing him, Asia realized that he wasn't as bad as he seemed. He might seem cold, but he was warm. Moreover, even if he hated and wished to kill Issei, he had never thought to kill Issei's parents. Asia felt that Riser was different from what she imagined, and somehow, she became curious about him. Then, excuse me. Asia didn't want to bother Riser anymore and left as she knew what she needed to do. Only Riser felt Aquino and Rias gaze on him. If you have something to say, then say it. Nothing. 2x. Rias and Aquino somehow worked together to tease him. Riser stared at the two and said calmly before he continued his work, wait in a few hours. I will clean up you two. 2x. The two docilely answered. It's a bit plain, but Happy New Year. Chapter 307. Protagonist from now on. How is it? Did you enjoy my husband well? He is good. Riser tried to ignore the conversation between Sona and Rias, but he couldn't since they were just too insolent. Still, they couldn't blame them since he knew that it was also his fault to move based on his lust. However, even though it was a mixed trip with the group of both Rias and Sona, everyone familiarized themselves with each other, and their relationship was quite warm. The Gremory group might have lost against the Citri group, but there was no anger or hate as the master of the Gremory group, Rias Gremory, had become Riser's woman. Frankly, staying with Riser made Kiba and Gasper feel nervous, especially when they knew how powerful and brutal he was, yet somehow, that image changed, especially when Issei wasn't by their sides. Instead, they felt like they were full of respect for him, and felt that he was someone worthy to follow. Asia also felt the same, especially when Riser was the one who helped her to change Rias' decision to erase the Hyudo couple's memory. Even though the memory of Issei was erased, as long as she could become their child, she knew that everything would be okay, as she wished to repay them for what Issei and they had done to her. Nevertheless, because of this, her image of him changed, and she wondered who the real him was. Rias, has your older sister been found? Not yet. Rias sighed helplessly. I wonder where she is. Her feelings towards Grafia are quite complex now, as she was glad that Grafia had stopped her from doing something stupid in the past, and at the same time, she also wondered why Grafia never did anything when the crisis happened in the Gremory domain. Without Surzek, Grafia was the strongest, and her existence was necessary to protect the Gremory house. If Grafia existed, would the Gremory house have been humiliated before? No way. It was because Grafia disappeared as if she had D***ed that no one put the Gremory house into their eyes. As the strongest queen, Grafia's power was absolute. She gained the ultimate devil in the rankings and had challenged Seraphal's position as Leviathan in the past. To achieve all of those things, Grafia's power was undoubted. Yet, she disappeared and even ignored her son. While there was no doubt Grafia was powerful, she definitely wasn't a good mother from her actions when facing what had happened. If you find her, please tell me, okay? Rias knew that Riser had a wide connection with a variety of beings in the supernatural world, especially due to his commercial activities, so if possible, she wished for him to use that connection to find her older sister. I will. Riser also wished to meet Grafia, but his purpose was pure. First, he wanted to help Rias since he knew that the existence of the strong was needed if Rias's family wanted to grow. While he was there by Rias' side, it wouldn't hurt to have a more powerful individual, right? Moreover, he felt that it was dangerous for such a beautiful woman to stay alone in the world. Along with her sensitive and depressed mentality after a tragedy, wasn't it normal for him to worry about her? By the way, dear, why did you decide to visit the human world? Sona asked. She knew how lazy her husband was. If he could stay in the underworld, he would stay there. If he didn't have to work, he would stay inside the room. If he didn't need to walk, he would lay. If he didn't need to wake up, then he would sleep. Anyway, frankly, if he wasn't so attractive, there was no need to worry about him. Moreover, she had to say those who provoked him were stupid since she knew if no one troubled him, nothing would happen. Yet, some were just stupid, and their heads were just working differently. I'm going to rest. I don't want to work. Everyone. Hearing such words from Lucifer, they didn't know what to say. Then, you don't need to. Just rest by my side. Rias hugged him gently and pampered him. Riser. I was joking. I thought I would check my business in the human world. What's with those eyes? I am serious. Sona sighed helplessly, then asked, are you going there alone with Rosweiss? That's the plan. Rosweiss, who never said anything and stayed on the side, nodded with a smile. You should take more people with you so they can take care of you. Like a mother who couldn't bear to see her baby stay alone, she thought of sending a babysitter. Riser wondered whether his image was really that bad. However, Rosweiss felt that she was good enough, but when she wanted to voice her dedication, me. Zenobia raised her hand high. I will go. Sona stared at Zenobia helplessly since somehow she felt like Zenobia would cause trouble instead of helping Riser. Okay, then. Go. Yahoo. Rosweiss. Can I go too? Irina raised her hand timidly, yet it couldn't be helped, right? After all, she was the only angel among this group of devils. Even though her friend was around, she was still nervous, especially when Michael told her to help Riser as long as she could. Irina didn't think too much at that time, and she also felt that it might be fun to follow Riser, especially when she knew the angel needed to learn more about this strongest Lucifer. Okay. Sona nodded and agreed. Let's have fun together, Irina. Zenobia hugged Irina tightly and whispered softly, we will teach you. What do you mean? As Zenobia and Irina interacted, Asia suddenly raised her hand. Can I go too? This time, everyone was dumbfounded since Asia was the closest girl to Issei, and her feelings toward Riser should be complex, especially when Riser had done many things to Issei, yet Asia wished to follow Riser. Are you sure, Asia? Rias asked as her brow rose, wondering what Asia was planning to do. If Asia planned to do something bad, even if she thought it was impossible for Asia to do so, she might as well stop her. I want to learn more about Riser-sama. Asia said softly with a gentle smile. Everyone. Gasper and Kiba looked at each other before they shook their heads and sighed, but what could they do? It was Asia's wish, and they didn't have a right to stop her. Moreover, they knew with the current situation of the Gremory house, having Riser as a friend was far more beneficial. Moreover, they also knew that Riser wasn't a decent guy, especially when they saw his sacrifice to save the underworld up close before. Lastly, it was far better than having Asia fall deeply into sadness. Rosweiss. Nevertheless, with everything decided, Rosweiss, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia would follow him on this trip. Oh, there was also Ophis. Kaneko stared at Ophis, who sat on Riser's lap naturally resentfully, but with her power, what could she do? Dear, can I ask you something? What's wrong? Looking at his wife, who started to act coquettishly, Riser was speechless, but he had to say she was cute. Sure. Chapter 308. We never learn. Even though his wife had asked him for a request, Riser didn't immediately go. Instead, he went to Tokyo with everyone and went to the famous Destinyland theme park with the 5 girls. Along with Magari, the 7 of them had fun together, playing for the entire day with all of their might without worry. Still, watching Ophis, the infinite dragon, who wore a mouse-like headband while playing with her usual blank expression on the merry-go-round, made him wonder whether everything was okay. Wouldn't she consider wearing a mouse-like headband as a humiliation as she was an infinite dragon? Fortunately, that didn't seem to be the case, as she enjoyed her time. As for Rosweiss, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia, they enjoyed their time much. While Riser also enjoyed his time, it wasn't his first time, so he wasn't that excited. Meanwhile, he could see that those 4 really had a blast. It's good that they can enjoy themselves. Magari smiled as she stood by Riser's side. You act like a parent to them? I am much older than them, so isn't it normal? Magari looked at Riser and said, It's you who is weird to sleep with someone who is as old as your mother. Weren't you the one who attacked me? What did you say? Riser rolled his eyes and thought that being older meant that one needed to become shameless. Still, it might be some time before you conquer this country. You think so? Of course. Magari didn't have a doubt. The devil, angel, fallen angel, the East Yukai faction, Japanese pantheons, Norse pantheons, and the 5 principal clans are all going to come under you. There is also Greek myth, and probably the West Yukai faction is going to join you too. Riser nodded, but then he raised his brow and asked, Wait, 5 principal clans? Are they going to join the alliance? Don't you know? Magari was confused by his reaction. They are not my people like you, so of course, I don't know. Well, that's true. Apart from the East Yukai faction and the fallen angel, Riser never went on himself to conquer a certain group anymore. Yet, it surprised him to learn that the 5 principal clans were going to join the alliance, considering how they disdained the change. But if you think carefully, it isn't that surprising, especially after you defeated the Great Red. When the news of his disappearance when he fought against the Great Red, instead of happiness, they felt at a loss for his disappearance. Being under him was already something natural, and they were comfortable with it, so when he disappeared, they didn't know what to do. Even though nothing had changed, especially when he had taken care of and guided them carefully in what to do, without him, everything was just different. Fortunately, he was okay and returned after defeating the strongest being in the world. With that reputation, it wouldn't be weird for the 5 principal clans to join the alliance, right? Riser thought so, but he didn't really like the 5 principal clans, especially when many of his enemies came from these clans, and the source of his women's misery was also due to these clans. Then, suddenly, he was told that those clans had decided to join the alliance to gain his protection. No, it feels weird. The Norse, Greek, and the East Yukai faction aside, he knew nothing about the 5 principal clans, and someone should have notified him instead of knowing this matter from Magari by chance. He felt something fishy, so he asked, Do you know who is the one who takes care of this matter? According to Nurerihion's spy inside the 5 principal clans, it should be Azazel. Azazel? Huh? Azazel is definitely not the only one who took care of this matter, as Riser could picture the face of one powerful devil who wished for him to be killed. I see. Riser knew that he couldn't wait as long as time wouldn't wait for anyone. During this trip to the human world, he would try to expand his power and erase those who possessed harmful thoughts toward him. As for the threats, such a thing didn't exist, especially after he devoured the Great Red and had the companion of Ophis, who stayed by his side all the time. Moreover, even if his opponent were a dragon, he had a Samel that he had kidnapped from the Cocytus. Tell Nurerihion to tell me if he notices something strange. You think that they plan to do something? Magari asked with confusion since she felt that was impossible. Riser was the strongest, yet a group of humans dared to do something to him. Weren't they just asking for death? I hope that I am wrong, but just in case, okay? Okay. Magari nodded. I will tell him later. Oh, give this to him. Riser then took out a wakizashi and a small katana and gave them to Magari. This is my mocking gear. It has the ability to disappear completely. Magari. Tell him the name of this weapon is vodka. Magari. By the way, this is for you. Riser then took out a necklace and put it onto Magari's neck. Thank you. Magari smiled affectionately when she got the first gift from him. The necklace was beautiful and elegant, but even so, it didn't attract much attention like the sun shone brightly on the day. Instead, it was like a star that quietly shone around the night sky. It has the ability to slow down anyone around you. Be careful when you use it. Thanks. Magari kissed him deeply and didn't let him go, wishing to breed many kitties for him. She might be old, but it didn't mean that she couldn't have a child after all. Have you named this necklace? How about Fine Motion? Well, it's okay. The name was as unique as ever. Nevertheless, Magari didn't forget about what Riser had entrusted to him, so after they went to the hotel and did it for an hour, she quickly returned to the headquarters of the East Yukai faction to tell Nurerihion and also gave him a weapon given by Riser. While Riser was curious about what Azazel and Ajuka planned to do with the 5 principal clans, he started to make a list of what he should do in this human world. Chapter 309. It's his duty to take care of them, right? After they went to play, they stayed in the most luxurious room in the hotel inside the theme park. Still, when Riser was writing something, the girls gathered in a different room, talking about their experience. Still, while Irina, Asia, and Rosweiss were quite embarrassed to stay in the same room as Riser, due to a certain coincidence, there were no more rooms, so everyone could only stay in the same room. Nevertheless, even though they stayed in the same room, there were many rooms inside this luxurious room, so when Riser went to work, all the girls stayed together, including Ophis. No, it should be said that Riser threw Ophis out and let others take care of her. Geez, Ophis-chan, you have a stain on your mouth. Rosweiss sighed helplessly as she wiped Ophis' mouth, which was stained with ice cream. Ophis didn't say anything and just let Rosweiss wipe her mouth. Still, Zenobia aside, whose mind was as empty as ever, Irina and Asia were speechless. Unlike Rosweiss, who knew nothing about Ophis, the two of them knew who Ophis was, so when they saw how Rosweiss treated Ophis, they felt a little scared as they knew that Ophis was a similar existence to the Great Red, who almost destroyed the underworld. However, as they had spent a day together, Asia and Irina knew that Ophis wasn't a bad girl and she was just like them. So, even if they stayed in the same room together, they felt comfortable. The only problem was the thought that they stayed in the same room as Riser. Was this really okay? Still, when Riser went to work for a while, they knew that they might be thinking too much. Only Zenobia suddenly knocked on the door where Riser was. Then, when she got permission, she opened the door and asked, Riser-sama, we're going to take a bath. Do you want to enter together? Zenobia, 3x, Irina, Asia, and Rosweiss were startled, and their faces were covered with a cute blush. Riser was glad that Zenobia was such an insightful woman, but he knew that this wasn't appropriate. It's okay. I won't join you. It's been a while for you 4 to have fun, right? You don't need to worry about me. However, Zenobia pouted. But I want to stay with you. I want to have children with you. Riser, Asia, Irina, and Rosweiss. Only Ophis ate her ice cream without caring about anything. Riser had a lot of women, and even though he had the energy to take care of everyone, Zenobia couldn't fight against Sona, who was Riser's wife and also her master, so when she saw a chance for them to be together and monopolized him, she couldn't help but feel excited and wish to be with him. We will be together for so many days. You don't need to be impatient, okay? Spend more time with your friends. Okay. When they are sleeping, we can do it. Hearing those words from a telepathy, Zenobia nodded excitedly, but at the same time, she knew it was also her time to push all of her friends to Riser. Riser wasn't sure what Zenobia was thinking, but he knew what he planned to do during his stay in the human world. The 5 girls stayed together in the hot spring pool after they washed their yes. It had been a while for all of them to rest since many bad things happened to them. Frankly, if there was someone that was the most jealous, it would be Irina. Say, Zenobia, Rosweiss-san, are you often going on a trip like this? After she became a reincarnated angel, Irina felt like her job had become even busier, which made her speechless, so this job where she needed to stay by Riser's side was nice, and she also couldn't help but be jealous of Zenobia, who often went on a trip or stayed on Riser's villa most of the weekend. We don't go on trips that much. Zenobia thought for a moment and said, we probably take a trip once a month. Even so, that's luxurious. Rosweiss sighed as she held Ophis in her arms since she needed to stop Ophis from swimming around. You should know when I worked under Odin-sama, I needed to be by his side all the time, and I didn't even have time to rest or break. Moreover, my salary is just so low, and there aren't any benefits. Listening to Rosweiss' complaint, why did Irina feel like her future would be like Rosweiss when she worked under Odin? Somehow, Irina felt her future was quite gloomy, but if this was for the Lord, then she would endure it. By the way, Zenobia, can you tell me more about Riser-sama? Asia asked curiously. What do you want to know about him, Asia? Zenobia asked. Well, about how he is usually, our previous relationship isn't that exactly good. Asia said awkwardly since when Issei was around, it felt like everyone would show their hostility toward Riser even though she didn't understand the reason. When Asia thought of this, she couldn't help but feel guilty, especially when she had a bad impression of someone due to others, and she didn't even question it. As someone with a gentle heart, she just couldn't help but feel her treatment toward Riser was unfair. Hige, you asked the right person. I know everything about Riser-sama, from his height, weight, and even his size. Zenobia patted her chest confidently. That wasn't something that Asia wanted to ask, but with her weak personality, she could only agree. When one talked to someone they liked, they could talk for many years. Zenobia was in this state, and she talked about many things about him, whether it was how he was every day or when he was in bed. While they blushed and felt shy when they heard Zenobia's story, they also couldn't help but wonder whether this act really felt that good. That curiosity couldn't be hidden even when they had dinner together with him. Riser noticed their strangeness, then looked at Zenobia. What did you say to them? I seduced them to enter your harem, Riser-sama. Zenobia said proudly. Riser sighed and shook his head. Nevertheless, he also didn't mind having them as he knew they were nice girls, and the rewards he gained from dating them would definitely be rich as they were part of the main heroines. Moreover, he knew that without Issei, no one would take care of them. Issei had D*ed, so wasn't it his duty to take care of them and make them happy? Riser felt that his step as a villain was still so far away. Nevertheless, even if he was interested in them, he wasn't in a hurry. It was different when he faced his enemies. When he wanted to conquer women, he took his time, making them lose their guard before conquering them both in heart and in body. Still, after dinner, everyone spent a night together, and as they were exhausted, they slept directly. Only at that time did Riser and Zenobia go together and do the naughty act in a different room. The feeling when everyone was around was quite different. It felt like they did something naughty. Inside me. Please do it inside me, Riser-sama. Screaming like a woman in heat, Zenobia felt her entire body in bliss as she could feel a magma-like liquid pour deep into her WOM star. By then, her body was limp, and she lost consciousness. Riser was helpless, so he let Zenobia rest in his room. He might wish to do more, but he wasn't cruel enough to force Zenobia, so he might as well use this time to check the rewards he gained from Rias. However, when he walked out of the room, smoking a cigar as he talked about life on the veranda, he saw that someone was already there. Asia. Asia was startled and turned, but when she saw his face, her face turned into a deep crimson as she lowered her head shyly. Riser. Chapter 310. Issei and Diodora will be happy. Even if Riser couldn't read a mind, from Asia's expression, he could tell that she must have heard what he had been doing with Zenobia. Unlike Rosweiss and Irina, who slept like a pig, Asia must be a light sleeper, but somehow, with what had happened to her life, he also didn't feel surprised, considering how precious the existence of Issei was within her heart. Frankly, Asia's best impression of Issei was when she arrived in Japan for the first time. When she had just been thrown out of the church and lost a place called home, like fate, she happened to meet with Issei. Issei, who was lustful toward a beautiful girl, didn't let go of his chance to befriend this cute nun, who knew nothing about society. Sorry. No. It's my fault that I can't sleep. Asia's voice became lower and lower as she apologized, but then she couldn't face Riser as Zenobia's scream was so loud. Yet, even her scream was loud. It was S*XY, lewd, and rousing. While Asia might have watched 18-plus videos as they existed in Issei's room, causing her to be curious, it was her first time seeing and hearing in reality. Nevertheless, this act of hers might seem unbelievable, especially when she was a nun who dedicated herself fully to the Lord just a few months ago. Yet now, she had become a naughty girl who was curious about the act between a man and a woman. Still, this feeling also made her feel guilty, especially when she felt this way toward Riser, a man who was supposed to be Issei's enemy. As someone who was living in the same house as Issei, Asia knew how much Issei hated Riser and how much Issei wished to defeat Riser. While she didn't think that it was possible, her kind heart didn't dare to break Issei's small, petty heart, especially when she cared about him. As for her feelings toward Issei, while it wasn't love, Asia cared about him much as Issei was the first person she met in this foreign country. Yet, it was also due to this reason that Asia couldn't help but imagine how it would become when Riser was the first person to meet her. Are you thinking about him? Riser slowly moved to Asia's side. The distance wasn't so close or far. It was just right, so Asia didn't feel uncomfortable with him by her side. Yes. When Asia thought about Issei, she couldn't help but sigh, feeling guilty once again as she thought she was the one who caused the death of Issei. Leaning weakly on the veranda, she looked at the distant Tokyo Bay. Watching how deep and dark the sea was during the night, she wondered whether that was how Issei felt when he D***ed dark and quiet, alone without anyone. The more she thought so, the more she wanted to cry, but then a gentle and warm presence was felt on her head. Riser-sama, do you think Hayadu will be happy to see you like this? If he sees you like this, I am sure that he will be sad, but... Riser paused his words for a moment and said, it must be thoughtless for me to say that. No. I know that you want to comfort me, Riser-sama. No, That's not what I mean. Riser shook his head and said, I think that it is irresponsible of me to tell you something like that, especially when I don't know your feelings. But I know that ever since that day, you have been living your life, trying to become stronger. Ah, how did he know? Ever since Issei passed away, she has been trying to make herself stronger, wishing to be even stronger, as she didn't wish the same thing to happen again in her life. Yet, at the same time, she knew that Riser might appear like a playboy, but she thought this must be his guise as he tried to hide many things inside him so no one would notice and worry about him. This made her think that they were the same type of people and made her closer as she lost her reserve and closed the gap between them. Did something happen, Riser-sama? Riser only chuckled and said, What has happened to me isn't something special, and I am sure that many people also have the same experience as me. That's true, but it must be something painful, right? Asia sighed and knew that what had happened to her wasn't something uncommon, and that many people even experience something even harder than her. But even so, I wonder whether we can return to the past. If they could return to the past, then there was no need for them to make the same mistake again. That way, there was no need for her to feel something like this again. But it would be nice if we could, but unfortunately, we can't. So you should just try not to repeat the same mistakes, shouldn't you? I think that's what it means to regret. His voice was calm and low, yet the words that came out of his mouth touched her heart. Instead of punishing herself due to regret, she should try not to make the same mistake. It was just something simple, but she forgot. I am sure that Hayato will think the same if he sees your current situation, Riser said with a gentle smile. Asia nodded quietly as she showed Riser a soft smile. At the same time, she thought that Riser was really gentle as she could see that he had forgiven Issei. Yes, that was true. Riser had forgiven Issei. After all, this guy was dead. Why should he think about Issei all the time? Still, Riser wondered whether Asia's feelings toward Issei were so fickle. According to his knowledge, Riser knew that if someone loved Issei the most, it would be Asia. For Asia, Issei was her everything. However, with a few words in his mouth, all the worries of Asia disappeared. Staring into her cute, beautiful face, Riser somehow had an impulse. Asia somehow noticed Riser's gaze change and caused her to blush, but somehow, she didn't lower her head and just continued to stare at his eyes, seemingly accepting his desire. Watching his reaction, Riser also didn't hesitate. It would be too sad if Asia continued to dwell on the past and regretted everything. That is why he was going to make her happy, and he was sure Issei and Diodora would be happy when they knew what he did to Asia, right? System. Slowly and unhurriedly, Riser made sure that this was what Asia wished to do. Asia was nervous, and her heart was beating so fast, turning her face into deep crimson, yet she didn't move away, waiting before she closed her eyes, accepting his kiss. As their lips touched, the blazing flame quickly spread all over her body. It was hot and unbearable, yet she didn't hate this feeling. Her heat, worry, and everything melted by the fire, causing her to forget everything and just enjoy the pleasure that was given by him. Chapter 311. Asia is a fearsome opponent. Riser realized why Issei and Diodora were crazy about Asia. While many were more beautiful or had better bod *es or even better techniques, Asia was just different. She was just obed *int, pure, following his every demand as she gently enveloped him, crying lewdly, showing a face that shouldn't be shown by such a pure girl. The contrast between her daily and at night was so much different that it lit up the fire within his nether region as he stained her with his color. Meanwhile, Asia also felt the same and understood why many women were crazy about him, including her master. When she was worried, unable to see anything in this darkness, his light was bright and warm and became an existence she depended on the most. Asia was just a weak woman, after all, and her experiences definitely weren't good, especially when she was betrayed many times in almost the * edition. Even when she was with Issei, she just couldn't hide her worry as she kept dreaming that they might be killed by Riser someday due to Issei's stupidity. After all, who wanted to be killed, right? Yet, when she was with Riser, it was different. It was addicting and nice, and she just couldn't escape from him, wishing to be drowned by him. As the two fell deeper into their coitus act, they didn't realize that Irina and Rossweiss had woken up and stared at their act in disbelief. It feels good, you know? Like a whisper of a devil, Zenobia said those words to the two, causing them to shiver as their bod *es were burnt. Yet their reason told them to stop since they knew that this was wrong, especially Irina, who was an angel. Irina was an ace of Michael, someone chosen by the leader of the angels, so how could she fall to this temptation? Oh, Lord, please help this lost lamb to fight the devil's temptation. Irina also didn't hate Riser, and if she was being realistic, she was the best man that she had ever seen. Even if his position was above all of them, he talked with her in a friendly way, and he was also reliable, yet at the same time, he could do something unexpected that made her heart skip. If she told Michael this matter, she was sure that Michael would agree, but somehow, she felt conflicted, especially when they didn't talk much. However, she bit her lower lip, watching how Asia cried happily as Asia fell deeper into the abyss of pleasure. As for Rosweiss? As long as Rosweiss had time to be alone with Riser, it was only time for her to fall. Moreover, watching Asia, who fell to him even though she was closer to Riser, she felt conflicted. Still, Zenobia felt like living as a devil was great, but at the same time, she was also amazed by Riser's prowess. His physical ability and technique aside, his skill to conquer a woman was even more amazing. She knew how loyal Asia was toward Issei. Even if Issei was a pervert, stupid, and all negative things that were combined into a single creature, Asia still defended him no matter what. Frankly, if Issei wasn't the host of the Red Dragon Emperor, Zenobia really couldn't understand the attractiveness of this guy. Moreover, with Issei's stupid brain, Zenobia could imagine that anyone who had a child with him would be affected by his small brain and would become stupid. Meanwhile, her choice, Riser, was the best. When Riser had nothing, Zenobia chose him, and she never wavered in her choice. As expected, her choice was correct, as he became the best of the best. Still, watching how Asia appeared so happy while being pounded by Riser with a variety of styles, she felt a little bit jealous and wished to join. However, Zenobia endured it since it was Asia's first time, and it was unethical of her to join them. Still, as the three watched the fight between Asia and Riser, there was also one dragon who watched this scene curiously. Nevertheless, when Riser was busy with Asia, Nurerihion, who gained a new weapon from Riser, was so happy. This is amazing. When all the bosses in the world could only show an empty promise, Riser clearly showed his rewards to anyone who was loyal to him. Nurerion didn't regret following Riser and felt even happier as he was the first person who followed him. Still, with his reward from Riser, he didn't waste his time and went to the 5 principal clans to spy on them. After all, he had become stronger. Sneak attacks and hiding his presence have always been his best skills, so with his new weapon, Vodka, that gave him the ability to become invisible and erase his presence completely, he was simply invincible. Walking to Nara, the town where the headquarters of the 5 principal clans were located, no one could find him, and everything was so smooth. However, he didn't expect to find a jackpot. Now, what are you planning to do? The next day, Riser woke up and continued his trip with everyone. Still, he was surprised by Asia's resilience. She might be weak, but her sacred gear, Twilight Healing, made her able to heal her body, so when one needed to rest the entire day after they took care of his need, she could walk smoothly without frowning and just enjoyed her trip with everyone. Nevertheless, Asia's resilience aside, everyone felt surprised by Asia's calm. Her face was as pure and kind as ever, and with that face, no one would be able to tell that she was someone who was just being pounded fiercely by Riser last night. What's wrong? Asia asked them with a soft smile. Nothing. Asia didn't mind their reaction and only smiled while thinking that she felt her mood was much better. It felt like she was flying, and everything felt at ease. Nevertheless, Zenobia thought that Asia was a fearsome opponent. Riser-sama, where are we going next? Let's finish Sona's quest first. Before he left on his trip, Sona told him to do a task that she was asked to do, but due to how busy she was unable to do this task. Usually, this task would be given to the Gremory group, but Rias was also busy, especially with many things happening in the Gremory house. What did Kaicho ask? Zenobia asked in doubt. Everyone. Zenobia, you are so stupid. Irina sighed, feeling helpless. If it were others, Zenobia might not mind, but facing this self-proclaimed angel, how could she bear it? As Zenobia and Irina start to fight, Riser shakes his head and then says, it's to find a lost member of a devil family. Still, before that, he was going to open the rewards he gained from Asia and also explain the rewards he gained from Rias previously. Chapter 312. To become powerful is easy. To defeat his enemy, then conquer their women. This was probably the best way for him to become stronger. While the morality of this method was questionable, his opponents wouldn't care about their methods, so he could only ignore his morals and just fight. Still, as he slept with the 2 most famous heroines in the story, he gained many extraordinary abilities. Congratulations, you have received Business Mastery, Hakoku, and Mirror Lion. Congratulations, you have received Crazy Diamond, Biology Mastery, and Surgery Mastery. Those were the rewards he gained from Rias and Asia. Suddenly, he felt that there was no need for him to work and he could spend all of his time sleeping with women. Then he would become powerful. Still, even if he had such a wish, he knew that it was impossible to realize, especially when there were many individuals who wished for him to D*E. However, it was impossible for him to D*E as he couldn't D*E. So what did they plan to do? He wasn't sure, but as they planned to mess up his life, he would also do the same. However, before that, he was going to check his rewards. Like others, when he slept with Rias, he got 3 rewards, which were Business Mastery, Hakoku, Warrior Nation, and Mirror Lion. There was no need to explain much about the business mastery, as it allowed him to master all the business practice and knowledge. Right now, with this knowledge, he could master the economy and wealth of everyone in this world. Still, it has been a while for him to receive such a reward, especially when all the rewards he gained would make him stronger, so this was a good thing. However, even if he gained rewards that made him stronger, he was also fine with it, and as expected of Rias, the last 2 rewards that he received from her were amazing. Hakoku was a fighting technique from a giant race in a certain famous work. By using this technique, he could use and focus all of his power within his weapon into a single attack, destroying and decimating everything instantly. If I'd had this technique before. If he had this technique when he fought against the Great Red, then he wouldn't have been so desperate to develop his techniques and abilities to the limit. While he had many fighting techniques, such as boxing mastery, they still lacked an impact and destructiveness compared to this fighting technique. Frankly, if he had to fight, he wanted to end it instantly instead of a long fight where he had to be in pain for so long. In other words, this technique was perfect for him. Yet, this wasn't the end, and he got the more perfect ability for him. Mirror Lion. It is an ability to enhance and increase the efficiency of any weapon he holds by 100-fold. If he gave an example of how this ability would work, if he held a normal stick, it would have the same destructiveness as the legendary stick of Sun Wukong, Rui Jingu Bang. Then, in this case, he held his Star Buster Star Blaster, a planet, where this world would be destroyed. If I get this ability before. Riser lamented as to why he didn't sleep with Rias before he fought the Great Red. Even now, he still remembered how each of the smashes given by that beast was enough to kill him instantly, as each of them had enough power to destroy a planet. But now, he could do the same even without the power of the Great Red inside his body. At the same time, he felt everything was so ridiculous. When he thought that he had become powerful, suddenly, someone was above him. When he was above that someone, there were some beings that were even more powerful. Moreover, this was impossible to stop unless he saw the creator of the world. Suddenly, he realized that when he was so ignorant before, everything was so happy, and now he couldn't since every day was hard work. At the same time, he also understood why Surzek decided to entrust everything to Issei. Unlike Surzek, who had hit the limit of his power, Issei was full of potential, and his growth had always given everyone a surprise. Moreover, along with the protagonist's halo and the power of the Red Dragon Emperor, there was no doubt that Issei would become powerful. In the future, Riser wouldn't be surprised if somehow Issei gained the power of the combination of Ophis and the Great Red, turning him into the most powerful being in the world. Yet, that was in the past, and from now on, this is his story. Still, his explanation of his rewards hadn't ended. He hadn't explained the rewards he got from Asia, after all. However, he had to say, the feeling of Asia's first time still lingered in his mind. Her sweet cry, soft body, and docile, Obid * in act were vivid in his mind. Riser thought that he had done a good job and knew that Issei and Diodora would be happy when they knew that he had made Asia feel happy. Issei and Diodora. Nevertheless, the rewards he got from Asia were quite good, and similarly, he also got knowledge-type rewards, which were biology mastery and surgery mastery. The surgery mastery, aside, which was practically easy to understand, he felt like the biology mastery was more interesting. There were many beings in this world, including dragons, gods, devils, and many others. With this biology mastery, he understood everything about them. Not in the sense of personality, but their physicals were clear to him, whether it was their advantage or weakness. He understood all of them. Still, he had to say, those 2 rewards aside, the last reward he got from Asia was somehow as expected. Crazy Diamond. Yes, it is that stand that comes from the work that often shouts, Aura, Aura, Aura. He got the stand of one of the protagonists, Crazy Diamond. This reward was somewhat unexpected as he knew how brutal the Crazy Diamond was, but when he thought about the ability of this stand, he felt he understood why he got this reward from Asia. Restoration. This was the ability of the Crazy Diamond. It was also part of the time manipulation ability, which was, no doubt, powerful. The ability of the Crazy Diamond was to restore objects or organisms through touch. It can repair damage, heal injuries, and revert chemical changes and complex structures to their raw components, e.g., a plate of spaghetti back into its raw ingrid *. It may also fuse objects, for example, a person with a rock. It is somehow quite similar to the degranate skill that he used previously. However, Crazy Diamond's main ability was to restore, so in case someone was heavily injured, he could restore them to the state where they weren't hurt. However, even if this ability was powerful, it had a limit, and that limit was that this ability couldn't restore his injuries. It can only be used to restore others. While this ability was brutal, it was also gentle as it was born because one wished to help others. Yet, somehow, for someone as evil as him, this ability might not be that suitable. However, it didn't matter since this ability was good. Riser-sama, Is this the place? Yes, this is the place. Looking at the gloomy sky on the distant deserted beach, Riser thought that they had come at the wrong time. Chapter 313, Overbearing Lucifer. When Riser planned to go to the human world and expressed his desire to run away from his work, Sona quickly seduced him and told him to help her with a task that she needed to do but didn't have time to do. Nevertheless, her request was an act of impudence, especially when her husband was a Lucifer, one with the greatest position in the underworld, yet she asked him for an errand. Naturally, she knew her act would dishonor his status, so she exchanged his service by telling him that she would wear various costumes from magical girls, witches, nurses, maids, etc. However, Riser didn't waver, as it was impossible for his status to be challenged. So, Sona had to bleed by saying that she would invite her big sister and Rias together. By then, Riser agreed as this price was suitable for his status. Moreover, while he didn't say it to Sona, he was quite interested in this task. Searching for the lost member of an extinct household of the devil? Inside the car driven by Ross Weiss, everyone listened to Riser's explanation about the task that he had to do and that they needed help. Yes, the one that we are searching for is a member from the extinct Velper household, one of the 72 pillars. While they might know some of the histories of the world, they weren't knowledgeable about the history of the devil, so Riser decided to explain the general situation of the devils to them. Still, he knew that they should know about the origin of the devils and the structure of the society of the underworld. Considering the origin of Asia, Irina, and Zenobia were from the church, they should know the basic knowledge about the devil. As for Ross Weiss could be said to be one of the smartest Valkyrie in the Norse myth, so it was natural for her to know about the devil, especially when she was working under Riser, so she learned more about the devil since she didn't want to become a burden for him. However, there was no doubt their knowledge of the devil civil war was quite minimal since the devil wouldn't expose this information to the world. Still, it didn't mean that they kept this matter a secret, as the devil civil war was a big matter, and naturally, everyone would know about it. Nevertheless, even if the other myths knew about this, they only explained it to some, and some of them might not even have an interest since they thought that all the devils were similar to each other. If there was a difference, it would be that there was a strong and a weak devil. However, what Riser wanted to explain was why there were many members of the extinct devil households in the human world. When the war is over, many families have gone bankrupt, losing everything. In the lucky case, those who lose at the devil civil war can live in the corner of the underworld, but those who are unlucky can only get out from the underworld and live in the human world. By then, they make their own descendants with varieties of races, but mostly humans, as a human was the most populous race in the world. But, Riser-sama, aren't all the nobles rich? Irina asked curiously. In her opinion, even those devils who had lost in the devil civil war shouldn't have a problem with their lives, right? After all, they were noble, so she was confused as to why some of them could become bankrupt. Riser chuckled. Not everyone is like mine, my wife's, or Rias' family. Unlike his family, who had monopolized several industries and were able to sell Phoenix tears, his wife's family, who monopolized the medical industry, or Rias' family, who was good at deceiving individuals to work for them. Many noble devils were naive and even stupid, such as the D***Ahazar family, who could only rely on his feet on the raiding game to develop his domain. Frankly, if Riser was in D***Ahazar's place, he would develop a variety of industries, including food, tourism, and some other specialties. In the case of the Belial house, where D***Ahazar came from, he thought that they should try to enter a security business as their special ability, worthless, could nullify any abilities. Still, he wouldn't bother to explain that, and he wanted to finish his job as soon as possible. By then, they talked about what the devil from the Viper household would be like. After all, a devil from a different household had their own unique features. It was like him, who was from the Phoenix house, had a flame-like wing, or Rias with her beautiful crimson hair. The Viper household should have a certain unique feature, right? Riser was also quite curious since it was an extinct household. He hadn't seen the real devil from the Viper household. According to the record, they should be similar to a fish. Soon, they arrived at a beach in the human world within the territory of the House of Fornius. With his location, it was easy to find where the devil that he was searching for was located. Still, the scene before him stunned him as he saw a real mermaid. Her lower half was similar to a fish, yet her upper half was so beautiful. Or rather, she was a beautiful woman. Her hair was in rare emerald, and her ears were pointy cute, reminding him of an elf, even though she was like an elf. Riser saw her in the distance, resting on the beach, playing alone. Isn't that a mermaid? Everyone imagined the devil from the Viper household would be like a monster fish, but unexpectedly, she was a beautiful mermaid. Then, naturally, they put their gaze on Riser at the same time, and as expected, he moved fast by approaching the beautiful mermaid. Riser wasn't sure what everyone was thinking. He only felt like he needed to help with this mermaid since she was alone, and it was dangerous to stay in the human world. Moreover, as a Lucifer, wasn't it his duty to protect his race? As he walked, the beautiful mermaid devil also noticed him and looked at him cautiously, as it was her first time seeing him. Excuse me, are you Lilitha Viper? Yes. Hearing her name being called, Lilitha lowered her guard slightly, but Riser's appearance, who happened to be her type, was also one of the most important factors of this reaction. Riser didn't activate his aura and talked with Lilitha politely, which gained her goodwill. As long as you are willing, I will prepare you a place on the Phoenix domain. Lilitha was moved by his offer and was about to agree, but she hesitated. But what's wrong? If you have any difficulties, please tell me. Truth to be told. Suddenly, the sky turned dark as if a storm was brewing and was about to rampage this place. Everyone except for Riser quickly became tense before they saw a pirate-like ship approaching from the distance. That's him. Lilitha hid behind Riser, scared as the ship approached them. Who? Greg. He won't leave him and forces me to join his peerage members. This is why Lilitha didn't dare accept Riser's invitation, as she was afraid that she might bring him trouble. Please leave. I will handle this. You shouldn't be troubled by my problem. Riser looked at Lilitha and wondered why many devils had a good personality. Shouldn't a devil be an evil? Lilitha, have you made up your mind? Be mine. I will take care of you. Like an overbearing CEO, Greg didn't hide his intention to make Lilitha become his woman. Still, Rosweiss, Irina, Zenobia, and Asia became tense and ready to fight since Greg seemed to intend to force Lilitha away. Watching their reaction, Riser sighed and thought that there was really no fairness in this world. He looked at Greg's face, which resembled an anglerfish, clearly far from the definition of handsome. If Greg's appearance was handsome, Riser could somehow imagine that this definitely wouldn't be the result. Instead, Lilitha would agree, especially when she was poor and weak. Her only advantage was her beautiful face, and she was part of the extinct Viper household. Moreover, he knew that this was Greg's territory, and Lilitha had also lived on Greg's territory illegally. Yet, somehow, Riser could imagine that Greg was pictured as a villain in the story. Nevertheless, Greg, who saw Lilitha, stood behind a man who felt angry since his love was taken. But when he was about to get angry, he stopped when he saw the man who stood in front of the woman he loved. Greg's peerage members also fell silent, and no one dared to say a single word. Greg, right? Yes, Riser-sama. Greg quickly jumped into the sea, then came to his side as soon as possible, bowing his head deeply. His peerage members also followed, and their postures were even lower. At the same time, all of them were glad that they hadn't said a single rude thing to Riser. Except for those who lived in isolation like Lilitha, it was impossible for anyone not to know Riser as he was the one who saved the underworld from the Great Red. I won't stop your solicitation to Lilitha, but don't use force, okay? She is the only living member of the Viper household, after all. Yes. Please forgive me. I won't invite her. Just joking. Greg didn't dare to do anything to Riser's woman after all. Riser knew that Greg had misunderstood, but he wasn't a hungry beast who would go after every woman. Nevertheless, he felt bored now. Then, leave. Yes. There were many women in this world, but they had only a single life, so all of them left respectfully, and then the dark sky swept away. Nevertheless, Lilitha was dumbfounded and asked, Riser, who are you? Oh, right. I haven't introduced myself. Riser smiled at Lilitha and said, My name is Riser Phenex. I am the third son of Lord Phoenix, but people mostly know me as Riser Lucifer, the current Lucifer of the underworld. Lilitha fell in silence and thought about her experience in the human world. In her life in the human world, she also often read many works, and the one she liked the most was an overbearing CEO who was crazily in love with the heroine. Still, Riser wasn't the CEO but a Lucifer, so should it be an overbearing Lucifer? Nevertheless, was such a plot going to happen to her? Lilitha somehow anticipated her future. Chapter 314. Rock and Roll. Unfortunately, such a plot didn't happen in Lilitha. Instead, when Riser got Lilitha, he left her to Zenobia, Irina, Rosweiss, and Asia. The four of them also agreed, and they quickly took care of Lilitha as they were afraid that something might happen between this beautiful mermaid and Riser. Before they left for the trip, Sona had reminded them to protect Riser. However, it didn't mean she asked them to protect him from danger. Instead, she asked them to protect him from various women who wanted to sleep with him. Fortunately, nothing had happened as Riser told them that he had something to do, so he left for a bit, leaving the rest behind in the hotel in Sapporo, Hokkaido. While Riser wanted to continue his trip, someone wished to meet him, so he teleported to the place where they made an appointment and met the person who wished to meet him. It's really hard to meet you, Riser-sama. It's been a while, Nararihayon. Even though Nararihayo's voice was full of complaints, he smiled and was full of relief when he saw Riser. Previously, after Riser returned from his fight against the Great Reds, Nararihayon wished to meet him. Unfortunately, Riser didn't want to since he wanted to spend his time with his women. Fortunately, Magari told Nararihayon that everything was okay, so he could feel relief that his leader was okay. The beginning of their relationship might not have been good, but Nararihayon started to feel that it wasn't bad to follow Riser, and now, he is in debt and is going to take down anyone who is trying to harm Riser. Since you want to meet me, you must have something to tell me, right? Yes. Nararihayon nodded. It's about the 5 principal clans. Oh? Have you found out what they plan to do? I'm not sure, but I have heard that they plan to search for the host of Innovate Clear. Innovate Clear? Are you sure? Yes. I even sneaked to the headquarters of the 5 principal clans, you know? I even met Azazel. With the weapon he gained from Riser, Nererahion knew that no one could stop him if he wished to sneak into someone's place. Naturally, Riser didn't think that Nererahion was lying. After all, the price of lying and betrayal was something that Nererahion couldn't pay. But Innovate Clear. Huh? What is this Innovate Clear? It's one of the Longinus. You mean the most powerful sacred gears? Like the White Dragon Emperor? That's right. However, Innovate Clear didn't have any attack power, and it was a supportive type of Longinus instead of something that could destroy the world. If there was something special about this Longinus, it had an ability to impersonate God. It sounded amazing, and he also didn't deny it, as it had the ability to create anything within the pocket dimension. Whether it was a living thing, a non-living being, or many others within one imagination, everything could be created. If there was a weakness, then all the things that existed within that pocket dimension couldn't be taken out and could only live within. Even so, this Longinus was amazing as it made one become a god, even if it was only within a pocket dimension. Moreover, this Longinus was the prototype of Ajuka to create the field for the raiding game. So why did Ajuka and Azazel wish to get their hands on this Longinus? If there was one reason, then Riser felt helpless, but he didn't say much since they were enemies, so there was no need to hold back. And if they couldn't be cruel, then they might as well commit suicide since death was about to come. What are they going to do with that Longinus? Nererahion asked in doubt when he heard the explanation of this Longinus from Riser. Well, whatever it be, there is no doubt that they were going to become the enemy of the host of this Longinus. That's true. To gain the Innovate Clear, there was no doubt that Azazel and Ajuka had to kill the user of this Longinus. Still, neither Nererahion nor Riser thought to remind this guy, or make this guy an ally. Why? Because there was no need to. Even if they got the Innovate Clear, it was meaningless since whatever they did, everything was pointless in front of the overwhelming power. Nevertheless, the Innovate Clear wasn't the only thing that Nererahion told them. The Pendragon House in Sun Wukong? Yes. Nererahion nodded. I saw them before at the headquarters of the 5 principal clans. In other words, Ajuka returned Biko and Arthur to their own houses. As for Kuroka, there was no need to worry about her as she was in the hands of a more reliable guy. A human sure is stupid. Nererahion sighed. Right? Nererahion felt that those humans should have just continued their lives without worry in their own world, but somehow, they tried to get themselves into the supernatural world. Should we destroy the 5 principal clans? Nererahion felt itchy since the 5 principal clans had always caused him trouble. As for the fact that they had joined the Alliance, he didn't care since what he followed was Riser and wasn't the Alliance, so being Riser's enemy meant that they were his enemy. It's okay. You don't need to. Are you going to destroy them yourselves? No way. Then, I will let someone destroy them. Who? Well, you will see soon. Nererahion was speechless, but he didn't say anything since he knew as long as Riser had determined something, nothing could stop him. Then, what should I do now? Just go back. Do your own thing. You don't need to do anything. Nererahion somehow felt that his existence was meaningless since he couldn't help Riser that much. The West Ukai faction might join the Alliance soon, so you don't need to do anything since, in case something happens, you might be affected. Nererahion raised his eyebrow and asked, Are you interested in a widow? Riser rolled his eyes. If you have nothing to do, how about you go back? He didn't bother to talk with Nererahion about his interest in a poor widow and left directly. Nererahion also rolled his eyes and just left, but he knew something big was about to happen. Still, Riser returned to Sapporo, telling him to have fun for a few days since he had something to do. While they were all speechless, they didn't stop him. Only, can I follow you? Ophis grabbed his hand and asked. Sure. Riser felt that he might as well bring Ophis with him. While no one could endanger her life, he was afraid that she might be used once again, so he held her hand and directly teleported himself to somewhere. Unlike the night at Sapporo, it was a day in this place, but somehow, the weather was gloomy and windy from the cloudy sky. Where is this? Ophis asked. The land of rock. But there aren't many stones here, Ophis asked with a doubt. I mean, we're in London. As for why he was here. Ouch. Suddenly, a girl crashed into him, and when she was about to fall, Riser caught her. As if it was the work of fate, the two met each other. Are you okay? I am okay. The girl answered in a flustered manner, but when she looked up, she was stunned in a place. Lucifer-sama. Chapter 315. A Normal Girl. Meredith Ordenton. She was a normal girl as long as she could remember. If there was something special about her, it was the fact that she was a little cuter than the other girls, and she was also a magician. Yes, she could use magic. Even if she wasn't good at offensive and defensive magic, she was good at security and sealing magic. Her talent and proficiency were even better than LeFay Pendragon, the genius magician of the Golden Dawn, one of the biggest magician groups, and also a noble daughter of the Pendragon House. However, even if their skill was similar, their status was different. Unlike LeFay, who came from a noble birth, Her birth was nothing but ordinary. She came from an ordinary family and then worked as the security of the royal family. There was no doubt that even if her life was ordinary, there were many envious of her, but when human greed was no bound, she was similar as she had always wished to become part of the noble family. Yet, she knew with her origin it was impossible for her to become one. Nevertheless, one day, she found her friends, whose status was similar to hers, suddenly became a noble family. She was confused and asked how those friends of hers could become one. With their close relationship, the friend told her that she was an illegitimate child of the noble family. While she felt envious, there was nothing she could do. Still, due to the difference in their status, she became inferior, and it was hard for her to communicate with others like before, especially when they also started to become arrogant and look down on her. However, she didn't say anything. While she disdained their skill and snobbish attitude, she knew that her status was nothing compared to theirs, so she could only endure it. Moreover, she also didn't want to lose them since she knew that this connection was necessary for her in the future, especially when her origin was humble. Still, the life of the magicians wasn't all that exciting as they often mostly stayed in a place as bodyguards, so in that time, they spent their time talking about the gossip that was popular in the supernatural world. Naturally, the most popular gossip was Riser Lucifer. Riser was the strongest and the new Lucifer of the underworld. As a magician, they wished to make a contract with a powerful devil, so there was no doubt everyone wished to become his contracted magician. Not only was Riser handsome, but he was strong, and as long as one made a contract with him, there was no doubt their status would be directly above everyone else. Even the royal family might bow down in front of them, as they were a contracted magician of Riser Lucifer. However, listening to their conversation, Meredith only snorted inwardly since even if Riser made a contract with a magician, it definitely wouldn't be with any of them, whose status among the nobles was only SOSO. Even as magicians, they weren't that powerful. If I can be the one. Sometimes, she wondered whether she could become Riser's contracted magician. If possible, she wished to be the one, especially when she thought about how handsome and strong Riser was. Contracted by such a powerful devil, under that contract, he wished to become one with her, and she could do nothing as she let him do whatever he wished with her body. Nevertheless, Meredith knew that she wasn't the only one who had such an imagination since the others also had imagined so. Riser might be married, but it was because he was married that he was popular. Still, no one thought that they could attract Riser's eyes, especially when they heard the strongest magician in the human magician organization Grauzabir, Lavinia Rennie, was rejected by him. In the supernatural world, the name Lavinia Rennie was loud, and it was also because of this the news of her rejection quickly circulated among everyone as they wanted to laugh at her, who had failed. A human was like this. When they saw those who were better than them suddenly fail, they felt delighted. Nevertheless, due to Rennie's power, no one said this matter out loud and only talked behind her. After all, no one wanted to D*E. Rennie was not only the most powerful magician on the Grauzabir, but she was also the holder of Absolute Demise, one of the Longinus. Still, it was also because of this that sometimes Meredith wondered if she had gained a Longinus. If I have it, my future will be different. Unfortunately, her luck wasn't good. While she had a sacred gear, it wasn't a Longinus. Instead, it was just something like a nail. It might be quite powerful, but that's it. Still, the world was like this. Everything was unfair. As Meredith sighed helplessly, she suddenly found out that her origin was a royal family. Yes, she was also a noble birth. When she thought that, she was so happy, but the higher the expectation, the higher the disappointment was. She knew her origin, and she happily came to her real family, but unfortunately, cold water poured directly into her face. They didn't accept her, and she was told to leave as she had nothing to do with them. Anger and hatred were the emotions that occupied her, but all she felt was despair and sadness. By now, she realized a dream was impossible to realize. All she could do was face reality as she realized how small an existence she was in this world. She was different from the Pendragon siblings, who could live well after they had joined a terrorist organization. Even though they had messed up the world and many myths, their family would protect them, and the others would give them a face, giving them a second chance to live. However, what about her? She was nothing. As long as she thought about this, nothing mattered anymore. She thought that she should live a humble life and continue to live quietly as the security of the royal family without troubling anyone. It was also because of this that she crashed into someone. She quickly apologized timidly. I am sorry. Only after she apologized did she realize that she was about to fall. She closed her eyes in fear, but a strong hand grasped her shoulder tightly. Are you okay? Hot. This is what she thought. His grasp was something that could only come from a man. It made her confused and also strange as it was her first time to feel something like this. But she didn't hate this feeling as it made her forget all the unpleasant things, so she wished to know where the source of those feelings came from. Only when she opened her eyes did she realize what kind of mess up she had done. Lucifer Sama. Chapter 316. Contracted Magician. Meredith wasn't sure what to do. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Yes. Meredith quickly nodded as she wondered what she should do, and in the end, she took a cup of tea and drank it. Only. It's hot. Riser chuckled as he sipped his coffee while looking at Ophis, who quietly ate a cake. Still, he looked at the girl in front of him. Cute, he thought. She had auburn hair, which she tied in braids, and blue eyes, which were similar to him. Now that you mention it, what's your name? My name is Meredith Ordenton, Lucifer Sama. Meredith was so confused at the time, wondering why she had afternoon tea with Riser, but she didn't reject him and was even happy as she thought that she was sure that everyone would be jealous of her when she knew her experience was. You don't need to get nervous. Also, call me by my name instead of Lucifer. But, call me. It was like an order, yet strangely enough, she didn't feel like she was forced. It was like her body, lips, and everything she wanted to follow him. Yes, Riser-sama. Good. Meredith blushed when she heard his praise. By the way, are you free now? It's my first time here. I don't know much about London, so if you are free, can you guide us around? Meredith. Or, is that not okay? No, it's okay. Let me guide you around, Riser-sama. That's good. How about we go now? Yes. With that decision, the three of them started their tour around London under the guidance of Meredith. Unlike Riser and Ophis, who came to this city for the first time, Meredith had been in this city for as long as she could remember. She knew every corner of this city like it was her home. Frankly, this might be weird, but for her, who was a master of security magic, knowing the terrain, map, and geography was necessary. She needed to watch everything so nothing could penetrate the security. So, you are a magician? Yes, I have been. It might be because Riser was a good listener that Meredith started to talk about many things about her life and how she was working, including how she worked with the royal family. Isn't that great? Great. At your age, you can be entrusted to protect the royal family. I don't think I have seen anyone who is as good as you. Really? Meredith was happy when she heard his praise. Yes. Riser smiled. It's my first time seeing a girl as talented as you. As Meredith talked happily and Riser listened patiently, Ophis stared at the two as she ate mochi made by Riser. She wasn't sure, but she didn't like to see him like this. She could see him, yet at the same time, she couldn't see him. It was as if his face was covered by a thick mask that made it impossible for anyone to see the face behind that mask. Yet, Ophis didn't say anything and just quietly stayed by his side since she wasn't sure why he was like her, who was just swimming alone in nothingness as her life passed. However, the thought of Ophis didn't bother the two as Riser and Meredith enjoyed their time together. Holy nail. Yes, this is my sacred gear, Holy Nail. Holy Nail. It is an object used to nail Jesus Christ onto the cross. Naturally, he was familiar with it as it was one of the holy relics alongside the Holy Spear, Holy Grail, Holy Cross, and the Shroud of Turin, and the first three became the Longinus, True Longinus, Sephiroth Graal, and Incinerate Anthem. So it surprised him when he heard that she got a holy relic type of sacred gear. Although Meredith said that her sacred gear was a holy nail, Riser didn't think so, especially when it had the shape of the legendary Iron Crown of Lombardy, which consisted of a circle of gold and jewels fitted around a central silver band. Yet, he could tell that this crown was made from the holy nail. So, did her sacred gear evolve like others? Still, when he realized the power of this sacred gear, he couldn't help but show a gentle smile at Meredith. While Meredith had friends, they weren't so close to her that she could talk about them, and they were all wearing masks every day. Moreover, they were also looking down on her as her status was much lower than hers. If there was someone different, it would be Le Fay Pendragon, whose status was above hers, yet Le Fay treated her the same as others. In the past, Le Fay had invited her to join her, but she refused. Nevertheless, Meredith was glad that she refused that invitation as she knew what Le Fay played was a dangerous game. Unlike Le Fay, who had the backing of the Pendragon House, she had nothing. The moment she was involved in the criminal organization, her life was as good as death. Lastly, the reason why she was glad to refuse Le Fay's invitation was because if she followed Le Fay, she knew that she wouldn't be able to meet Riser. Meredith knew that it might be strange and even arrogant of her to say this, but it was like their meeting was fate. They didn't know each other, and the difference in their status was very different. She was nothing but a commoner, and he was someone who stood above everyone. Even God and the strongest beings would cower when they heard him. Yet, here, he stood by his side, listening to her patiently and gently. It was also her first time being treated especially like this, and she felt like her heart was overflowing and that they were about to burst. However, there was nothing permanent. Everything had to end. I am sorry. I need to go back. I see. Meredith felt like her feet were stuck on the ground, and everything burst like a bubble. Could she see him again? She lowered her head, moving her small feet uncomfortably as she knew that it was impossible. Who was she? Why would he meet her again? Yet, Meredith, do you believe in gravity? G-gravity? Meredith looked at Riser in confusion. We don't know each other. Our statuses are different. We even live in two different worlds, yet somehow, we met each other. It is as if gravity pulls us together. Riser smiled. It's mysterious, isn't it? I wonder why I have met you from all the people in London. His voice was like magic. She was completely attracted to his words like she was under the spell. So, do you want to become my contracted magician? Eh? Eh? Yeah. Meredith was startled and couldn't believe what she had heard. Are you joking, Riser-sama? I am not. But there is nothing special about me. I am also just a commoner. I have nothing. No, you are special. Her chin was gently pinched by him as she stared into his sincere ears. Why? Because I chose you from all the magicians in this world. She couldn't take her eyes away from him, and her body moved closer and closer than they attached to each other. Is it really okay for me to become your contracted magician? Yes or no? What's your answer, Meredith? No. I want to. No, let me be your contracted magician. Then, let's make our pact official. Meredith blushed and was nervous, but then she closed her eyes before she let him take her first kiss and sign themselves under contract. Chapter 317. Let's dominate the world. Riser made a pact with Meredith Ordenton. While he was often low-key, he didn't mind being in the spotlight. Moreover, he also knew that this girl loved vanity, and for him, it was the easiest way for him to give. Especially with her sacred gear, it was even easier. The moment Meredith became Riser's contracted magician, her life changed. The royal family that contracted before changed and made her into part of royalty. Her status on the Golden Dawn was also so high that she was close to becoming the leader. Everyone fawned over her, and she gained a life that she had never dreamed of before. What do you think, Meredith? On the tallest building in the United Kingdom, the Shard, 3 people gathered together on the top floor. Riser bought this building directly and made it into his house. It's great, Riser-sama. Meredith lay on his chest happily as she got everything that she had always dreamed of. Or rather, she wondered whether everything was a dream since everything happened so fast. Still, she knew that everything was because of him. He was the one who found him. He was the one who believed in him. He was the one who gave her everything. As long as it was for him, she would do anything. Still, if possible, she wanted to sit on his lap, but she knew that she couldn't, especially with the current strongest dragon sitting there. It didn't matter as she could sit on his lap later at midnight. Yet, at the same time, she didn't expect that her sacred gear would be so powerful. She thought that it was just a holy nail, a powerful nail that could stab people. While it was powerful, that's it. If there was something special about it, it had the effect of making people stick into a place and unable to walk as they were nailed by it. However, that wasn't the case. It had a powerful ability, especially to manipulate people. Yes, she could control all the people in this world and made her become her loyal slave. The power was amazing, and it was also because of this she knew that she needed Riser's protection. If someone knew that she had this power, it wouldn't be weird that she would be killed, brainwashed, trapped, or controlled. She might seem like an overreaction, but as she had been living on this side of the world, she had seen many things. It was also due to this that even if she knew that her origin was royalty, she never forced herself and acted like a child so she could be acknowledged, as she knew how cruel and dirty royalty could be. It was also because of this that she gave up without expecting anything and just lived without expecting anything. However, her meeting with him changed everything. He knew her worth, and he was also the one who excavated her from the dirty mud, exposing her true worth like a diamond. Still, she had gotten everything, whether it was status or wealth, so right now, she wondered whether there was something that she could do for him. Riser-sama, I have controlled most of the members of the Golden Dawn, governments, nobles, royalty, armies, etc. Or rather, she had almost controlled the whole United Kingdom with her power. In the original story, she also had done this, but she wasn't Loki. Instead, like a child who wanted to be seen and acknowledged by many, she caused trouble everywhere, so all the people would put all their attention on her. However, this time, it was different since Riser was right beside her. He taught her everything, whether it was to control people, gain power, and many others. He didn't hold back and educated her on everything. If there was someone that she trusted the most, it would be Riser, and like a child who wished to be praised by their parents, she wished to do something to him. There is no need for you to do anything. You only need to become stronger. That's what you need to do. He patted Meredith's head with a smile. Still, he told the truth. Despite Meredith's sacred gear being powerful, he didn't need her help that much to achieve his goal. He could do anything by himself, and there was no need for her to do anything. Frankly, he felt a little guilty for using this girl. However, even if he didn't use her, he knew that someone would use her. He might as well have taken her by his side, and he was sure that Meredith knew that he came for this power of hers, but she didn't mind since it wouldn't be weird for someone to have an unconditional attraction and love. Their relationship was different from a parent who gave their unconditional love to their children. Instead, It was because he sought after her power that she knew he would be by her side no matter what. That was why she would give him her everything. So, by the way, I have heard that you have a little problem with the Pendragon House, Riser-sama? Little problem? Riser chuckled. I don't even count them as trouble. In his mind, the Pendragon House was as good as a bug, which he had seen on the corner of the street where he walked. As long as it didn't bother him, he wouldn't even bother to glance. Unfortunately, sometimes, a human is just ignorant. Still, they have annoyed you, after all, so it doesn't matter if I give them a little trouble, right? What are you planning to do? Riser asked curiously. Hiki, it's a secret. Meredith stuck out her tongue cutely. Cheeky, aren't you? Feeling helpless, he flicked her forehead. It hurts. Even though it didn't hurt, she wanted to show how cute she was by acting like this. How fake. Yet, it didn't matter since she was cute. Still, somehow, Meredith reminded him of Rias, but due to her small stature, she should be like Ravel. However, with Meredith controlling the majority of everything, whether it was the economy or the army in the United Kingdom, there was no doubt a nightmare was going to come to the Pendragon House. You don't want to follow me? I will follow you after I have prepared my present. After making a pact and teaching Meredith many things, Riser didn't plan to stay any longer, especially when he was quite busy. Even if he wanted to escape with all of his work, he knew that he couldn't do it. He might be lazy, but he wasn't irresponsible, and it was the reason why everyone trusted him. Raising her bangs, he kissed her forehead, then patted her head gently. Don't do anything dangerous. You, Meredith blushed, but her heart was beating so fast, and she felt so happy. But it's okay, isn't it? You have given me a new power, after all. With this power, I can even go to you whenever I am in danger, Riser-sama. With the power of Link, Riser shared the power of Warp no Mi with Meredith so it could help her to run away. Well, that's true. With me, you don't need to fear anything. See you later, Meredith. See you. As he teleported with Ophis, he went for his next second goal. Nevertheless, Meredith has made up her plan, and she is going to give hell to those who oppose Riser. I need to work hard. Clenching her small, pink fists, Meredith's goal was to dominate the world and give it to Riser. Chapter 318. Everything is about to crumble. Who is Meredith Ordenton? This question appeared to everyone in the supernatural world. Yet, this was normal as Meredith wasn't well known, and she was just a normal bodyguard who protected the royalty. So why did Riser choose her as his contracted magician among all the magicians in this world? No one knew the reason. Except this girl was quite cute. Nothing was special about her. Moreover, she wasn't the cutest girl out there. Lastly, her specialty was nothing but security and seal magic, while her proficiency in other magics was also horrible. Yet, even if no one knew the reason why Riser chose this girl, they couldn't help but feel envious of this girl. Everyone was thinking so hard, trying to gain Lucifer's attention, yet even if this girl did nothing, she could gain her attention. Moreover, the benefit that was gained by this girl made many magicians grit their teeth in hatred and jealousy. When one does research about magic, they need money, connections, and many others. Yet, the moment Meredith became a contracted magician of Riser, she got everything that everyone could only dream of. Why should it be this girl? Nevertheless, even if they were filled with jealousy, they couldn't do anything. Riser made his decision, and troubling Meredith was as good as death, especially when she had become the darling of the Golden Dawn and the entire society of the United Kingdom. Why? Lavinia Rennie was confused and didn't understand. Why should Riser choose Meredith? She had shown her intention to make a pact with Riser, and she even said that she would do anything. Yet the result? She was ignored. While her personality was good, she still had an arrogance and prided herself as a strong magician, especially when her existence was special. Not only was she proficient in magic, but she also had a Longinus. Yet, Riser chose Meredith. She couldn't understand this, and she also couldn't accept it as if all the plans that had been made would crumble because she was unable to become his contracted magician. However, this wasn't her only failure, especially when she was called by the leader of her organization, Mephistopheles. Is there something wrong, Mephisto-sama? Mephisto stared at Lavinia's beautiful face and asked, Are you still in contact with Azazel and the rest? Don't follow them anymore. His voice was cold and calm, as if it was an order instead of advice. However, Lavinia frowned and couldn't accept Mephisto's decision. Why, Mephisto-sama? You should know who the real evil and the good are. We have been working for peace. If we let that evil Lucifer dominate everything, then everything that we have built will crumble. Mephisto looked at the girl, who had been following him for a long time, and thought that she had become so unfamiliar. Moreover, didn't he kill your Tannen? Did you not even feel a shred of remorse for the death of your family? Lavinia was in outbursts, and she uttered everything within her mind as she felt like Mephisto had made the wrong decision. I see. When Mephisto nodded, Lavinia somehow felt relief and thought that he had woken up, but leave. What? As I have said, leave. Mephisto stared at Lavinia without expression. You are not a member of Grausaber anymore. You can do whatever you want now, and I won't forbid you, but whatever you do from now on, please don't bring the name of Grausaber with you, as you are not a member of this organization anymore. Are you serious? Yes. Mephisto nodded, ignoring Lavinia's shock. So, leave. Don't involve me with your problem. Lavinia opened her lips before she closed them again. She felt like Mephisto had changed, and she felt like he had become unfamiliar in her eyes. Nevertheless, there was no trace of regret on her face, only, "You will regret this." Watching Laviania's back, Mephisto shook his head and thought that this girl was so stupid. Fighting Riser? Who in the right mind would do it? When he met Riser before, he knew that Riser was strong, so strong that he knew that fighting was pointless. Even what had happened to Tannen before was caused by Riser. He didn't do anything and just let Riser kill Tannen, since doing anything against Riser was meaningless. It was like when one knew that an earthquake was about to happen, yet was there something that one could do except to be prepared for the destruction to happen? Riser was like that. He had become a force of nature, and fighting against him was stupid. As for justice and evil? Mephisto disdained Laviania's foolishness, since he knew the terms of justice and evil had always been determined by the winner. And Riser is the justice now. With that thought, Mephisto just quietly continued his job and lived on the corner without interrupting Riser's life. All he needed to do was act like a pebble on the corner of the street, not bothering him in the slightest and hopefully being ignored by him. What do you think, Azazel? Seal and security magic. Azazel felt conflicted when he saw the report about Meredith. I am sure that he has realized it. Then, he is playing with us. We're like a mouse, and he is like a cat. Before devouring us, he is playing with us, cornering us, having fun seeing our horror. Then when he becomes bored, then that's it for us. Ajuka narrated his thoughts about Riser's decision to make a contract with Meredith. Then, what should we do now? Azazel could feel that it was like his body was trapped within a quagmire, and it was impossible for him to escape before he slowly drowned, unable to breathe, and then get painfully. Nothing is changing. Ajuka shook his head. I'm sure that someone will do something instead of us. Azazel nodded, since he knew that it was impossible for them to investigate Meredith further, especially when she was under the protection of Riser. If they tried to attack her or kidnap her, they knew that they would be caught under Riser's trap, and they would be killed. If there was a reason why Riser didn't do anything to do them, it was because he lacked a reason to do so, but when he got a reason, their lives were as good as over. Yet, even if they did nothing, someone was much more in panic than them, and they could let them make a move so they could buy them time for them. Damn it. That stupid son and daughter. Uther Pendragon was enraged when his family was being troubled anywhere within the world. Moreover, many attacked his family at the same time without showing a single mercy. All of them did their best to please Riser by attacking their family, and he knew everything was all because of his stupid son and daughter. After he saved them, he thought that they could calm down, but who would expect that they would escape once again and continue to act as a terrorist? In the beginning, he didn't care, but once Riser made a contract with Meredith, whether it was the royal family, the nobles, politicians, businessmen, and many others started to attack the Pendragon family at the same time. As a big family, it was impossible for their family to be all clean, and he knew his family was full of filth, yet they weren't the only ones. However, facing the attacks from every direction made him frightened, thinking that the Pendragon house was as good as ever. Moreover, everything was all due to Arthur and Lufay. Even now, Uther was under pressure, even from his family, as his family wished to throw away Lufay and Arthur to Riser, begging for his forgiveness. Yet as a father, was it something that he could do? Unexpectedly, he could. His son aside, his daughter was quite cute, so he knew that Riser might be tempted to take down Lufay. With that relationship, their family could make peace with Riser. As for his son, with the relationship with Riser and Lufay, Uther didn't need to worry about anything. Yet, somehow, when he discussed this problem with the other members of his family, he suddenly noticed something strange. Where is Elaine? Elaine Westcott. She is the maid serving the House of Pendragon and a descendant of one of the founding fathers of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn. She is also Lufay's attendant, who was responsible for her education and took care of her since childhood. While others might not understand, Uther knew that the reason why Arthur left was due to his love for this maid. However, this maid suddenly disappeared, which confused him. I gave her to Riser Lucifer through Meredith Ortonton. One of the members of the Pendragon house said. You don't mind, right? Uther fell in silence as his lips twitched, thinking that the fate of his son wasn't much different from his ancestor, but he didn't mind since if a single maid could appease Riser's anger, it was nothing. Still, while many things happened due to Riser's decision to make Meredith his contracted magician, he went somewhere. So where was he? Do not kill me. I beg you, Riser-sama. With her neck tightly grasped by Riser, a beautiful woman with straight and long pale blue hair and dark blue eyes begged him not to kill her. Her usual cold atmosphere was no longer seen, as one could only see the desperation in her and somehow humiliation and hatred in those eyes. Yet, even if Riser heard her begging, he didn't show mercy, since this woman was one of the dragons who was partly responsible for his almost near-death experience. Chapter 319. Working hard to become the champion. Tiamat. This was the identity of the woman Riser was about to kill. She might be beautiful, and her begging voice would make anyone feel sorry for her. Yet did she feel sorry when he was about to be killed by the Great Red? When he thought about that day, he became even more furious. Nah. Tiamat couldn't even let out a single noise as her neck was burnt by the heat from his hand. Painful. 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 It was the first time she had felt like this or even been treated like this. As one of the Dragon Kings, she would be favored by everyone, and they would bow, grovel, and even show their best respect toward her. Even the heavenly dragons couldn't talk arrogantly toward her. While their status might be different, and she was just a Dragon King, her status definitely wasn't lower than the heavenly dragons, and if she wished to, she might be able to defeat Draig and Albion, who was hailed as the Red Dragon Emperor and White Dragon Emperor respectively. Yet, facing Riser, it was different. There was nothing she could do. All of her struggles were meaningless. She could do nothing. If there was something that she could do to save her life, she would use her body to seduce him. After all, she knew how beautiful she was. Even if she was a dragon, she knew that Riser would be tempted, especially when his reputation told everyone that he was quite lustful. As for defeating him, she could only wait for Ajuka, as she knew that there was nothing she could do except buy time. Yet, Riser didn't seem to care about her, and her throat became tighter and tighter that she was unable to breathe and was about to D*E. No, please. She knew that Riser could kill her, and this was what made her scared of him. As for thinking that everything was her fault, there was no such thing as a dragon being an arrogant being, and being accommodated by everyone was what everyone was supposed to do when they faced them. Yet, she was smarter than Draig and Albion, and it was also because of this that she stayed alive until now. However, she is about to D*E now. Still, when she thought about dying, he let go of her throat and threw her into the ground like trash. Cough, cough, cough. When she took a deep breath, his cold voice suddenly sounded, "Do you want to live?" Being looked down at as she appeared to grovel on the ground caused her heart to ache with hatred. She wanted to stand up and fight him, yet her heart was crushed by his aura, and she knew no matter what she did, it was all meaningless. Yes. As she tried to endure the fear in her heart, she begged him, and nodded hurriedly. "Destroy the 5 principal clans for me and get all 5 beasts to me." Tiamat was in a daze when she heard his request. "You can't do it? Then, goodbye." Suddenly, Riser raised his foot before it became blazing hot, so hot like she was roasted by the sun. "I will do it. I will do it." Her relationship with the 5 principal clans might be good, especially with the Nakiri clan, the clan within the 5 principal clans that was in control of a yellow dragon. Yet, compared to her life, which was more important? "You can say my name when you attack them when you want." Riser chuckled and didn't intend to stay any longer. "You don't have much time. Hurry up and do it. You can have this so you can move as soon as possible." Leaving those words, he teleported away without looking at Tiamat as he threw a vial of liquid at this dragon woman. Tiamat grasped the earth tightly with a complex mood. Not only was she being treated like this, but her pride as a woman was also damaged by Riser's indifference. Damn it. Yet, when she thought about Riser's aura, she could only suck *MB. The only thing that she could do next was just to follow his order. Still, while Riser said that she could use his name when she attacked the 5 principal clans, she knew that she couldn't do so unless she wanted to D*E. As for her relationship with the 5 principal clans, the hell with it. As for being an enemy of the entire Japanese myth, the hell with it. Compared to being the enemy of Riser, it was better to be the enemy of this small country. As for her relationship with those humans on the 5 principal clans, it didn't matter. Moreover, Riser only told her to destroy, not to kill all the people, so she could selectively kill. However, to be on the safe side, she decided to destroy all of them. With that decision, she looked at the vial that was thrown by Riser, staring at it for a moment before she drank it without hesitation. It could be a curse, a poison, or anything else, but Riser could kill her anytime, so there was no point for him to kill her with this vial, especially when he needed her to take the blame for the destruction of the 5 principal clans. Still, to her surprise, all the injuries, ailments, and everything within her body were healed instantly, as if she were reborn. She was dumbfounded and didn't expect that Riser would give her something so precious. No, he should be the one who produced all this vial. Not only was he powerful, but he could also heal others. Was there even a point in him struggling? Tiamat sighed helplessly, feeling an extreme regret to become his enemy. Before, she made a good decision by moving away from his battle against Tannen, but she made a stupid decision by helping Ajuka, causing her to be classified as Riser's enemy. Yet, the favor that Ajuka had on her had already disappeared, and at this moment, She was going to move away and avoid Ajuka like a plague since, as a beautiful woman, there should be a chance for her to be forgiven by Riser, right? Moreover, she blushed before shaking her head. Still, she didn't waste her time and moved to Japan, ready to destroy the 5 principal clans. Meanwhile, Riser, who returned to Sapporo to meet with everyone, had a blast together, eating ramen and many delicious foods while enjoying the beautiful scenery of Hokkaido. Unlike before, this time, the group from Rias and Sona also joined him on this trip. Still, if there was something that made him helpless, it was that Ophis became clingy to him, but he didn't bring her when he went to Tiamat before as he felt it was quite troublesome. You will have a match against Roygun Belphegor, right, dear? Rias asked. Yes. Then, after that, you will fight against the champion. When Rias thought that her man would become the champion of the rating game, she became excited. When you win, I don't mind bringing Aquino and Asia with me. Aquino and Asia blushed, but they didn't hate the idea. Bucho, why don't you include me? Kaneko asked with a pout. Riser, you want to join too, Kaneko? Rias asked curiously. Riser-sama. Kaneko stared at Riser with a pitiful gaze. Riser wasn't sure what to do, but he decided to work hard to become the champion. Chapter 320, Bite the Dust. The winner is Riser Lucifer-sama. Everyone was full of excitement as they saw Riser's victory. You okay? Roygun Belphegor, who sat on the ground, looked at Riser, who stretched his hand helplessly, but she didn't reach his hand immediately. Instead, she asked, Thanks. Are you free tonight? If you want to become an ice cube, then go ahead. Roygun glanced in the direction of Sarah Fall and sighed helplessly. Still, she knew that Riser was powerful, and he was even letting her give her all before he defeated her, even though he could defeat her instantly. Congratulations, you have received Ratio Technique. When he saw his reward, somehow, he didn't feel surprised. The ability of the Belphegor house was Crack. It was the ability to create Terran things within the range of the user. While he could defeat Roygun instantly, he wanted to see her power, so he had seen her using this ability, such as when he threw a ball of fire or a blade of wind, she would tear his attacks. Still, if she wanted to, it should be possible for her to tear up a living being. It could be said that besides the power of destruction of the Bale house, the power of Crack from the Belphegor house wasn't so shabby. Moreover, unlike the power of destruction, which was rather slow, the Crack could be done almost instantly. There was no doubt that this was a powerful ability, but it was meaningless to him. While it could be used on living beings, including the other devils, tearing them apart, when Roygun faced someone whose demonic powers were higher, at the same level, or even a little smaller, the effect of her ability was as good as being annihilated. Nevertheless, it didn't mean she was weak, especially when she was ranked 2 in the rating game. Riser could imagine the power of Hull from the Bediz Abaddon would be torn apart by Roygun, which made her a natural nemesis and weakness of Bediz. Moreover, Roygun also used the King Piece, increasing her power and demonic power even further. But facing him? There was no need to explain anymore, right? Riser somehow couldn't imagine there was an enemy that could kill him anymore. And this rating game was just a show so everyone could see how powerful he was. Nevertheless, as he had won against Roygun, he got a new ability, which was a ratio technique. Ration technique is an ability that grants him the ability to divide his target with lines and forcibly create a weak spot at the ratio point of 7:3. In other words, he could create a weak point artificially. No matter how strong one was, as long as he used this ability, he could create a weak point, making his damage even harder. This somehow made him feel silent since it felt like it was better for him to fight Roygun on the rating game first, so that way it would be easier for him to fight the Great Red. Moreover, when one was strong, a weak point was meaningless as it couldn't kill the opponent instantly. Still, as his match with Rogian ended, it gave everyone a variety of responses. While the common people were happy with their powerful Lucifer, and those who were related to him felt that their future was bright, those who were about to join the alliance fell into silence. The Norsemyth group, who had joined the alliance, fell in silence, especially Vidar, the leader of the current Norse myth. Usually, this position would be taken by Thor, his older brother, but during the fake Ragnarok, Thor's injuries were so heavy that Thor needed to fight many things, enduring everything by himself, so in the end, Vidar was the one who took the position of the leader. Watching how strong Riser was, Vidar understood why this alliance was necessary, and he knew it was better for Roswise to have children with Riser as soon as possible. Should I add more women? The more women got pregnant by Riser, the better the alliance between the Norse myth and Riser was. As for the others, Vidar didn't care much since only the strong were worthy of the alliance of the Norse myth. The Greek gods were the same, especially Zeus and Poseidon, who wished to make an alliance with Riser. While the Greek gods might seem unreasonable, they still knew the current situation of the world. They might be able to act as they wished on the Greek, but on the scale of the world, whether Zeus or Poseidon knew that they weren't invincible and their country was often ravaged by many, such as from the Ottoman Empire and Roman Empire. At the moment, the growth of the alliance led by Riser is like those behemoth empires of the past. As for whether Riser could continue to stay alive and strong, it was a question that could be talked about later, but for now, their best current action is to become an ally of the alliance. How stupid. Hades snorted, watching the might of Riser as he tried to endure the feeling that crept into his heart. Don't cause trouble, Hades. Yeah, we have talked over this before. Zeus and Poseidon quickly scolded Hades, but seeing Hades didn't say anything, they also ignored him and discussed whether they should send someone to become Riser's mistress. Still watching Hades, who was in a bad mood, the two of them wondered whether they should send Persephone to Riser's chamber. They might be brothers, but as gods, their relationship wasn't something that could be understood by humans' common sense. Nevertheless, the reaction of those gods aside, Ahazar Belial, the champion of the raiding game, knew that it was his time soon. Whether his title as the eternal champion could be defended or trampled by Riser, only the future could tell, yet suppressing the uncomfortable feeling in his heart, he vowed that he would win this match. Moreover, he would be lying if he didn't feel excited about this match, yet at the same time, he knew that he needed to apologize for what had happened before since the disaster caused by Tannen was like a slap on his cheek. Tannen, why? Filled with confusion, the raiding game between Riser and Roygun ended with Riser's victory. While Roygun was helpless, she reached Riser's hand and was stunned. His palm was hot, and she could feel that her body also slowly became hotter as if she was burnt, yet she didn't hate this feeling. Moreover, watching his eyes that stared at her from a high position, she wondered whether she was a hidden masochist as she could feel that her pants became wet. Chapter 321. Riser who is fawned upon. When the match ended, it was time for the party. Riser, as Lucifer, led the party and also confirmed the relationship between the Norse myth and the Greek myth as their new alliances. At this moment, everyone existed, and all of them stood together, clapping their hands, believing the future of the alliance was bright. Whether it was the angel, devil, fallen angel, Japan gods, or the East Yukai faction, everyone knew that whatever happened in the future, they would be all right with Riser as their leader. This is peace. Everyone felt excited and happy. Still, even if this was an alliance, their relationship wasn't equal. Instead, their relationship was like a pyramid with Riser on top of all of them. While some of them might wish for an equal relationship, this wasn't something that could be done as they weren't Riser's opponents. In this hall, Riser didn't hold his aura, and whether it was gods, angels, devils, fallen angels, or many others, they could feel their will was subdued and could tell that no matter how hard they tried, it was impossible to defeat him. Nevertheless, if there was something that they were grateful for, Riser's laissez-faire way of rule was popular, so there was no need for them to worry that he might cause chaos in their myth. Instead, what they needed to do was to get his good side since they knew that even if they were an ally, it didn't mean that they wouldn't have a conflict. While all of those present could accept Riser's ruler, there were also many who couldn't accept him, especially those from outside of the devil and the underworld. As for those who lived in the underworld, all of them were conquered by Riser, after all. However, those who didn't live in the underworld were different. They didn't know Riser's horror, and they hadn't been exposed to his aura, so they couldn't understand how strong he truly was. The devil aside, as they had become one under the ruler of Riser, at least in appearance, the angel and the fallen angel had their own problems. The fallen angel was okay since there was only one fallen angel that caused trouble, and even if no one said anything, they had isolated this fallen angel so they wouldn't be affected in case this fool caused a problem. Moreover, Riser and Aquino had tied the knot. The two of them were a happy couple. Even if Aquino wasn't the main woman, it was okay, especially when Aquino was the daughter of Barricule. Knowing this relationship, all of them felt relieved since the future of the fallen angel was bright. However, the angel was different. While all the angels wished for peace since no more fights were meaningless, those who had been hurt by the devils couldn't accept this peace as they would lose their means of existence if they couldn't fight against the devil. Frankly, Michael had a headache when he thought about this group of people, and if possible, he didn't want Riser to misunderstand, so for the greater good, he might kick out this group of imbeciles. Moreover, Michael knew that the speed of the research for a certain item needed to be increased since he wished to tie Riser to the angel tightly. Is there still hurting now? Riser wasn't sure what everyone had in their minds, but even so, it didn't matter. As long as he was the most powerful, everything was going to be okay. There might be some fools among this group, but they weren't stupid enough to be aggressive in front of him directly, right? Vidar sighed. Yes, I am afraid that he might need a few hundred years or thousands to get better. When Thor was injured, the power of the Norse myth declined dramatically. Not only did they lose Odin and many other gods, but Thor, who was one of the strongest, was also in a critical situation. Vidar knew that his strength was okay, but he definitely wasn't that powerful. Here, take this. Give this to Thor. This is. Vidar was startled when Riser took something out of his pocket and put it on his palm. It was a vial with a small amount of the most beautiful liquid that he had ever seen. Even if he didn't know what it was, he knew how extraordinary this liquid was. Everyone who was present in this hall also gasped at this liquid as it was so beautiful that they couldn't take their eyes away. That's my Phenex tears. You can say that it is more special than the others, that I can only produce a few of them in a year. Then, yes, as long as Thor drinks that, he will be healed instantly. Thank you very much, Riser-sama. Vidar didn't care about his prestige and bowed his head, thanking Riser. All those who followed Riser also bowed their heads, feeling happy with Riser's generous gift. Nevertheless, this gift changed the eyes of many, since not only Riser could destroy, but he could also heal. Even Zeus and Poseidon were a little jealous when they saw Riser's gift to the Norse myth. They might be gods, but it didn't mean that they were immortal and they could D*E. However, if they could have Riser's special Phenex tears, then wouldn't they have a second life? The Phenex tears from the Phenex house were amazing, but what about the Phenex tears from Lucifer himself? Even if they were blind, they could tell how extraordinary it was. Still, everyone knew that the reason why Riser would give this gift to Norse myth was his relationship with Rosweiss. If Rosweiss wasn't by his side, would Riser be kind? Riser had always been generous toward his women since he couldn't be fair to them, yet it was also due to this that they wished to give him women from their families. Yet, when someone was happy, there was someone who was unhappy. Watching Zeus and Poseidon, who tried to curry favor with Riser, Hades felt disdain, thinking that they really had fallen. However, he also understood that Riser was strong. As the god of death, he had the power of death, but facing someone who could rebirth, how could he defeat Riser? Still, as Riser became the attention of everyone, his women were also happy, and at the same time, they were talking to Meredith, who had just become his contracted magician. Meredith was also happy to get to know Riser's women. Still, as Sona spoke with Meredith, she also thought about Rosweiss, as she knew that she might need Rosweiss for the last piece of her group. Yet, suddenly, a commotion happened when the door of the hall was opened hurriedly. Suzaku Onisama, wait. Akino. Everyone was confused when they saw Akino trying to chase after someone with a troubled expression. Yet, this wasn't the end, since a bigger trouble was about to come. Lucifer-sama. Riser, who talked with Vidar, Zeus, and Poseidon about their further alliance, was suddenly interrupted. I beg you. Please save the 5 principal clans. Chapter 322. Kneel. Suzaku Onisama, calm down. Akino felt helpless when she faced this cousin of hers, and she even felt regret for bringing her cousin to this party. Calm down? How could she calm down? Suzaku Himejima ignored Akino's words and kept begging Riser to forcefully enter this hall, since the 5 principal clans were in a critical situation. Lucifer-sama, please. Her words and shouts quickly made her the center of attention, and all of them murmured, feeling apprehensive and displeased toward this young woman. Even if some might not accept it, Riser was still Lucifer, the leader of everyone, yet this young woman came in rudely, ignoring etiquette and everything before brazenly asking for Riser's request. Moreover, this was done in front of the representative of the Norse myth and Greek myth. Where would they put their faces? If they hadn't seen Akino, who was Riser's woman and also the daughter of Barakiel, many of them might have already killed Suzaku Himejima. This also made Akino even more helpless, since she knew her dearest definitely wasn't the kindest person around. Akino, what's happening? Oda-sama. Akino felt like she had seen a savior, but she didn't know how to explain this situation. Watching Akino and Suzaku, Barakiel quickly approached his daughter and niece-in-law hurriedly. He didn't know the situation, but he knew that he needed to quickly apologize to Riser. I am sorry for her rudeness, Lucifer-sama. This is my niece-in-law. It's my responsibility for not teaching her, and I will punish her terribly. I am not angry, but I don't want to see her now. Yes. Barakiel nodded, then approached Suzaku Himejima, grasped her arm, and pulled her away forcefully. Come on. Let's go back. His voice was low, and he felt a little angry since his niece-in-law had caused him a lot of trouble. Riser had given him many things, and even his relationship with his daughter had become better due to Riser. As for his wife's clan, frankly, Barakiel didn't have much affection toward this clan since, in his mind, the fallen angel was more important. Moreover, could he even have a good impression of the Himejima clan when they were also involved in the death of his wife? Also, watch the occasion, Akino. I am sorry, Riser-sama. While Akino was excited since she knew her punishment was coming, she knew that she had caused him a lot of trouble. Her gaze toward Suzaku also started to become impatient, as she didn't really want this woman to stay in this place any longer. Riser saw Akino's eyes and thought that sometimes, a woman's loyalty was so scary. Even if they were asked to sacrifice their families, he somehow could imagine that Akino could do that for him. However, was the Himejima clan something that Akino could call a family? Except for her mother, everyone wished for her to leave. While her impression of this cousin of hers wasn't bad, as Suzaku was the only person who didn't discriminate against her and her family, This cousin of hers was so selfish and caused him trouble. Watching all of this, Suzaku felt despair since she could see that Akino and Barricule didn't intend to support her anymore, and she knew the longer the charade continued, many of her clan members and other members of the 5 principal clans would D*E. At that moment, she didn't care anymore and shouted with all of her might. What's wrong with this alliance? We, the 5 principal clans, have joined the alliance and become its members. However, when the trouble befalls us, are you going to abandon us? Wow, so amazing. Is this what Lucifer is? Is this what everyone is? Alliance. What a joke. Everyone fell into silence, and their faces became ugly. The faces of Barricule and Akino became stunned, and they knew this wasn't good. Previously, they could save Suzaku, but now? Still, at this moment, everyone stared at the face of the young Lucifer. Nevertheless, no one said anything, and everyone waited for Riser to say something since, as the de facto leader of this alliance, they cleared up everyone's doubt. He needed to say something. The angel, fallen angel, and the East Yukai group aside as they had been together with Riser for so long, the Norse myth, Greek myths, Japanese myth, etc., who were about to join, all of them stared at Riser, waiting for his answer. Ha ha. Suddenly, a creepy laugh filled the entire hall. Good. Good. You have asked a good question, little girl. Everyone suddenly turned their attention to the tall skeleton dressed in attire worn by high priests, which gave off a creepy aura. Despite having no eyes, his eye sockets could glow to give the appearance of eyes. Hades. When he saw this chaos, he knew that it was a chance for him to cause trouble for Riser. He might not be an opponent for Riser, but it didn't mean that he couldn't cause trouble for him, right? Moreover, among all the individuals present in this place, Hades was someone who wished for this alliance to be destroyed. Hades might not be able to defeat Riser, but what about public opinion? With this little girl as an excuse, he wanted to question the alliance as its existence was nothing but a joke. In his mind, wasn't this just an excuse to make all of them into cannon folders in case a war happened? Riser, who was on top, would be safe, and all but those who were below would be sacrificed for the war. She should be a member of the alliance. Yet, you ignore her plight. Is this how the alliance is conducted? Are you just saying sweet words to lie to all the people here to become members of the alliance? All you want is just our Obed Asteriskins to join your group and make us your slaves, right? When there is trouble, you will abandon the others and only save yourselves, right? Even if you can fool anyone, you can't fool me, Hades. Suzaku also somehow gained courage and stared at Riser with hatred since if this guy had helped her, then would all of her family have D*ed now? Hades raised his hand high and shouted with all of his might, now, explain yourselves. If you can't explain yourselves, then I will. What will you do? For the first time, Riser talked and looked at Hades curiously. Even though he didn't expose his aura, just sitting there brought everyone enormous pressure. Nevertheless, from the beginning to the end, he never even glanced at Suzaku as if she was just a buzzing mosquito. Gulp. No, he wouldn't dare, right? Suddenly, Hades could feel like his throat was grasped, but at the same time, he also felt anger. How dare he? Just a mere little devil, yet Riser dared to threaten him like this? You bastard. Hades ignored all the instincts that told him to run away. Instead, he went directly to attack Riser with the power of death. No. Hades. Protect Riser-sama. Everyone was panicked since they hadn't expected this situation. They quickly ran to Riser, ready to protect Riser. Vidar, Poseidon, and Zeus were also startled and quickly ran away from Riser as they didn't want to be involved in the fight between Hades and Riser. Nevertheless, Hades didn't care at the moment since what was the worst case that could happen to him? He was the god of death. Only. Riser accepted all of that attack without dodging it, letting his body be corroded by the power of death. Everyone. Done. Riser looked at Hades in a bored manner, ignoring the power of death that corroded on his body, then walked toward Hades calmly. Suzaku couldn't stand anymore, and she plopped directly on the ground in a puddle. Yet, Riser ignored Suzaku, standing in front of Hades. Hades didn't move and just stared at Riser, but he could feel like death was about to come to him. Kneel. It was the word that came out of Riser's mouth, but at the same time, a tsunami-like wave caused everyone to feel an intense terror that made many of them unable to stand up and plopped on the ground in horror. Hades was stunned, but as he was one of the strongest, he could hold on as he tried to endure his fear with anger. Yet, crack, boom. Along with a cracked sound, like broken bones, half of the hall was in ruin. Meanwhile, Hades could tell that his 2 legs were broken into pieces by Riser, falling down before his head was stomped by Riser's foot. Eric. Chapter 323. Riser is on the top. Didn't you want to fight me? Didn't you want me to slander me? Come on. Come on. Come talk. Riser stomped his foot several times, destroying Hades' bones many times, and kicked him around like a soccer ball. Meanwhile, Hades tried to attack Riser, using the power of death to kill Riser and all the people around as he didn't want the shameful appearance to be seen by everyone. If everyone saw what was happening, then wouldn't his status as the god of death be as good as gone? Yet, at the same time, Hades had to say that this guy was so lawless. More importantly, he knew that as a god of death, he shouldn't be scared of death, especially when he could control it. Yet facing Riser, he knew that he could do nothing. Moreover, was Riser's act impossible to predict? Who would expect Riser to be ready to kill him when this happens? When everyone was ready for a fierce debate and argument, Riser directly threw away all the facade and just went straight for the kill. When they thought that everything could be solved by a single talk, Riser destroyed everything. When everything could be solved by saving the 5 principal clans, he simply ignored those clans. Yet, at the same time, everyone also realized the most basic rule that they almost forgot about the supernatural world. The strongest is justice. Like gods, devils, angels, fallen angels, or supernatural beings, all of them knew this truth, especially those gods from the Norse and Greeks. The reason why they were worshipped by people was due to their strength. The reason why they were afraid was that with their power, they could cause a disaster for the people. It was like how the countries who didn't have a nuclear bomb didn't have a right to talk internationally and could only be used as pawns by others. The moment they had decided to become their alliance, they knew that they were practically begging Riser to protect them. Then, like a good beggar, they should be obeyed and instead of biting Riser's arm. Watching Riser, who easily beat Hades cruelly and even was about to kill Hades, no one said anything, including Zeus and Poseidon. Why? It was because they didn't have the power to defeat Riser, and everything started due to Hades. As for Suzuka, this girl had already been forgotten by everyone. At this moment, all the talks before were forgotten by everyone, and all they could remember was Riser's power. In the end, in front of the overwhelming power, everything was meaningless. Yet, at the same time, they wondered whether Riser had created a new ability. Does the Phoenix House have such an ability? If you ask me, who should I ask? Riser's body was covered in a black metallic-like luster, seemingly hard and powerful. Moreover, everyone could see that Hades' power of death somehow couldn't even penetrate Riser's defense. Facing Riser, there was nothing that Hades could do. Riser never gave him a chance to fight, and each of his punches was enough to shatter his body. Moreover, Hades knew that Riser never got serious. He was just being played around by Riser and defeated so easily before he was thrown like a rag in front of everyone. Meredith, help me to seal this guy. Yes, Riser-sama. Meredith, who was being called, quickly came out with a smile, then glanced at Suzaku and snorted. Then, with the energy shared by Riser by using Link, Hades' situation became even worse as everything was sealed by her magic. If no one helped Hades at this moment, he would really D*E. Zeus and Poseidon hesitated, but they didn't know what to say since they didn't really want to involve themselves with Hades' problem since Hades reaped what he sowed. Yet, everyone's eyes changed when they saw Meredith, who could easily seal Hades. At this moment, they understood why Riser chose Meredith as her contracted magician. Meredith might not be good at defending or attacking magic, but she was good at sealing magic, so good that she could even seal a god, especially when this god was one of the most powerful gods in the world. That feat alone made her worthy as Riser's contracted magician. Watching everyone's expression, Riser nodded inwardly since, by this, no one would imagine Meredith's real ability was her sacred gear that could control all the humans, even those who held the sacred gears in Longinus. Nevertheless, even though the Alpheka tyrant held by Meredith was powerful, it couldn't be used to control the other races, and this was her only weakness. Still, this weakness didn't really matter as there was him who could protect her. Everyone thought that Riser would let Hades D*E and even imprisoned him, but he suddenly threw the same vial to Zeus. This is. Zeus was confused, but he didn't let go of his hand on the vial. Use this on Hades. This time, I will forgive him. You can use that to heal him later. Thank you, Riser. Zeus beamed with a smile. As for Hades, Zeus didn't care. As for whether he would really use the vial, well, let's see later, okay? Poseidon looked at Zeus and felt speechless, sighing, but he didn't say anything. He only felt jealous that Riser didn't throw that vial at him and hoped Riser would add one more vial. Unfortunately, Poseidon was disappointed since Riser didn't give any more vials. Instead, Riser started his speech. Listen to me. I won't force anyone to join the alliance. If you think that you don't want to join this alliance or you can't believe me, then you are free to leave. Everyone fell into silence and stared at him in a daze. Our purpose of creating this alliance is so everyone can live well and the future generation can chase after what they wish for and stop the meaningless fight between the angel, fallen angel, and the devil. However, as our alliance grows, many problems occur, especially in terms of trust and reliability. Yet, first of all, I have never forced anyone to join this alliance. It's all your wish. Whether you trust me or doubt me, it's all your choices. So, this time, I will give you a chance. If you want to leave this alliance, then please leave this hall. I won't force you to join or make you my enemy if you wish to leave, since I believe you are free to choose what you believe. All of them fell in silence and were surprised by his magnanimity, but at the same time, all of them had a bitter smile, realizing the reality before them. Riser didn't care about them. Even by himself, he could protect the underworld and the devils by himself. It was also due to this that all the devils moved toward him, standing behind him firmly, without showing any hesitation. However, what about them? Without Riser, everything would crumble. At this moment, no one hesitated. Whether it was the angel, fallen angel, Norse myth, Greek myth, Yukai, or Japan myth, and all those who were present didn't leave and walked toward him, showing their willingness and allegiance to firmly stand in this alliance. Riser looked at everyone flatly, then stared at Suzaku, who was still in a daze. To be honest, I don't even know when the 5 principal clans decided to join us, but since you can't trust me, there is no need for us to have an alliance. You are free to leave. Go back. Suzaku felt her world turn black as she realized what awaited her was nothing but despair. Chapter 324. Start from now. No, please save us, Lucifer-sama. This time, the trace of haughtiness or pride was no longer seen on Suzaku's face. All she could do was just grovel on the ground, begging him so Riser would help the 5 principal clans that were in crisis. Hades, the god of death that appeared in the history and stories of many, could only lie on the ground without knowing whether he was dead or not. As long as Riser was willing, Suzaku knew that the 5 principal clans could be saved. However, Riser didn't say anything and looked at Suzaku for the first time. Previously, he never put this young woman in his eyes, but as a woman from the Himejima clan, her appearance was exceptional. Like Akino, her long, beautiful black hair was tied in a ponytail, showing her white nape that was hidden. Her red eyes were moist and reddened. Whether it was from fear or desperation, one could really read her mind to know. Yet, there was no doubt when she appeared like this, she was just bewitching. Riser could feel the gazes of his women on him, which made him helpless. Yet many wondered whether he had the hobby of lowering and humiliating those women who stood above others. Watching those women who could only look up by many groveled, erasing all the pride and haughtiness on their faces, Kuroka thought that this was probably Riser's hobby. Riser wasn't sure why, but he felt like he needed to punish Kuroka later. Still, hearing Suzaku's request, he thought for a moment and asked, now that you mention it, what are 5 principal clans? Are you serious, dear? Sona asked helplessly. You can't blame me for not knowing it. There are so many human groups in the world. Do you think I should remember all of them? When he said those words, they felt like his argument was fair. While the 5 principal clans were famous in Japan, they didn't have much presence internationally. While Suzaku was speechless, she decided to explain the 5 principal clans to Riser, even if she was full of desperation since she knew that the only one who could save her clan was him. Riser pretended that he didn't know much about the 5 principal clans, but then, he asked, when did you join the alliance? Why didn't I know about this? But we had joined this alliance. Suzaku was so meek and helpless. Then, who handled this matter? Riser looked around, trying to find someone who took care of the alliance of the 5 principal clans, before his eyes stopped on one figure. Is it you, Ajuka? Yes, I was the one who took care of the alliance of the 5 principal clans. Why didn't you tell me? It's just a small clan in a small country. There is no need for you to be busy to be troubled by this problem, Lucifer-sama. Riser raised his brow and knew that after the incident with the Great Red, they weren't in the same position anymore, especially when Ajuka started to call him with sama suffix instead of kuin, which Ajuka used before. Unlike before, Ajuka's current situation was far from good as he was alone. Except for a few individuals who followed him, his house had long distanced themselves from him, especially when Ajuka's callousness to discard his little brother was known. After all, among the devils, who hadn't done a bad thing. If Ajuka could discard his little brother, then wouldn't he do the same with the rest of the people in his surroundings? That was why all members of the Astaroth house, led by Latia Astaroth, joined Riser's group at the same time. If there was a reason why Ajuka could stay in this place, it was all due to Ajuka's position as the Beelzebub. A small clan? Riser stared at Suzaku, wondering what she was going to say. However, she lowered her head, biting her lower cherry-colored lip without saying a single word. After all, compared to the alliance or even the individual power of Riser, even if the 5 principal clans were combined, they were nothing. You told me that your clans should have a deep relationship with Shinto gods. Why did you come to me, requesting my help instead like I owe you something instead of coming to them whom you have worshipped for so long? Hearing this question, Suzaku didn't know what to say and could only sigh, feeling an extreme weakness. Please forgive me, Lucifer-sama. I know that my words and actions have offended you, but please save the principal 5 clans. When you do, we will all swear all loyalty to you, giving you our everything. Putting her head on the ground, kowtowing, she showed the graceful shape of her body that was accentuated by her kimono. It was said that a kimono wasn't suitable for those with plump bod *, yes, But this woman was an exception. You haven't answered my questions. They're scared and run away. Oh, are the Shinto gods running away from this enemy? While the Japan gods, who heard this, were angry, they couldn't get angry at Riser and only stared at Suzaka hatefully, thinking that the 5 principal clans weren't worthy of their help. Riser only glanced at the Japanese gods and didn't say anything, since no matter what the culture, era, or anything in the supernatural world, those who were weak didn't have a right. Yes. Who is the enemy? Tiamat. Hearing the name of the one who had caused trouble for the 5 principal clans, everyone was startled and in disbelief. Tiamat? How could it be? Why did she suddenly attack the 5 principal clans? What's happening? Tiamat. Naturally, they were familiar with it since Tiamat was one of the Dragon Kings. More importantly, though, she was the manager who managed the raiding game. So when they found out that she had caused destruction on the 5 principal clans, they were all startled. I didn't lie. Please help us. Right now, we're in a desperate situation. Suzaka quickly narrated what was happening from the beginning to the end and how 2 of the clans had been decimated, leaving only the remaining 3. Even worse, the 2 divine beasts from those 2 clans were taken away, and it might be only a time before the rest of the clans were as goon as over. Tiamat might be a Dragon King, and Riser could defeat her anytime, but what about others? She was as good as the symbol of destruction. What did you do so you were attacked by Tiamat? Riser asked curiously. We don't know. She just suddenly attacked us out of nowhere. Riser sighed and said, tell the truth. If you can't even be honest about this problem, how can we help you? But we really didn't do anything. Yet, did her words have the power to persuade others? Instead of the 5 principal clans, all the people here knew Tiamat's mild temper and knew that as long as no one provoked her, she wouldn't do anything. In other words, the 5 principal clans did something and caused Tiamat's anger, yet Suzaka didn't tell them, making their impression of these clans of humans even worse. We really didn't do anything. Suzaka was even desperate since no one believed her. Frankly, she also wondered whether some of the members of the 5 principal clans did something, but she definitely couldn't say this, since if she said so, then her clan was as good as over. However, Tiamat is our longtime friend, the devil. I just can't attack her all of a sudden just because of your words. Please. If you beg me so much, and since you are my woman's cousin, then I will reluctantly help you, but I think there is someone who is more suitable to handle this. Riser then looked at Ajuka and asked, Ajuka-kun, can you handle this? Ajuka stared at Riser in silence. You were the one who handled the 5 principal clans, right? Moreover, your relationship with Tiamat is good. You should be able to find the middle way to solve this problem, right? I believe in you. Ajuka took a deep breath and knew that Riser's revenge was about to start now. Chapter 325. Akino knows Riser the best. There was nothing that Ajuka could do except accept this request and leave with Suzaku. While Suzaki wished for Riser to be the one who handled this problem, she knew that this was the limit, and she regretted losing her calmness when she came earlier, giving him a bad impression. Yet, there was no second chance. When this charade was over, the party ended, and everyone returned to their homes while talking excitedly about what had happened before, especially the fight between Riser and Hades. Hades? This god was wrecked by Riser. There is no doubt that this will be the talk of everyone in the supernatural world tomorrow. As for Hades' reputation, no one cared at all, since building a reputation for Riser was the correct thing that everyone had to do. The stronger he was, the stronger this alliance was. Did Ajuka-chan annoy you or something? Yeah, did something happen between you two? Seraphal and Falbium couldn't help but ask, since they felt like Riser was trying to target Ajuka. Riser glanced at the two and wondered what they would think when Ajuka was the one who set out the Great Red before. If he didn't bring the Great Red to space within the duelist, then they were as good as dead. At that moment, he knew that Ajuka had never treated the two of them as friends and only thought of Surzek as one, since their death didn't matter in his eyes. Nevertheless, it didn't matter, since it was only a time before Ajuka D** edition. It's okay. I just don't believe in the 5 principal clans. Why? Isn't that the place where Akino-chan comes from? Seraphal asked. At this moment, not only Seraphal and Falbium but many others who were related to him, including his women, Zekrom, Barakiel, and Michael, were there, listening to his words. If I am not wrong, the 5 principal clans should be related to /dog, right? /dog. This term was unfamiliar to them. Barakiel, explain it to them. /dog is. Barakiel explained to everyone about the origin of the /dog, a special team consisting of a sacred gear user and led by a Longinus user from the Gregory. Longinus. Everyone was startled. Does Gregory have another Longinus user? Rias asked dumbfoundedly. Everyone was clear about how powerful Longinus was. Even Issei, who was just a perverted boy, could become so powerful due to Longinus. So if a normal human being held it, then wouldn't they become one of the powerhouses? What kind of Longinus? Sona asked. Canis Lycaon, Barakiel explained to Canis Lycaon about its power and form, but unlike a normal Canis Lycaon, the one that was held by Tobioacus, the leader of the Slash Dog, was quite different. What's the difference? Meredith asked, wondering if the case of Longinus was the same as her sacred gear that changed. It seems that there is a Noahabari, a divine sword used to kill the fire god that combines with this Longinus. So, the combination of a dog king and an old sword, right? That's correct. Everyone. When they thought about how powerful Canis Lycaon was, they felt speechless at how Riser simplified this Longinus. Still, he noticed Meredith's twinkling gaze on him, which made him speechless, but he shook his head. Watching his answer, she was Obed *int and didn't force her idea. Why was Alpheka Tyrant so powerful? While it was true that this sacred gear might not be able to control the other supernatural beings, as long as one was a human, even if one had a Longinus, they could be controlled by Meredith, and it was the reason why her sacred gear was so powerful. Still, why did we suddenly talk about this dog guy, yeah? Kuroka asked in confusion. It's because this dog guy has betrayed Gregory to work with Valley. Everyone. Now, why did I talk about this guy when I talked about the 5 principal clans? Riser looked at Aquino when he said those words. Why? It is because Tobioacus' fiancé is that cousin of yours, Aquino. Aquino fell in silence and blinked her eyes as her entire body was cold, realizing what kind of mistake she had made. I am sorry, dear. I don't know. If she knew all of this, would she dare to help Suzaku? It's okay. You don't need to feel afraid. To be honest, I don't mind helping her, but in case they might become an enemy due to Tobioacus, is that all right with you? Why will we have to fight with Suzaku Onisama? Aquino asked worriedly. We aren't if they are being honest, and as long as they can announce in public that Vala and the Slash Dog are their enemies, but if they continue to be stubborn, then that's it. Hearing Riser's words, Aquino hoped that Suzaku could be smart and could do what Riser asked for. I will try to ask Suzaku Onisama. Or should she make Suzaku sleep with Riser so that there wouldn't be any fights between them? As for the fact that Suzaku was Tobio's fiancé, Aquino felt that it didn't matter as she was sure that Riser would be more excited by that fact. Riser didn't have much hope for Suzaku, and he didn't know what Aquino was planning, but then he thought that there was one more thing that he needed to do. So he looked at Barakiel and said, Barakiel, after this, tell everyone on the fallen angel that the Slash Dog is betrayed, and they will become the target of the Alliance due their connection with the Cows Brigade. Yes. Barakiel sighed helplessly inwardly, but he didn't dare to reject. Now, the only one who has the Longinus is the angel, huh? Thalbium commented, causing all eyes to be on Michael. Michael was nervous at that moment and didn't know what to say. It's okay. It's just a Longinus. Everyone. If it was someone else, they might smash their heads, but when the one said those words were Riser, they felt like it was normal. Riser then took something out of his space storage and threw it to Barakiel. It's for you. Barakiel was startled and held something thrown by Riser subconsciously. What is this? It was a saber with a long green hilt and a circular beige guard, as well as a wide and thin guard around the hilt with a blue sheath. When he unsheathed the sword, he could feel that he was brimming with energy and could tell how sharp this weapon was. Somehow, he had an idea of what Riser planned to do by throwing this weapon at him, but Barakiel needed to confirm it since he had to say it was precious. That's mocking gear. You must have heard it, right? You can use that as compensation for you to label the Slash Dog group as part of the criminal group. You gave it to me? Yes. The fallen angel needs someone powerful to protect everyone, so I give you that. Riser looked at Barakiel and asked, or you don't want to? Thank you very much. The name of that weapon is Ruffian. Ruffian. While the sword was amazing, the name was as absurd as ever. It has the ability to make you stronger during the day, make you think faster, and it can also cut most of the things in the world. Thank you. Barakiel was so moved that he cried. Geez, Oda-sama. Aquino looked at her father helplessly, but she was also happy, so she was going to let Riser give him a lot of love later at night. But stronger during the day? Barakiel asked curiously. It's in the morning on the earth. Do you want to see how powerful you become? Riser felt like it was faster to see how powerful this weapon was instead of talking with his mouth. Is that okay? Sure. Riser looked at Meredith and asked, Meredith, can you transfer all of us to Kuo Town? Yeah. Using the power of Warp no Mi, Meredith teleported everyone to Kuo Town instantly. When they were all dumbfounded by Meredith's speed at teleportation, they were dumbfounded by Barakiel's brimming power and energy. Under the sun, Barakiel became stronger and stronger as time passed, and his body became bright and hot due to this new power. Woo-woo. Barakiel was full of excitement, but Michael, who saw all of this, fell into silence, and he thought that he really needed to send Gabriel and many cute girls from Heavenside to Riser's chamber. Chapter 326, The Evil of the World. The next day, the Slash Dog group was announced as a terrorist group part of the Cows Brigade and would become a target of the Alliance. All their members were clearly announced, whether it was their powers, pictures, identities, or many others, as they would become a target of the Alliance from now on. Moreover, like Vala and those who had harmed the Alliance, Riser also put a bounty on the members of the Slash-Dog group, giving anyone quite a sum of money when they were able to hunt them down. When everyone saw the amount of money given by the Alliance when they were able to catch or kill those criminals, many started to get excited and worked hard to take down those criminals. Yet, Azazel couldn't maintain his calm when he saw the news. However, it was impossible for him to visit Riser, so he could only return to the Gremory, asking what was happening with impatience and anger as he didn't expect the Slash-Dog group that he had created as a fighting group under the Gremory would be labeled as the criminal that was part of the Cows Brigade. Moreover, it was Barakiel, the current leader of Gremory, who made that announcement, giving an ultimatum and no place to return for the Slash-Dog group. "What's happening, Barakiel? Why did you make the Slash-Dog into a criminal?" Azazel asked with a shout. Watching how emotional Azazel had become, everyone was also prepared since they wouldn't let Azazel fight against Barakiel as Barakiel gave the piece of the fallen angels, and frankly, Barakiel was more suitable as a leader for the Gremory to an effort to lead everyone instead of Azazel who often went on his own due of his selfish nature. "How dare you be so rude to Barakiel-sama, you clown. Get the hell out of here, as my patience is still within my limit. Don't involve us with your problem anymore. Calm down." Azazel was stunned when he saw all of the fallen angels attack him verbally before following Barakiel's words like they were the most loyal servants and even prepared to attack him, who was the previous governor of the Gremory. He felt conflicted, wondering whether they were so ungrateful toward him, who had helped them so much, or they were just under so much pressure that he became a place to throw that frustration. Watching his friend's expression, Barakiel sighed and asked, "Isn't it you who involved them in your problem? You all get out for a while. Let me talk with him alone." Barakiel told everyone to leave, leaving only the two behind. Staring at the face of his dearest friend, he said softly, "Azazel, just abandon all of them. As long as you say that you are clear and don't have a relationship with Vala and the rest, everything will be okay." Even though he knew that Azazel had walked into the wrong path, he still wanted to save him. Azazel looked at Barakiel, who looked at him sincerely, causing him to realize how ugly his heart was, but he took a deep breath and firmly said, "Sorry, Barakiel. I know that you care about me, but I won't abandon Vala no matter what. Thank you. You are my friend." "Why?" Barakiel frowned. "You don't understand." "No, I understand." Barakiel narrowed his eyes and said, "Wasn't it you who told me to give up about the revenge of my wife before? I wanted to destroy the 5 principal clans, but you told me to stop. Yet now, I tell you to stop since you should see the overall situation. You should see the big picture. There is no point in fighting Riser-sama anymore. He's above everyone. He has become an existence above our god. Facing him is meaningless, and it might cause the extinction of our race." Barakiel sighed and asked, "Do you want to see all of us d***e so much?" Azazel flinched and couldn't see Barakiel's figure straight. If it was someone else, he might be bold, but this was Barakiel, someone who could even sacrifice his wife for everyone in the fallen angels. Barakiel swallowed his hatred and didn't do anything since he told him to do so. At that moment, their position was reversed. Barakiel was the one who told him to sacrifice Vala for everyone. Being stared at by Barakiel, even if Barakiel didn't do anything, Azazel felt like his heart was about to crash due to guilt. He didn't dare to say a single word and just kept quiet like a child who had done a wrong thing. Yet, could this really change Azazel's decision? No. Was it even possible for him to escape from Riser? Even though the rest were blind, what happened to the 5 principal clans in Tiamat was all due to Riser. No one knew this, and they were all played by Riser, like a toy. Knowing this, his withered like will suddenly became lush and firm as he made his decision. "Sorry, Barakiel. I know that I am selfish, and I know that you are worried about me, but I won't stop." Azazel looked at Barakiel firmly and apologized. I am sorry again, but he is the only one I have thought of as my child, after all, so I can't stop." Moreover, he knew that Riser knew that he was the one who made the plan to summon the Great Red. Even if he was just a co-planner, he was still the one who was involved in the incident that had almost caused the destruction of the entire underworld. Barakiel stared at Azazel for a while, then said, "Is that so? Then, do as you wish. Don't try to involve Gremory with you from now on. We will cut our relationship. I will tell Riser-sama that you are not a member of the Gremory anymore, but you don't need to worry. I won't announce it to the world." That way, Azazel could still maintain his last dignity. Still, due to this, in case of trouble, Azazel knew that everyone would abandon him and just throw him away to Riser. Yet he reaped what he sowed. Everything happened because of himself, not the others. Bowing his head, Azazel left. As for the Slash-Dog, it was impossible to change their fate, and their fate was as good as dead as they could only hide on the sewer like a dirty rat and would be unable to see the sun from now on. Yet, there was nothing that they could do since, in this world, Riser was the justice, and they were the evil. As for the mocking gear that Riser gave, Barracuda was sure that Azazel must wish to learn it, but he wouldn't tell him since he had already entrusted his everything to Riser. Still, what they didn't know was that Riser had been listening to their conversation. Frankly, he didn't expect that this move would be effective, and he hadn't thought of this method since he could kill all of them. Yet, killing them alone wasn't enough, as he wished for them to taste the cruelty of the world. With that thought, he continued his work and plan, thinking that it was more fun than he had thought to be in the position of above everyone. Chapter 327. As a ruler, being gentle isn't a good thing. With a pen and paper, Riser wrote various names and made them into the list of criminals. Unlike the original, he gave those who could catch those criminals money, which made many excited. Frankly, in this world, the only thing that he never lacked was money. Not only could he make more money with Phenex tears, but his business spread to every continent, whether it was the underworld, the supernatural world, or the earth. Moreover, he was even thinking of expanding his business to space from mining, manufacturing, tourism, etc. Lastly, he also had a control T, a magic that made him able to change the size of anything. So even if he found a small gold like a pebble, he could make it as big as a boulder. He could even make a mocking gear. In other words, the value of money was similar to the toilet paper in his eyes. Yet, while it was easy for him to make money, it wasn't easy for the others to do so. So the chance of them making a lot of money by hunting down all the criminals that were listened to by him was a good opportunity for everyone, as having more money definitely wouldn't hurt anyone. Moreover, with the help of Meredith, who could control humans as easily as he played with a doll, this bounty system worked well in the supernatural world. He listed quite a lot of criminals. Whether it was all members of the Cows Brigade, from the various different factions to the members of the Slash Dog, Biko, Arthur, LaFay Pendragon, or even Lavinia Rennie, the owner of the Absolute Demise. Those who were members of the Cows Brigade aside, he had talked with the leader of the Grausaber, Mephistopheles, and he was okay with Lavinia Rennie being listed as a criminal, especially when Rennie was no longer a member of the Grausaber. As for Biko and Arthur, even though Riser had caught them before, Ajuka told him that they had run away somehow, one or another. Anyway, his actions were simply ridiculous, especially when he had let go of the criminals caught by Riser without even consulting anyone. It was also because of this the Ajuka faction in the underworld became smaller and smaller, especially when Riser's faction took over after the production of the evil pieces and also became the controller of the raiding game. By showing his ability in this area, Riser told everyone that even if Ajuka didn't exist, everything would be alright. He also took down those key points in the Ajuka faction, killing them in the name of the Cows Brigade. Still, as expected of Ajuka, even though he had done all of this, Ajuka never did anything, as if Ajuka had acquitted him and let him do whatever he wanted until he was satisfied. Nevertheless, in this world, no one could stop him anymore, and he had become the existence above everyone. Moreover, those weren't the only names that were mentioned, but as there were a lot of lists, it was troublesome to write them, so he only paid attention to those who were strong and needed to be paid attention. Yet, somehow, someone came to him at an unexpected time. "What's wrong, Michael?" Riser Kuhn, there is something that I want to talk about with you. Please talk. There is no need for you to get nervous like this, right? Riser said as he took a lightly salty rice cracker bought by his wife. Or will our conversation involve something that makes you extremely nervous? Michael was quite awkward, then let out a long sigh. I'm not sure how to say this, but like how there is a devil who can't accept the peace between us, there are also some people who can't accept our peace, Riser Kuhn. Oh, it isn't the angel, right? No. If it's the angel, they will already fall. It is the members of the church, the exorcists, who have a dissatisfaction toward us about this peace. Oh, why did you want to tell me this? I just wish for you not to list them as criminals like what you did to others. Michael bowed his head deeply, telling his purpose to come to Riser's office. When he saw the bounty hunt made by Riser, he knew that those who would be listed on that list definitely wouldn't have a bright future and could only end up dying due to the cruelty of the living being. It was said that a devil was in existence that brought sin, but Michael knew that sometimes even humans were even crueler than the devil. Still, what he was worried about was the people under him who couldn't bear this peace would do something stupid. It was also why he came to Riser, hoping their names wouldn't be listed for this bounty. Since you come here by yourselves, then it will be troublesome if those people are listed on the bounty, Michael? Michael nodded helplessly. So, who are they? Riser asked curiously. They are Vasco Strata, the strongest exorcist, and the second highest official in the church is Cardinal Priest, Ewald Cristaldi, the third highest official in the church is Cardinal Deacon, and Teodoro Lagrenzi, one of the highest-ranking officials in the church ranked at Cardinal Bishop and also a miracle child. Miracle child? It's a child that is born as a result of a union between a human and an angel. Can you do such a thing? Won't you become a fallen by then? We can. Michael nodded. As long as our heart is pure and only moves by love, then everything is possible. But do you think there is no lust in such an act? It's hard, but it is possible. But then again, we are developing a room that can be used specially for an angel to reproduce without being worried about falling. Michael looked at Riser with a smile and said, "When we are able to craft it, I will give you one." Was this Michael's bride? He wasn't a hypocrite, so he thanked Michael. "Thanks. No, it should be me who should thank you as you have listened to my selfishness." "Then, what are you planning to do then? Their position is high, you know? Moreover, even if you stop them, it doesn't mean that they will give up, and the more something is suppressed, the more that it will be uncontrollable. Then, what should I do?" Michael was also helpless since, as an angel, he needed to be kind and gentle, especially in front of the believers. He was different from Riser, who could kill those who made trouble without hesitation. "Are those three the leaders?" "Yes." "Tell me more about those three." Michael nodded as he told Riser about those three figures who led a group that wished to break away from peace and the alliance. Still listening to Michael, Riser raised his eyebrow and asked, "Teodoro Lagrinzi is a child?" "Yes, he is." "I wonder why two people who are so old are willing to listen to a child's tantrum." Riser felt speechless when Vasco and Ewald, who were so old, would follow Teodoro to cause trouble in the church. What could Michael say in this situation? Still, Riser also understood why Teodoro couldn't accept this peace, as Teodoro's parents were killed by the devils, so Teodoro still felt hatred toward the devils and wished to eradicate them. However, "Sorry, no." Michael was startled. "Why? Riser-kun, can you explain to me why you can't let go of them?" "It's because if I do that, they will trample the law that we have set up. If we have an exception, then what will the others do? While I know that with our position, there is no problem in making some exceptions, you should see from my perspective." Riser looked at Michael and asked, "Look, Michael, like Teodoro, whose parents were killed by the devils, there are also many devils whose parents, lovers, family, and many others were killed by the angel and the exorcists. So in case I let Teodoro go just because of you, there might be some devils who think this is unfair, and they will come to me, asking me to let them kill those who had hurt them in the past, especially when their identities can give them some special treatments like this miracle child of yours. By then, the cycle of hatred will never end, and it will continue. Probably, by then, we will have a war against each other." Michael was unable to say a single word as he had never thought his gentleness would make everything like this. But then, he also didn't think that Riser over-exaggerated this matter since he knew if Riser really let go of this group of people, everything would become more complicated. Instead of being gentle, you should be strong, or rather, you should use this group to show your power within the heaven and the church, so no one will question your decision again and make you able to sit firmly above everyone on the angel's side. If you let them go, then there won't be more people who will try to antagonize you even further. If you are gentle now, you will only have a rough future. In an era where no gods existed, anything could happen. Maybe, in the future, Christianity might even cease to exist, like those religions that could only be labeled as pagan. If Michael didn't want the fate of the pagan religion to happen to him, he had to make a strict decision. Moreover, the values of Vasco, Ewald, and Teodoro weren't as huge as the value of the future of heaven. Michael took a deep breath and said, "You are right. I might be a little too gentle with my ruler. If you need help, just tell me. You don't need to rely on a human. It's a human who needs to rely on us." Michael stared at Riser in a daze, bowing his head before leaving as he was ready to do what he needed to do as the ruler of heaven. Chapter 328, Made his Dangerous Profession. Riser sighed helplessly, thinking that some people really weren't suitable to become leaders. It might also be the reason why the church was such a mess that it even allowed the Holy Sword Project. Yet, unlike the devil and the fallen angel, who were moved by one voice, they could do everything smoothly under a single order. However, the angels were different since they were mixed by the human's opinion, and instead of the master of all the believers of the church, Riser felt like Michael and the others were being used by those believers. He felt like those believers were parasites who used the power of Michael and the others for their own benefit. If those believers were obedient and willing to listen, Riser felt that they were good as they could strengthen the power of heaven, yet they didn't listen to Michael and tried to fight Michael's opinion. Fighting against the devil? If it was before, Michael might not have said anything. But now, fighting the devil is as good as committing suicide. Moreover, instead of those believers who made their own factions, Michael should be more concerned about the continuation of his race, an angel. As for that human, this race would produce as much as cockroaches. Instead, if half of the population was erased, it might be even better for the world. Well, as a former human, he couldn't say much, but as he had become a devil, standing on the top of many, his view of life, the world, and everything changed. Moreover, he had almost disappeared before. If nothing had changed inside him after all of that, then he would only say that he was really a protagonist. Unfortunately, even if he gained the ability of the Chosen One, which turned him into a protagonist, He was just a man-made protagonist instead of a natural one. With that thought, he wondered what was happening to those who were being listed within the bounty. Still, he had been working so hard. Even though he had been to the human world before, what he did was work slowly cornering his enemies as he watched them dancing pitifully before their deaths. I need to rest. He made up his mind. If he could sit down, then there was no need for him to stand up. If he could just eat and sleep, then he wouldn't work. As of today, he wasn't going to do anything. It was just when he was resting on the sofa in his office that the door of his office was knocked on. Enter. The door was opened slightly, and a head poked out from that gap. What's wrong, Meredith? Are you free, Riser-sama? Well, I am free. Hearing that answer, Meredith entered his office with a smile, together with a maid. Then, do you want to play a game with us? What kind of game? Well, it was that kind of game. Riser wasn't sure why Meredith played with a maid, but since the maid was beautiful, he didn't really mind. During the meeting in the hall before, he had noticed this maid, who had been standing with Meredith, but he didn't pay much attention to her as many things happened during that meeting. Yet, her beauty still attracted him, especially when she wore her maid uniform and tied her hair above her head. However, what attracted him the most was the air of elegance that she carried and the atmosphere of a proper lady that she had, even if she was just a mere maid. However, the elegance and atmosphere of a proper lady were no longer seen. Instead, she was writhing under his body as he pounded her from behind, receiving his baptism. However, what made him confused was Meredith's reaction since she was smiling all the time when she saw him playing an adult with this maid. What do you think, Elaine? It's good, right? You don't need to hold back. You just need to enjoy it. There is no one besides us here. While lying naked on her stomach, Meredith made a devil-like whisper. Elaine Westcott, who heard Meredith's voice, was like a female animal whose chain was cut down. By then, there was nothing that could stop her anymore, and it felt like she had released all of her emotions, letting him do whatever she wanted with her body. While Riser wasn't sure what had happened, being challenged, he wouldn't back down and told her why he was called Lucifer. In the end, after her body shook so many times, Elaine passed out on the large bed. As expected of Lucifer-sama. Meredith sighed at Riser's prowess. Why are you so calm? It's your turn next. Geez, be gentle, okay? I don't want you to wreck my body. While she didn't mind being wrecked by Riser, sometimes, she also wanted him to be gentle. Okay. Riser was flexible, and sometimes playing gently was nice. He also wanted to ask her what was wrong with this new maid. Congratulations, you have received Bari Bari no Mi complete version. Whoever this woman was, Riser knew that the identity of this woman was definitely exceptional. Elaine Westcott. She is a young British woman in her early 20s, and her identity is the maid of the House of Pendragon. Frankly, there was nothing special about her. Even though she was a maid of the Pendragon House, there were other maids beside her, and while she was also the descendant of one of the founding fathers of the Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, there were a lot of other descendants besides her. And she also wasn't an exceptional one. Still, if there was something that made her special, she was in charge of the education of Luffy Pendragon, and it was also due to this reason that her relationship with the older brother of Luffy Pendragon, Arthur Pendragon, was good that they were in love with each other. Naturally, the difference in their status made this love impossible to realize. However, Arthur never gave up and would do anything so he could keep loving her, so that was why he decided to leave the house to join the Cows Brigade to protect her. Frankly, Elaine didn't understand this decision, and even worse, Luffy also joined. Causing her position in the Pendragon House wasn't good as she was treated as the cause, which made Arthur and Luffy walk in the wrong path. Nevertheless, she was helpless since she knew there was nothing she could do since she was just a maid. Yet, as more time passed, she realized that as a weak woman, there was nothing she could do, especially when she heard that Arthur was caught after invading the territory of Lucifer. When she heard this, she almost passed out, and the entire House of Pendragon was panicking. Still, like Pendragon House, there was no way for them to give up their heir, and they tried to get back Arthur. Fortunately, Ajuka was reasonable, and he gave Arthur back. However, even if Arthur was in a mess due to his careless action, he didn't seem to give up and continued with his stupid action by joining the terrorist organization. Even worse, Luffy also joined. While everyone was helpless, there was nothing they could do as Arthur was the strongest in the Pendragon House, and if Arthur wished to leave, they couldn't stop him. If there was something unfortunate, it was the fact that they had lost Caliban and Excalibur to the devil, yet this was inevitable. Still, if possible, they wanted to get those swords back since if they could get Arthur back, it should be reasonable to get their treasures back, right? However, in the end, their good day ended, especially when Riser made a contract with Meredith. By that time, it was like a nightmare for the Pendragon House, and she, Elaine, a woman who happened to be a lover of Arthur, was thrown away and given to Meredith as a gift for Riser. At that time, Elaine was in despair, and she knew that her life was as good as over. However, Meredith didn't treat her badly and even joked around with her, telling how great Riser was. It was like Riser was a god in Meredith's eyes, and it was something that she should be happy that she could sleep with Riser. If it was before, Elaine might have fought and just kept her love for Arthur, but now it is different. Tasting the taste of betrayal and abandonment, she needed someone whom she could trust. Hearing the greatness of Riser, she was like someone drowning who was in need of help, so when she saw a rope, she reached her hand without hesitation. Yet, she had to say, her first impression of Riser was exceptional. Riser was above everyone. Nothing was in his eyes, not even those legendary gods would bow down before him. Because of this, it also made her wonder whether she was worthy of him. However, everything changed when he embraced her. His gaze, his touch, his fierceness. She received everything from him, and she enjoyed wishing this time would continue. When she opened her eyes, she saw Meredith was under Riser being pounded as they kissed affectionately. She blinked her eyes, feeling a little jealous, so she joined by hugging Riser from behind. Riser-sama, please let me help you. Riser felt that a maid was a dangerous profession, yet he didn't hate it at all. Chapter 329, Day of Despair. Yua. Arthur woke up from his sleep as he let out a roar. What's wrong, Arthur? Oniai-sama. Arthur. Arthur's expression was horrible, as if he had just found out that the lover he wished to meet was in the embrace of another man. Nothing. There was no way for him to tell what the content of his dream was. Nevertheless, everyone noticed the gloominess in his voice, but they didn't keep pressing him further since no one in this place was in good condition. Especially the members of the Dog and Lavinia Rennie. Their clothes, which were usually new, fresh, and without any wrinkles, were in a mess, dirty, and even some holes could be found. Their expressions were all horrible, and it was clear that they hadn't slept well for the past few days, especially after Riser had made the bounty. Every day was like a living hell for them, since sometimes the normal people who they thought were gentle or a grandma whom they helped when she fell turned out to be bounty hunters who came after their lives. The temptation of the bounty given by Riser was great, especially when everyone knew that they could get the good side of Riser as long as they could take one of them down. What did it mean to have the good side of Riser? It meant that their future was great. Money aside, the intangible benefits that came from hunting down those criminals were so great that many bounty hunters came after their lives. Watching everyone whose situation became so horrible due to him, Vala felt an intense guilt. I am sorry, it's because of me that you. Even if he was awkward and proud, he knew that the misery that everyone felt was all due to him. Unlike the hero faction, magician faction, or even the remains of the old Satan faction, even though they were criminals, they didn't do anything to the innocent people. So even if they were attacked by innocent people, they still had a hard time killing them. Which was different from the hero faction, magician faction, and the remains of the old Satan faction who could do a cruel thing without worry. Watching how depressed Valley was, everyone suppressed the gloomy feelings in their hearts. They were the ones who had chosen to go after Vala, and they knew that this was the revenge given by Riser. You don't need to worry, Valley. Everything will be okay. We have decided to help you, and of course, we will stay by your side until the end. Moreover, you are the only one who can defeat that fake Lucifer. Tobio and Rennie tried to cheer Valley up since they knew the only one who could defeat Riser was Valley. Still, whether it was Tobio or Rennie, the two of them never thought that their situation would become like this. Tobio was Grigori's ace and Rennie's Grauzauberer. The two thought that as long as two powerful organizations would work together with Vala, there was a chance to throw down the fake Lucifer and bring true peace to everyone. However, reality slapped them harshly. Grigori and Grauzauberer quickly abandoned them and listed them as criminals. The two organizations drew a line between them and told the world that they had nothing to do with them. Suddenly, Rennie thought about the words that she had said to Mephistopheles. You will regret it. Now, who was the one who regretted their choices? Rennie had never lived such a miserable life, being hunted in the morning and night. Moreover, she was different from the guys who could handle dirty environments, and she also wondered how long it had been since she had slept in such an environment. Still, Rennie also had her own pride, and she didn't think that her choice was wrong. Instead, she knew that someone needed to break and destroy this fake peace, showing the world what true peace truly was. Tobio was stronger than Rennie since his life wasn't that good. If there was something that he was worried about, it was about his fiancée, who was a part of the 5 principal clans. Fortunately, he had heard that the 5 principal clans had joined the alliance. Even though he hated the alliance, he knew that his fiancée could live well in the alliance instead of hiding like a rat in the sewer like them. Yes, it's your fault. However, while Rennie and Tobio tried to comfort Vala, someone couldn't bear it anymore. Shigi Nanadaru, one of the members of the God, accused Valley directly and cruelly without hesitation. It's your fault, Valley. If you don't do something like this, will we have to live like this? Nanadaru. Tobio started at Shigin furiously. It's all your fault too, Tobio. If you don't order us to follow you in this mission, then will we have to live miserably? Look at Azazel. That guy is living well and ignores all of us. Why do I have to live like this because all of you are here? Unlike the others, Shigen didn't have much of a good relationship with Valley. The reason why she was part of the Slash Dog was due to an accident that happened 3 years ago. Usually, she only did a mission given by the Gregory, and they hardly met each other, but somehow, she was forced to be involved with the matter of Tobio and Valley. Frankly, Shigen didn't want to be involved in this matter even if Azazel had ordered her to do so. At this moment, Shigen realizes the cruelty of the worker, especially when she can't choose her own fate. Yet, there was nothing she could do, especially since this was the only place that she could stay. She wasn't sure what she was talking about or what everyone's expression was, but she poured all of her frustration and passed out as she was unable to handle the pressure. Shigen, Sae Tuja, who was Tobio's childhood friend, hugged Shigen tightly, helping her. However, at the moment, besides Sae, no one had helped Shigen as they could only bow their heads low. Still, at that moment, a loud voice was heard from outside of their hiding place. Over there. Ha ha ha. We're going to get rich. Don't kill them. If we can get them alive, we can get more money. Everyone was startled. Rennie was stunned and said, "We're surrounded. There are thousands of people outside." These numbers brought everyone to horror. Usually, with such a number of people who came to hunt them, they would notice them immediately, but they couldn't stay focused, especially when Shigen was in outburst. "We need to run. Lefei, hurry up." They had been exhausted from fighting so many times, and they didn't have time to rest. If Arthur still had his Caliban, they might be able to escape easily. If Kuroko was there, they could teleport directly. However, without those two, the only one they could meet was Lefei. Under the urge of everyone, Lefei quickly made a teleportation circle and teleported everyone, but due to her limited magic power as she was unable to properly rest, the circle wasn't so huge to teleport everyone. At that moment, a scream sounded. Sae. Tobio only realized that Sae and Shigen hadn't been teleported. Tobio-kun. Yet, everything was too late since, as they were teleported, Sae and Shigen were left behind under the group of bounty hunters. Nuu. As soon as they were able to arrive at the safe place, Tobio quickly got up and went to Lefei. "Teleport me back. I need to save them." However, Lefei passed out after using all of her magic power. Lefei. Calm down, Tobio-kun. How could I calm down? Tobio held his head in frustration. Sae. Everyone lost their calm at this moment, but suddenly, you look so disgraceful, Valley. Who? Everyone became tense as they looked at the source of the voice, and from the dark, they saw a young man with a dangerous spear that caused them to shudder. How about it? Do you want to work with us to show the world who is right? Chapter 330, The Golden Age of the Alliance. Let's go to Kyoto. What? Riser, who was resting on his villa, looked at Serafal, suddenly jumped into his belly, hugged him tightly, and said something so outrageous. Still, he hoped that she didn't grind those bouncy bottoms of hers to his nether region since it was hard for him to answer her this way. He lifted her body lightly and said, okay. When? He was just about to relax, and he didn't want to work, so going to Kyoto was a good thing for him. Yay. Well, there is no need to be in a hurry, though. I will call you later when we're ready, but I have heard that you have been skipping your work. Is that okay? Of course. Of course not. It isn't okay. Oni-sama, do your work. Riser's lips twitched when he saw Ravel, along with the many women surrounding him. Still, he wasn't scared and said, No, Ravel. The doctor has said that I have an acute disease where I will D*** if I work. Let me rest. How long have you been saying that? Hurry up. Rossweiss, Isabella, Shiwelon, pull him up. Excuse me, Riser-sama. 3x. While they didn't want to do this, they knew that the future of the underworld was on him, so they knew they had to force him even if he didn't want to work. Serafal, help me. However, Serafal only made a salute toward Riser, who was being pulled to work. When your work is over, I will comfort you, Riser-chan. Nuu. His cry was meaningless before he was thrown into a mountain of paperwork, where he was forced to stare at many problems in the Alliance. At this moment, he cried in injustice as he realized how busy he had become. After the alliance with the Norse myth and the Greek myth, he thought his life would be peaceful, but he realized how wrong he was. Work, and work. Riser felt like crying for some reason. Yet, there was nothing he could do since he was the only one who was appropriate to handle many problems in the Alliance. Others couldn't since their position wasn't as high as his, and they weren't as powerful as him. Moreover, as the leader of the Alliance, this was something that he had to do. Still, his legs felt weak when he saw all the work he had to do, but he knew that this was necessary. It was also because of this he sometimes had his women to comfort him under the table. This might be risque, but Rossweiss was on the outside, protecting it in case someone came without prior notice, so there was no need to worry. However, as he was working along with the comfort Ubaluna under the table, someone suddenly entered the door, startling him and Ubaluna, but it also made him clutch his lower body painfully as he had a cold sweat. I am sorry, Riser-sama. Ubeluna was so frightened as she caressed the little Riser. It's okay. It will heal soon. It was fortunate to be a phoenix. If he wasn't. What's wrong, Nya? Are you hurt or something? Is there someone below, Nya? Kuroka asked curiously as she was startled when she saw Ubeluna coming out under Riser's table. Her expression became subtle. You really love this kind of play, Nya. Is there something wrong, Kuroka? Riser tried to hold his anger as he stared at Kuroka. Geez, don't be angry, Nya. I will comfort you later, Nya. I can't. I will spend my time with Seraphal later. Then, the two of us can comfort you. Riser took a deep breath, then asked, so what's wrong? Someone came to exchange the bounty, Nya. Well, it isn't something new, right? They can handle them yourselves. As the bounty had spread all over the world, it wasn't weird for someone to come to exchange a member of the Cows Brigade for money. This had happened so many times, but as expected, those who were caught weren't the core members. They were just some weaklings whose names weren't even mentioned in the story. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that they were weak, as many of them had sacred gears. Yes, most of the members caught by the bounty hunters were members of the hero faction, as they kept appearing from time to time. In the original, there was no such thing as a bounty, so even if there was a team created by the Alliance to face this terrorist organization, there weren't so many people who were included. And they also didn't receive payment as they were part of the protagonist group. However, with the bounty created by Riser, no one could reject the temptation of money, and they also wanted to get into Riser's good side, especially since he also made a promise that their descendants could work in the industry within the Phenex, Rias Gremory, and many others. In other words, Riser's power of money was so frightening. Still, even if so many members of the Cows Brigade were captured, many of those bounty hunters were also killed. Yet, one shouldn't underestimate the strong desire for one to change one's fate by the power of money. Until now, those who were unknown, dirt poor, could only lament their lives and continue their everyday lives in the gray world as they didn't have a future. However, with the bounty, they could get a future that they didn't dare to imagine existed in their lives. At this moment, millions of creatures within the supernatural world wish for the criminal to appear since that way they could get more money. Naturally, this also took quite an expense for him, but money was nothing compared to the peace of mind that he received, and no matter how they hunted the criminals for a bounty, it was impossible to empty his wallet. But this time, it is different, yeah. Oh? Can those bounty hunters capture someone special? After all, Riser knew that those who were related to the protagonist would have a certain protagonist aura that could help them. It was the same case as the 5 principal clans that still held on even if they were attacked by Tiamat. Yes, Nya. Hey, you two come in, Nya. Hearing Kuroka's words, 2 girls came in timidly and didn't dare to look at Riser. Unlike his women, who had somehow gotten used to his aura, those 2 girls trembled in fear when they felt his aura, even if he had repressed it. Moreover, with their current situation, they weren't sure what would happen to them. Still, this was better than being surrounded by hundreds of men that had captured them. They still recalled their eyes when they stared at their bod *yes, and it made them shudder in fear. While Riser's aura was frightening, it didn't emit a lust that wished to swallow their bod *yes whole, so they felt strangely comfortable. Why did you chain them? Still, Riser was speechless when he saw those 2 girls were chained, which made him remember a certain scene in a certain work. If they were put into a cage, then he might be able to mimic that certain scene. However, he had to say they were all beauties. One was like a girl that you often saw in your neighborhood, a childhood type of girl. Her eyes were green, and her long hair was brown, tied in half-twin tails, which enhanced her cuteness. The other was a biracial young woman of Japanese and European descent, making her Eurasian. She had long blonde hair that was tied using ribbons and tied in a braid, looking a lot like a crown. Her eyes were heterochromatic, with a blue right eye and a black left eye. They are Sai Tuju and Shigyan Nanadaru. Yeah. Kuroka smiled and said, they are part of the /dog. Oh? /dog. Still, Riser was confused by Kuroka's smile. Even though they were members of the /dog, they weren't special members, right? Moreover, they have a dubious relationship with the leader of the /dog, Nya. Don't you always like to steal someone's woman, Nya? They're a good girl, Nya. It was like a pet who wished to be praised by her master. Kuroka gave Riser the 2 girls as presents. I don't have such a hobby. Yet, Riser felt that Kuroka had slandered him since he didn't have a hobby to steal someone's women. Really? Nya? Didn't you sleep with Elaine before? I do sleep with her, but isn't she just a normal maid hired by Meredith? Of course not, Nya. She is Arthur's lover, Nya. You slept with Arthur's lover, Nya. Riser blinked his eyes, then looked at Ubeluna, who sat on his side like most loyal followers. It's true, Riser-sama. Ubeluna nodded. When she learned about Elaine Westcott's identity, this was why she didn't mind Elaine sleeping with Riser. If Elaine didn't have such an identity, there was no way for her to let Elaine sleep with Riser since everyone had their orders to sleep with Riser. Then, yes, your hobby of sleeping with other women has spread, Nya. Riser took a deep breath, then asked, "Who spread such a rumor?" Kuroka looked away. Kurokea. Chapter 331. Give your fiancé to him. While all the members of the alliance were peaceful under the ruler of Riser, the 5 principal clans were different. Even if Ijuka was there to protect the main headquarters of this clan, Tiamat never stopped her attack, and she kept harassing many places of the 5 principal clans within the country. While the 5 principal clans wished for Ijuka to stop Tiamat, who attacked the branch headquarters, if Ijuka left the main headquarters, then their headquarters were as good as defenseless. It was also because of this that they were huddled up and holed up within the headquarters like turtles, afraid of being targeted by Tiamat. What should we do? If this continues, then our clan is over. It's all your fault. If you don't have a connection with that dirty breed, then will this happen? We have to capture him. Hurry up and cut off your relationship with that guy, Suzaku. At this moment, all the main members of the 5 principal clans stared at Suzaku, the heir of the Himejima clan, in panic and anger. Among the 5 principal clans, only 2 clans remained, and 3 of the rest were almost hanging and were about to be destroyed. However, as the 3 of them had lost their holy beasts, their clans were as good as over. Only the Himejima clan and Nikiri clan still had their holy beasts, but they weren't sure how long they could hold on. While Ijuka was powerful, they knew that if he wished to defeat Tiamat, it was impossible, especially when they could see Ijuka's lazy attitude that they never cared much about the safety of their clans, even if they had tried to help him to search for the owner of the Innovate Clear. Moreover, they knew that even if Ijuka was powerful, he was helpless against Tannen. Tiamat had the same status as Tannen, and she also had a dubious relationship with Ijuka, so why should they help them? This made them helpless, and they wished for Riser to help them since they knew how Tannen was easily dealt with by Riser. Yet, they knew how much Riser hated Valle and those who were related to him, especially when Valle had killed the older brother of one of his women. It would be amazing for those who had a link with Valle and those who were related to him to be helped by Riser. So, at this moment, they wished for Suzaku to cut off her ties with her fiancé, Tobio, and also trap Tobio so they could use this guy as a gift to Riser. Being scolded harshly as she was forced to make a cruel decision, there was nothing that Suzaku Himejima could do. Probably, her ears had already gone deaf from being scolded by everyone, especially the last time. Everyone knew how rude she was in front of Riser. She knew that everything was her fault, and even now, many of her clansmen d*ed, yet there was nothing she could do. Weak. She was too weak to do anything. Now that you mention it, I have heard Lucifer-sama loves to play with a woman who has a partner already. That's right. I have heard that he loves to steal from a woman from another guy. Suzaku, why don't you try to save us by giving yourselves to Lucifer-sama? Everyone's eyes were on Suzaku as they thought that Suzaku had a fiancé, so Riser should be interested in her, right? Yet, Suzaku had a shudder when she saw everyone's eyes. What was this? What was this? What was this? Sacrifice yourselves for the clans, Suzaku. Yeah, moreover, isn't it all your fault that our clans have turned into something like this? It's your turn to repay us. Everyone became a monster as they tried to push this woman into the abyss, but... Bang! Suddenly, a loud banging sound was heard. Everyone turned their attention to the young man who had caused this commotion. What is this? Why are you all doing something so filthy? Do you want to curry the favor of that fake Lucifer that much? Uriya-kun. Suzaku looked at Uriya Nikiri, the heir of the Nikiri clan, with a moving expression. In this place, there was no one who could save her, and no one would help her as all of them wished to push her into Riser even though they knew that she had a fiancé already. Uriya felt sick by everyone who wished to give Suzaku to Riser, but when he was about to say something, one of the elders of his clan suddenly said, "Now that you mention it, you have a fiancé, right, Uriya? Why don't you give your fiancé to Lucifer-sama? You don't want Suzaku to sacrifice herself, right? If so, then try to repay your clans by doing something beneficial for us. Yeah. Instead of being angry at us, do something helpful. If you can't do something in this situation, then just shut up." Being scolded and forced to give his fiancé to Riser, Uriya was stunned still as he didn't expect this reaction. He thought that everyone would become one and fight the crisis, yet unexpectedly, everyone wished to throw his fiancé to Riser. Yet, facing the arguments of the elders, there was nothing he could do since his power wasn't enough, and he knew well how powerful Tiamat was since he had trained under her before. Moreover, Tiamat was good at sneak attacks, and even if he could control the power of the earth, he was helpless to the opponent that could fly. Yet, at the same time, he wondered why he did Tiamat do all of this. Why? When he was in his own thoughts, Uriya was ignoring Suzaku, and he pretended like he didn't do anything and just stayed quiet on the side. Watching Uriya, who had gone silent, all the elders snorted at Uriya, thinking that this guy was all talk and a coward, before they continued to urge Suzaku to seduce Riser, so that way, they could be saved. While Uriya's fiancée was beautiful, they had a feeling that Riser would be more interested in Suzaku, especially when Akino was also his lover, so if he could have Suzaku and Akino, he could have a sister play, right? Still watching Uryu, who suddenly went silent, Suzaku felt even more despair and cursed him for raising her hope. If you can't do anything, then just shut up. The hope that she had before was crushed directly. As Suzaku didn't know what to do, Ajuka listened to their arguments silently as he talked with Azazel. I see. That's what they are planning. Well, there is nothing they can do except for that, right? He was so lustful, after all, Azazel said with a laugh. You can laugh in this situation? It's just a woman. I am sure that he will understand, and when he knows about his fiancée's situation, I am sure that he can become stronger. How cruel. Ajuka shook his head. Say someone who was about to sacrifice the entire underworld. We can't return, Azazel. I know. There was no escape for the two, as Riser wouldn't let them go. If there was a reason why Riser didn't kill them, it was because he wanted to play with their lives, letting them feel the feeling of despair, which made them snort at his sick hobby. But even so, their bod *es were honest as they knew how frightening Riser was. Moreover, even if the others were clueless, they knew the reason why Tiamat attacked the 5 principal clans was all due to Riser. Tiamat didn't care about their lives any longer since she couldn't even save her life. They also didn't blame Tiamat since she was forced. As for the 5 principal clans, they didn't care much since they knew a human would reproduce sooner or later. So, are you going to Kyoto after this? Yeah, it's one of the chances after all, and I believe the holder of the Longinus will give us a surprise. Don't fail, Azazel. I know. This might be one of their last chances, and they had to take him down by using the user of the strongest Longinus. Ciao ciao. Chapter 332, The Law of Gravity. Dear. As Riser had promised before, he went on a trip with Seraphal to Kyoto as the West Yukai faction wished to become part of the alliance. Still, Seraphal also thought that it was her chance to go on a trip with Riser, so she invited him. As he was able to escape from his work, naturally, he agreed to this invitation. So, along with Rosweiss, Maihi, his bishop, Mira, his pawn, and Burent, his pawn, all of them went on a trip to Kyoto. Naturally, before they went to Kyoto, they went to visit Sona and Rias on the Kuo. Sona and Rias jumped and hugged him tightly, happily. Being hugged by the two, Riser had to say that it was great as he had never expected that he would be able to enjoy this situation. Still, the matter of Kyoto aside, he was going to enjoy his time on the Kuo. Seraphal also thought the same, as it had been a while since she met her little sister. Nevertheless, she felt a little nervous when she realized the dominant position had been switched between them. The smell of S**X, the humid air of the ardent motions, and the sound of their heavy breathing filled the room. Riser sat on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette, looking at the ceiling absent-mindedly as he knew this trip to Kyoto definitely wouldn't be peaceful. What's wrong? Sona reached behind him as she moved her hand up and down on his broad back. The second grade at your school will go to Kyoto too, right? Yeah. Similar to him and Seraphal, who left for Kyoto, the second-year students of the Kuo Academy would also leave for Kyoto for a school trip. It happened to be a coincidence, but somehow, he felt like it was like a plot where trouble was about to come. However, unlike before, there was no Issei, the natural protagonist of this world, so he wasn't sure how this problem might be unfounded. I have heard that Azazel is going to join, right? He is going to join as a chemistry teacher and also the advisor of the Occult Research Club. As a student council, this was something natural for Sona to know. Right, Rias? Yeah. Rias, who was sleepy, answered Riser's question. Is there something wrong? She didn't care much about Azazel since she knew that Riser was going to give a slow and painful death to Azazel, avenging her older brother in her place. Riser might not have said anything, but she knew how he felt, especially when he was at Sunra. Nothing. Riser-chan, you have been weird. You must be hiding something, right? Tell us, okay? If you have something that you are worried about, you can tell us. Unlike Sona and Rias, Seraphal was more straightforward as she wished to be his strength. She knew that many things happened under this piece, but many of them were clueless. No, I just felt like something might have happened on our trip to Kyoto later. As he said those words, he looked at the 3 women whose bod *es were glistening by the sweat. Their room was quite cool due to their air conditioner, but the heat from their previous activities still remained within their bod *es, causing them to sweat. Problem? Well, the Cows Brigade or something? Anyway, we will probably have to fight since someone won't let us have a smooth expansion of the Alliance. Under his leadership, the Alliance was probably the strongest force on this earth. As the West Yukai group joined the Alliance, there was no doubt that the power of the Alliance would be even greater. While the Cows Brigade might be one of the sources of trouble in this world, the forces that were sandwiched by the Alliance definitely wouldn't stay silent by the expansion of the power of the Alliance. Japan, the United States, and Europe were controlled by the Alliance. There might still be a lot of myths that hadn't joined, such as Middle Eastern, Celtic, African, Indian, and Chinese myth who hadn't joined the Alliance. But even so, it might be only a time before they joined as the expansion of the Alliance couldn't be stopped. If there was trouble, then it might also come from those two myths, especially when Sun Wukong was involved during the problem of the Great Red previously. Moreover, Azazel and Ajuka. Riser knew that he needed to clear up the two as soon as possible before they ran away to those two myths or even the Cows Brigade. Yet, there was no doubt this trip to Kyoto was a perfect chance for him to clear them up. However, he wouldn't tell Rias, Sona, or Serafal. Still, the three of them gasped when they heard that the Cows Brigade might appear in Kyoto. Giving them water, which they gulped greedily, Rias asked, "Will the Cows Brigade really come? If they don't come, I will be surprised. Moreover, isn't it a rare chance for them to fight me? Unlike when he was in the underworld, where he was protected by the army of the Alliance and various security magics on his territory. Then, don't tell me. I will use myself as bait so the remaining members of the Cows Brigade appear. It's time for this organization to be destroyed after all." His voice was just as he was on the side of justice. "Should I go with you?" "No, it's enough for me with Wani-chan to go. Be careful, okay?" Sona hugged his leg tightly, feeling helpless as she could do nothing. Rias was the same and hugged his other leg. Naturally, when the two of them hugged him, a natural reaction happened to his penis, causing them to blush and wish to be impregnated. "What's wrong, Serafal?" Unlike the two, who were like women in heat, Serafal didn't say anything. "You are not going to push me like before, right? You still thinking about that?" "Of course." Serafal looked at Riser with tears in her eyes. Even now, she still remembered when he pushed her away when he faced that dangerous being, and she was just afraid that he would do something similar. "You don't need to worry. I won't do something like that. Can you promise me?" "It's not about a promise, but in this world, there is no one who is stronger than me now." His voice was casual as if he was just stating the fact. "The Cows Brigade? If I can find all of them, they are as good as they are now." Riser hugged Serafal affectionately. "So, you don't need to worry that I will be okay." "Okay." Serafal also hugged him tightly before pushing him, wishing him to impregnate her. Then, as the two started, Sona and Rias also joined. "Still, you say all of that, but don't you just feel lustful toward the leader of the West Yukai faction? You don't want to make her into your woman, right, Riser-chan?" Serafal tore Riser's righteous face. His lips twitched as he wondered how a woman could show such a face after she had shown him such a sad face previously. Yet could he deny it? After all, like how gravity pulled everyone to the ground, he was also attracted by the heavy mass of the leader of the West Yukai faction. However, as he was ready to learn about the law of gravity in Kyoto, all he got was disappointment. The leader of the Kyoto Yukai, Yasaka, has disappeared. Chapter 333, It's time for your downfall. Instead of the greater mass that one couldn't think of, what greeted them was a petite, green fruit. While it was just an illusion, similar to the green fruit, which was sour and bitter, Riser knew that it was forbidden for him to do anything to the figure in front of him. "I am sorry for the rudeness, Lucifer-sama, but, Okasama has been kidnapped." Yasaka's daughter, Kunu, bowed her head as if pleading toward Riser. Please save Okasama, Lucifer-sama." If it was in the original, Kunu wouldn't be so polite and begging like this. She would even attack the protagonist group as she would mistake them as the kidnapper of her mother, but it was different when the protagonist was changed into him. Facing the leader of the Alliance, the proud daughter of the leader of Kyoto Yukai could only bow down and beg pitifully, hoping for him to lend his power to them. Still, Serafal looked at Riser dumbfoundedly since there had always been trouble whenever he was involved, right? While Riser wasn't sure what Serafal was thinking, he could only think that this woman must be thinking something rude about him. Still, as he ignored Serafal, he observed Kunu once again. According to her appearance, Kunu should be in her elementary school. Her golden blonde hair was tied into a ponytail with matching eyes. She also has 9 golden foxtails and matching ears. Watching Kunu's traditional shrine maiden outfit, Riser wondered how Serafal would appear when she wore them. "You want me to wear a shrine maiden outfit?" Serafal suddenly whispered with a naughty blush. Riser hissed and looked at Serafal speechlessly. "Be serious. We're in the middle of an important occasion." His voice was stern as if he was really angry at Serafal. However, Serafal knew that this guy was all talk, but when she wore the shrine's maiden outfit, she knew that Riser would push her directly. Frankly, Riser didn't think too much about Yasaka since there was no relationship between them. Moreover, while Yasaka was powerful, it didn't mean that she would help much for the Alliance, as in the supernatural world, the most important thing was the power of the leader. As long as the leader was powerful, any group would grow to the top. It was the case for him, which grew the Alliance into such a humongous organization. Please. Still, the way Kunu asked for help was far better than Suzaka Himejima at that time. Nevertheless, at this moment, no one said anything. Even if they heard the conversation between Riser and Serafal, all of them stayed silent. All the peerage members of Citri Sona and Rias Gremory, along with Azazel, sat behind Riser and Serafal in silence, waiting for Riser's decision. Yet, Unlike the others, it had been a while for Azazel to meet Riser. The last time they met was when he tried to follow him on his trip to Tokyo. However, the last time he saw him was when Riser used a secret technique to disappear along with the Great Red. Frankly, just sitting here made him have a cold sweat as Riser's aura penetrated every being of his body. At that time, when Riser appeared, Azazel was afraid of being killed, so he had been avoiding him. But now, he knew that he couldn't do that any longer. He needed to stay on Riser's side since this was the best place for him if he wanted to stay alive. Still, frankly, Azazel felt complex since even if he wasn't killed or attacked, Riser treated him like nothing but a dead bug on the asphalt street, dying due to the hot weather. If it was before, Azazel might have become angry, but he knew pride and others were meaningless, and he needed to throw them away. Riser wasn't sure what Azazel was thinking, and he didn't care about him either since it was about the time. Kunu, right? Yes. Kunu answered with a tense body and quickly straightened her body when Riser called her name. You don't need to worry. We will save your mother. You have decided to join the Alliance, after all, so the safety of the Kyoto Yukai is also within my responsibility. Lucifer-sama. Kuna cried and felt relief as she knew that she could entrust everything to him. Still, due to her emotional outburst, she jumped into him and hugged him tightly as she cried. Riser was speechless, but he just comforted Kuna while wondering whether it was the feeling to have a daughter. He might have married, but he hadn't made his woman pregnant, so he felt a little emotional when he saw Kunu, who cried. Kunu, who was in his arms, also felt the long-lost security and comfort, so after that outburst, she slept in his arms. What a carefree girl. Riser was helpless, but the Yukais of Kyoto were so nervous when they saw Kunu was so rude. Still, he didn't mind before he looked at everyone. Our mission now is to save Yasaka, the leader of the Kyoto Yukai. I hope that you can help me to search for her as I am sure that those kidnappers are still in this city. Yes. All of them answered without hesitation. Go on and rest. I know that it is your student trip, but I will make up your holiday later. It's okay, Riser-sama. You don't need to worry about us. Yeah, this thing is nothing. By the way, can I sleep with you tonight, Riser-sama? While others told Riser not to worry since they knew the importance of the West Yukai faction to the Alliance, Zenovia directly asked her request. Everyone stared at this idiotic girl in silence. Sure. Yay. Watching Zenovia, who was happy, Asia's expression became subtle. Then she raised her hand timidly. Can I join too? Sure. Yay. Asia also joined happily. Everyone. Kiba looked up at the sky and felt that everything was good and that everyone was happy, but he had to say, it felt like a bit lonely without Issei. However, as Issei wasn't by his side, he would keep remembering him, and Issei would live within his heart forever. However, Irina, who watched all of this, wasn't sure what to say, but why did Zenovia and Asia seem to look in her direction? Nevertheless, with that conversation, everyone returned to their rooms to rest while Kunu was brought by the maids to go back to her room. However, Azazel didn't join them and went somewhere by saying that he wanted to drink. Riser didn't care about Azazel and just ignored him. Azazel felt that this reaction of Riser was normal, and he knew the higher someone's position was, the more arrogant he was. Riser was like that now, and that was going to be Riser's downfall. Azazel was sure of this. Unlike Tokyo, the streets of Kyoto were complicated and small. It was like the entire city itself was a gigantic maze that could easily make one get lost. Moreover, unlike Tokyo, which seemed like a city that never slept, the street was quiet at this moment, and there were hardly any people walking around him. However, while Azazel was unfamiliar with the streets and was even getting lost now, he didn't mind since he knew that someone was going to come to pick him up. Then, as expected, as he walked, there were no people anymore, yet nothing changed. However, suddenly, a group of people led by a young man came and greeted him. Welcome, Governor. The young man smiled, showing a happy smile as he saw Azazel. Chapter 334. The Hero. I am not a governor anymore. I am nothing but just a normal fallen angel. Azazel said calmly as he observed this young man. Chow Chow. The leader of the hero faction on the Cows Brigade. This was the person that he came to meet in the middle of the night. While Azazel knew this young man, it was the first time he met Chow Chow directly like this, especially when Chow Chow was part of the terrorist organization, the Cows Brigade. Like any other person that he had seen, Chow Chow was handsome, with short black hair and blue eyes. He also wore a gakuren, Japanese schoolboy uniform, and ancient Chinese Hanfu attire. Azazel wasn't sure if there was a reason why Chow Chow wore a school uniform, but for one thing, if it was before, he might think this young man was exceptional. But now? Azazel felt skeptical and wondered whether Chow Chow could defeat Riser. However, as the holder of the true Longinus, Chow Chow shouldn't be too shabby, right? Is it me? Or do you think something rude about me, Governor? Chow Chow raised his brows. As I have said before, I am no longer the governor of the fallen angel. Even so, I think that you are one, And that's why I wonder how the expressions of everyone when they learn the governor of the fallen angel are meeting us, the group of terrorists. You want to report me to everyone? No, no. We're working together now, and our purpose is all the same. That is to defeat Riser Lucifer. When Chow Chow mentioned Riser, his voice was low and heavy, as if he tried to endure his anger. Yet, how could he not feel anger toward Riser? Especially when many of the members of the hero faction were taken out due to the bounty system made by Riser. As a faction with the most numbers on the Cows Brigade, the hero faction naturally became the #1 target of the entire world. Their value on the bounty might not be much, but as long as they collected enough, this number was good enough. Moreover, most of them were weak, as they were humans, so many supernatural beings came after the hero factions. If George, the holder of the Dimension Lost, wasn't part of the member of the Cows Brigade, then their faction would crumble before they were able to achieve their goal. As the hero faction, their purpose was like a hero to erase all evil beings, such as devils, monsters, dragons, and many supernatural beings that threatened human beings. Yet, somehow, they were targeted by those human beings. This was why Chow Chow hated Riser so much since, in the eyes of the public, Riser was the justice, while he, the hero faction, was the evil. However, as long as he defeated Riser, then this view would change, and that was why he knew Azazel's cooperation was necessary. However, before Chow Chow asked Riser, as he didn't know about him except for what he had heard from the public, someone suddenly interrupted him. Governor, how are SAE and Nanadaro? Are they fine? Tobio asked anxiously. While he knew that there was nothing that they could do, they had left SAE Tujo, his childhood friend, and Nanadara Shigian. As a criminal who was targeted by the world, there was nothing he could do except ask Azazel's help, who was still standing on the light side. Still, some people might say that he was a simp for thinking Shigian, who had gotten angry at him previously. However, Shigian was a member of the / Dog, and as the leader of this group, he had a duty to protect every one of its members. Unfortunately, he failed before, and it definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he cared about the female members of the / Dog more than mere friends. Watching Tobio's reaction, Azazel felt a bit guilty, and he wasn't sure how to inform Tobio about the information of SAE Tuja and Shigian Nanadara. Still, he bit the bullet and said, "You don't need to worry. They should be at Riser's villa." Lucifer's villa? Tobio's expression became ugly, thinking that SAE and Shigian were tortured by Riser. Nevertheless, Chow Chow and all the members of the hero faction looked at Tobio with a subtle expression before they glanced at Arthur Pendragon, whose elegance could no longer be seen, and what everyone could see was only a gloomy young man. Still noticing their gazes, Arthur became even more gloomy. "You don't need to worry. They are beautiful, and in the worst-case scenario, they will be treated as a maid by Riser." "Maid? That's great." Tobio sighed in relief since it was better than being put inside a dark jail. "But don't come after them and think about saving them. Just leave them there and leave them until everything is over." "Why?" Tobio couldn't understand Azazel's thoughts. "I think the governor is correct," Chow Chow added. "Huh?" Tobio was confused by Chow Chow's words. "It is said that Lucifer-sama loves to steal the woman of others, so in case your close relationship with those two girls is known, then you might become a cuckold," Chow Chow wisely advised. Hearing Chow Chow's frank advice, Tobio was stunned and subconsciously stared at Arthur before he made up his mind. "I know." Arthur became even more gloomy, but he didn't say anything. After all, the news of Elaine Westcott, the maid of the Pendragon house, falling into the arms of Riser was clearly announced as if trying to mock him. Yet, Arthur knew that everything was nothing but a trick to bait him out since he knew the love between him and Elaine was powerful, and there was no way for it to be broken. But I can see that this Lucifer is kind of an interesting character. Like his ancestor, who loved to steal the wives of others, Riser also loved to do the same, which made Chow Chow amazed and understand why Riser could create the alliance that almost dominated this world. "If possible, I want to talk with him before I kill him, though." "Don't." Azazel shook his head. "The moment you have decided to become his enemy, never give him a chance to fight back, or else you might be over. He is a devil, and I am the host of the ultimate Longinus, the true Longinus." Chow Chow smiled and said, "I think that he is the one who needs to be careful." Azazel looked at Chow Chow for a moment, and somehow Chow Chow reminded him of someone who had passed away before. So he didn't say anything since it was meaningless to give advice to such a person, and Chow Chow's purpose was nothing but to buy time for them. "If you are that confident, then I won't say anything. But where is Yusaka?" "She is over here." Chow Chow glanced behind, and two of his followers brought Yusaka in front of Azazel. "You are going to use her to summon the Great Red, right?" "Yes." Chow Chow nodded. While Lucifer-sama might have announced that he defeated the Great Red, no one knew for real, so why shouldn't we use this chance to confirm this news? Azazel nodded since, using the Great Red and Chow Chow's true Longinus, their chances of victory were even higher. Moreover, like Chow Chow, he didn't believe that Riser had defeated the Great Red. So, how are we going to appear? Chow Chow asked, since he knew that the one who would give them an opportunity was Azazel. Tomorrow, come after me and attack me. We will fight together, and when we finish our fight, we can start the real deal. Ha ha ha. Truly the governor of the fallen angels, you are going to use yourselves as bait. Chow Chow laughed and then nodded. If that's the case, happy cooperation. He extended his hand, giving a handshake to Azazel. Azazel also shook Chow Chow's hand firmly. By the way, can I ask you something? What's wrong? What kind of man is Riser Lucifer? Chow Chow asked. Azazel thought for a moment and said, he is a man of contradiction. Contradiction? Both aggressive and unaggressive, both insolent and polite, rigid and adaptable, submissive and resentful of being pushed around, loyal and treacherous, brave and timid, conservative and hospitable to new ways. In other words, it is impossible to predict him, but for one thing, as long as you become his enemy, then he will target you until you disappear from this world. Chow Chow smiled when he heard Azazel's thoughts toward Riser. That's why you're working with us, huh? Azazel didn't say anything and only kept quiet. However, it doesn't matter since soon, the evil will be defeated by us, the hero. Chapter 335, First Step. No one knew about the cooperation between Azazel and the hero faction except for those who were involved. The power of the dimensional lost, the ultimate sacred gear that governed over the barriers in space, wasn't something that could be cracked by anyone. Moreover, the host of this sacred gear was George, the descendant of Johann George Faust, the man who made a pact with the legendary devil, Mephistopheles, a genius magician. On this quiet and peaceful night, the two of them left and returned to their own places, waiting for the chance to defeat the strongest Lucifer. However, while those people had an intense and serious discussion, Riser and Seraphal spent their night a loving night together. While Zenobia and Asia wanted to join, he felt like he needed to give Seraphal priority first. He knew that it was unfair, but the world was like this, and Seraphal had a higher status in this world. Moreover, the devil's world still followed the rule of hierarchy. As the servants and the reincarnated devils, Zenobia and Asia knew that they needed to be wronged. Yet, they also knew they couldn't be as insolent as when they were with Sona or Rias, especially when they weren't that close with Seraphal. Seraphal might be bubbly, warm, kind-hearted, and probably slightly idiotic, yet even so, she was still Mao, one of the devils who stood above everyone. In this world, the stronger one was, the more lawless they would be. It was like how many gods often stole the women of others or even princesses so they could sleep with them. Nevertheless, compared to those gods who were lawless, Riser was more law-abiding, and his decision to fully focus on Seraphal tonight was the correct one since she was so cute and loving. They also played by wearing kimonos and enjoyed their time in this old capital of this country. Still, on the next morning, when they had breakfast, Kuna came. She bowed her head and apologized. I am sorry for showing such a shameful appearance, Lucifer-sama. She knew how rude her action had been the day before, especially when she had fallen asleep in his arms. It's okay. That's normal. You are worried about your mother. After all, you don't need to worry. We will find your mother soon. Thank you, Riser-sama. Kuna wished to hug him again since it was so warm when she was in his arms, but she knew she couldn't do it, especially when she knew how rude her action was. Still, unlike the original, where there was a limited number of armies that came to handle the problem in Kyoto, under Riser's leadership, whether it was angels, devils, fallen angels, or other supernatural beings, they came all together and went to search for Yusaka and hunted down the Cows Brigade for extra money. It could be said the life of a terrorist in the supernatural world had become a difficult level where it was almost impossible for one to do unless one had a strong power. There was no lack of people who wished to get easy money, so Kyoto quickly became crowded due to Riser's call. Then what if the Cows Brigade didn't appear due to their appearance? Riser didn't think so since he knew the leader of the hero faction was a young man, and the character of the young man had always been reckless. Being smooth sailing gave them confidence, and even if they failed some, they wouldn't give up and persist like a protagonist usually was. It was why many protagonists were young instead of old. If the protagonists were old, then they would give up and make stable progress with no mistakes. Riser-sama, if I can take down the hero faction, then reward me tonight, okay? Zenobia directly made a deal after she joined the Citri group to search for Yusaka and took down the hero faction in Kyoto. Okay. Hearing his answer, Zenobia became excited and then brought her team out to hunt down the enemies. As everyone left, Riser was left alone with Kunu and Seraphal. As the leader of the alliance, it wasn't that he shouldn't move, but he knew that it was better that he didn't move since that way his followers wouldn't appear useless. By the way, Kunu, can you guide us around Kyoto? Yes, Lucifer-sama. Please call me Riser, okay? Feeling his gentle touch on her hair, Kuna swung her tails right and left happily as she nodded. Yes, Riser-sama. Seraphal only glanced at Riser, but she didn't say anything. Still, as they had made their decision, under Kunu's guidance, They walked around Kyoto, visiting various places. While it might be strange, as a supernatural being, Kyoto felt like a better place for supernatural beings as this place still preserved the culture of this country well. The matcha in this place is great, Riser-sama, Serafal-sama. It's nice. Let me try it, Riser-chan. Along with their group, the three of them visited Uji, the place where the famous Uji tea was born. By the way, I have never heard how the kidnappers took down your mother, Kunu? Hearing this question, Kunu showed a hatred on her little face. They are all cowards, Riser-sama. When Okasama was unprepared, and on her way to meet Indra-sama to talk about cooperation, the hero faction of the Cows Brigade suddenly came and attacked Okasama's group. Moreover, they are so arrogant for sending the text directly, provoking us. As Kunu kept talking, Riser fell into silence. Huh? Indra? A Hindu myth? Was the Hindu myth going to get involved? Frankly, if there was a myth that he was still wary about, there was no doubt it was the Hindu myth and the Chinese myth, as they had religions with one of the greatest numbers of believers. However, if they were involved, it didn't mean he was scared. Instead, he thought that it was a chance. In the past, he might not have thought about it, and even felt that it was troublesome, but he knew the best way to have a comfortable and lazy life was by dominating this world. The human world aside, the supernatural world had to bow down to him. It was also the reason why he never killed the leaders of the Cows Brigade, as they were useful. Riser knew that he needed to be on the side of the righteous, and it was impossible for him to decimate everyone unless he had a reason. If they didn't give him a reason, he couldn't do it. While he knew that he was the strongest being in this world, if he attacked someone without reason, then what was the difference between him and those dragons that he hated the most? This was why the Cows Brigade was necessary, as it could do dirty work for him. It was like this. Suddenly, his phone rang. Hello. Riser-sama, please come. We're being attacked by the Cows Brigade. Asia's voice was filled with anxiety as she told Riser what was happening. She told her how Azazel fought the leader of the hero faction, Xiao Chao, while the rest fought the other members of the hero faction. I will go there. There was no need to hesitate, and he went directly to the place where they fought. Even though their fighting place was hidden by the dimensional lost, it didn't matter as nothing could be hidden by him, and while there was another reason, he didn't plan to say it since it might be too cruel for the hero faction. Serafal, come on. Serafal was happy that Riser didn't leave her, so hearing his voice, she jumped into him and hugged him tightly so he wouldn't push her away in case something dangerous happened like before. However, before Riser and Serafal were about to leave, Kuno held his leg tightly. Wait, Riser-sama, please let me come with you. I want to save Okasama too. I. Kuno knew that her decision was reckless, but even so, she still wished to follow them. Kuno-chan. While Serafal thought of a reason to reject Kuno, Riser said, Okay, come with me. While he wanted to carry Kuno on his arm, Kuno seemed to follow Serafal's method by hugging his leg tightly like a koala. Hold me tight. There were many things that Riser wanted to say, but he kept all of them inside. The three of them then flew in the direction of the battle. All the armies also followed him quickly as soon as possible. As expected, when they arrived, there was nothing, but Riser somehow burnt the space, and a gap emerged before they saw the scene that left all of them baffled. Wah! Azazel was there, fighting Xiao Chao, but unexpectedly, he D***edition. With lifeless eyes, his heart was pierced by the true Longinus, dying by this blow. At that moment, everything was in silence before a voice of the army of the fallen angels that came with Riser echoed throughout the space. Governor. Chapter 336. You have been caught. As there was no Issei, Zenobia became the leader of the group within the Kuo Academy. She might be idiotic and reckless, but everyone had to admit that she had this certain charm that made people follow her, especially when they knew that she would mess up, so they felt a strange responsibility to follow her. Nevertheless, somehow, Azazel also decided to follow them. While it might be strange, especially when Rias wished to kill Azazel, in the eyes of others, Azazel was still a teacher who needed to be respected. Moreover, even if Azazel's position as governor was taken away, he was still a former governor and had 12 wings, which showed his qualification as a leader-like figure among everyone. Moreover, Azazel was good at communicating, but nevertheless, when one image was already formed in another's heart, it was hard or almost impossible to erase that negative impression, especially when Riser had expressed his dislike for him. Even if they walked together, they didn't talk to each other and even ignored Azazel. Facing this, Azazel didn't say anything and just kept a note for the future, thinking of his revenge against them. He knew that it might be petty of him to think so, but if he wasn't petty, he wouldn't fall as a fallen angel, right? Still, Azazel somehow missed Issei as Issei was the only one who didn't mistreat him and felt a kinship, like a family. Yet, as Issei had become Riser's enemy, Issei had D***ed, and no one knew that the one who killed Issei was Riser. While everyone was miserable, Riser sat on the sideline, safe, and scathed, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Yet, it was impossible to deceive him, and he knew what kind of evil being Riser was. Still, he knew that even though he needed to be in a hurry, he also needed to be patient, or else everything would crumble. It's time. Due to the ignorance of Zenobia and her group, Azazel decided to move away while waiting for his plan to start. Then, as expected, suddenly, the entire space became quiet without anyone, as if everyone was teleported away. Then, as the sound of an explosion and a fight happened, he directly spread his wings and soared in their direction. Are you all okay? Showing his concern, Azazel appeared like a hero who came when everyone was in a crisis. Sensei. Kiba was happy when he saw Azazel, who came to save them, but somehow, the girls felt that Azazel's timing was quite weird, and frankly, they didn't need help. However, they didn't say anything since, in this situation, while they might not lose in quality, they lost in terms of quantity as the hero faction brought their armies to take them down. Oh, isn't this the governor of Gregory? Cao Cao also entered the act and acted as if he didn't know Azazel. He also appeared surprised and eager to fight Azazel like a martial artist who wished to prove he was the strongest. I am not the governor of the Gregory. Azazel narrowed his eyes and asked, You are Cao Cao of the hero faction, right? That's right. I'm Cao Cao, the descendant of the famous Cao Cao from the Three Kingdoms. What is your plan? What are you doing here? Where is the leader of the Kyoto Yukai? Azazel asked his questions continuously with a stern expression. Fu. Cao Cao chuckled. We are a hero, so of course, our purpose is to become a hero and save everyone from a supernatural being like you. Though we might have another agenda, I will let you know if you defeat me. His choice of words was polite, yet everyone could tell how arrogant he sounded. Nevertheless, a hero? Were they Chinibu? Then, I will force you to talk. However, unlike others, who were confused and filled with tension, Azazel got serious directly. Downfall Dragon another armor. Azazel didn't hesitate and used his artificial sacred gear. While Riser might have destroyed this item previously, he crafted it again and made it even stronger. Then, I will see the true power of the governor. By then, the two of them had fought each other. While they might not use their everything, each of their collisions caused the space to tremble, showing the intense confrontation that suited their status. Nevertheless, it was easy to tell that no one gained the upper hand as their power was similar to each other. Azazel might only have used artificial sacred gear, but it was made with the cooperation of Fafnir, the legendary Dragon King. Moreover, he was the former governor of the Gregory and 12 Wings of Fallen Angels. With all of those combinations, it could be said that his power couldn't be underestimated. Still, it didn't mean that Cao Cao was weak since he was the true host of the true Longinus, the strongest Longinus. Still, with such a Longinus, he was still a human, and as a human, he was weak. If there was something that he was above Azazel, it was his skill and talent in fighting since Azazel wasn't so good at fighting. While Cao Cao and Azazel fought, the other also fought the other members of the hero faction. While the bounty hunter made the lives of the members of the hero faction even more difficult, it also gave them a chance to get stronger and attain the strongest state of the sacred gear, Balance Breaker. By fighting to the death, they became stronger. Frankly, if it were others, it might be hard for them to do it, but with Cao Cao's brainwashing ability, no one feared death. Still, even so, they weren't Zenovia's opponent, and she was also cruel. Whenever her blade moved, she would cut down a few of the members of the hero faction and kill them. She knew that her act wasn't good, and she wouldn't have done so in the past, but when she learned about what the hero faction did to the world, she knew that killing them was better than letting them stay alive. Watching how Zenovia killed the members of the hero faction like a bug, many of the hero faction's executives frowned and even felt furious. Those who were killed might be nothing but tools in their eyes, but even so, how could they allow their followers to be treated like this? When Cao Cao fought Azazel, his eyes questioned him, but Azazel never said anything and just let Zenovia kill the small fries. Still, even if Azazel didn't say anything, Cao Cao knew that this was a necessary sacrifice to take down Lucifer. However, it didn't mean that he couldn't get angry, and he made his attack stronger. Facing this attack, Azazel was a little helpless and ready to block this attack, but stop your movement and let your heart be pierced by that spear. Azazel felt his body move on its own as he saw the death was before him while hoping his armor would be able to block this attack. But as the strongest Longinus, the sharpness of the true Longinus was unequal. And even the armor of the downfall dragon and other armor didn't bring protection to Azazel, and his heart was pierced. Cao Cao was also stunned as he saw the redness that gushed out from Azazel's heart. Keep quiet and let yourselves d*e. Meanwhile, Azazel, who wished to scream, realized that he couldn't say anything, and at the same time, he realized everything. This was a trap. When he thought that he was on the upper hand, he was the one who was still blind about everything. Riser, it's you, right? I know it's you. However, no matter how many times Azazel screamed, everything was meaningless. Goodbye. Then, suddenly, A powerful aura swept across the space like a tsunami, bringing the ominous clouds and black-red thunder like a sign of a catastrophe. By that time, many had already passed out due to this aura, but those who still could wake up knew that their end was near. However, at the same time, Azazel, who was at his weakest, also D*ed instantly due to the impact caused by this tsunami-like aura. Yet, before he D*ed, he was in despair, and his only regret was that he knew that everything was over. Azazel! Riser shouted in disbelief and shocked expression, that he smiled inwardly. Congratulations, you have received Gasha Gasha no Mi complete version. Don't think that you can escape today. Facing all the members of the hero faction, a rage appeared on his face as he told everyone that it was time for the bloodbath. Chapter 337, Runaway. Unlike the members of the hero faction, whose names weren't even mentioned as all of them had passed out and were directly defeated by Riser's aura, executives of the hero faction, who was also the descendant of the famous hero, still held on. Jean, the former saint of the inheritor of the spirit of the Maiden of Orleans, Joan of Arc. Heracles is the inheritor of the spirit of the Greek mythological hero, Heracles. Siegfried is the artificial human created from the genes of the dragon-slaying hero Siegfried. Leonardo, the possessor of the Longinus, Annihilation Maker. Arthur Pendragon is the descendant of King Arthur, as well as Morgan Le Fay. Le Fay Pendragon is the descendant of Morgan Le Fay as well as King Arthur. At the moment, only they and Cao Cao could still persist and pass out. Nevertheless, their legs were weak, and it took everything to stand up. Still, except for Arthur, they saw Riser for the first time, and they realized the terror of this Lucifer. Yet, Cao Cao was different. Unlike others who were frightened by Riser's aura, while he was also affected, he was more furious at the fact that he was being played. Watching the death of Azazel, Cao Cao knew that he was nothing but a scapegoat. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Cao Cao lost his calm, and he didn't even keep his spear from piercing Azazel's heart. Usually, he was the one who played his enemies, but this time, he was being played. Whether it was him or Azazel, they were all clowns that were nothing in this person's eyes. Moreover, he knew that no matter who was the one that really did it, he was already trapped, and no one would believe any words he would say, as from now on, he would be labeled as the killer of Azazel. As Cao Cao tried to think of a countermeasure for how to handle this situation, Azazel suddenly disappeared and appeared in Riser's hands. Azazel! 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 Riser called Azazel's name several times, shaking him, trying to wake him up, but Azazel was as good as death. At this moment, not only Riser but everyone was also shocked since they didn't expect the former governor of the Gregory to D*E this way. Hold him. I will kill all of them. Riser gave Azazel to the fallen angel, who was standing nearby, and he could see even if Azazel had caused many troubles for the Gregory. Azazel's position in the hearts of all the fallen angels that existed in this world was still huge as Azazel was the one who guided them after they became the fallen angel. Still, facing this theater-like performance, Cao Cao wanted to say something, yet how could Riser allow him? Suddenly, like Azazel disappearing and appearing, Riser appeared in front of Cao Cao as he swung the blade from the Starbuster Star Blaster. Moreover, he also used Mirror Lion, the swing which was enough to cut down the space itself. Yet, Cao Cao didn't D*E, but his left arm was cut down. Before his entire being was about to be cut down by Riser, someone pulled him into the shadow. Riser Lucifer. The shadow on the ground suddenly expanded and became so enormous that it was ready to swallow everything before thousands of sharp blades appeared at the same time, ready to cut Riser down into pieces. Yet, making a grasping motion with his palm, the one who controlled the shadow realized that he had lost control of the shadow. What? Using the power of Kote Kote no Mi, Riser forcefully controlled the shadow field and dominated it before a figure of a small dog was held in his hand. Grr. The small black dog was ominous as if it was a symbol of death. So, this is a Canis Lycaon, huh? What a cute dog. Still, facing this small dog, Riser felt that it might be good to give it to Ravel as it could be used as a pet and a bodyguard. So he created the dango with the power of Kibi Kibi no Mi, which allowed him to dominate the mind of an animal. The small black dog seemed to realize how dangerous the dango on Riser was and refused to eat it. Yet facing Riser's overwhelming power, there was nothing that it could do except be forcefully fed by Riser. The moment the dango entered the mouth of the black dog, its eyes changed before it became loyal to Riser. Woof. Woof. The small dog showed its loyalty to Riser, licking his palm happily. Good dog. Riser smiled as he gently caressed its fur. Jean. Suddenly, a young man in his 20s appeared out of the shadows as he had lost control of the black dog. His appearance was that of horror as he realized his connection with his Longinus. Canis Lycaon disappeared completely. Your name is Kuro from now on, okay? The young man, Tobio Accuse, wanted to get Jean, a small black dog, but his collar was pulled by Cao Cao, dodging the blade of shadow that was about to stab his brain. Jean. Tobio was shocked by Jin's aggressiveness and hostility. Kuro, who was Jin previously, meanwhile glared at Tobio angrily as if Tobio were a stranger. Give up. That Lucifer-sama seems able to take control of your Longinus, or rather. Cao Cao felt pain as his arm was lost, and also felt sad as he saw his left arm was burned into ashes. He knew there was no way for him to be able to recover his burned ashes, but as Tobio had saved him, he needed to save Tobio. Lastly, he still needed Tobio's power. Yet, the one that made him surprised the most. Lucifer-sama, you seem to have the ability to steal others' sacred gear. Cao Cao still maintained his calm smile as he looked at the blade in Riser's hand. If I am not wrong, that blade should be a Star Buster Star Blaster. Now, I understand why you like to hunt the hero faction. If there was a reason why Riser often targeted the hero faction, it was all because all the members of this organization were sacred gear users. By targeting this organization, Riser could gain a sacred gear. Nevertheless, while such a power was amazing, there must be a limit. Especially when he saw how Canis Lycaon on Riser's hands was different from when it was on Tobio's hands, Riser also realized this, and it seemed that he missed something from Tobio since, except for manipulating darkness and shadow, Canis Lycaon couldn't create a powerful blade like Tobio had done before. As expected of Lucifer-sama, how mighty, how powerful. Cao Cao boasted Riser, then smiled. If we defeat you here, then I am sure that our name will echo throughout the world as we will become the real hero. Was it the power of the plot? Or were they idiots? Riser didn't know, but those small characters, whose names he didn't even remember, also came to Cao Cao's side as they tried to challenge him. You coward! Where's Okasama? Return Okasama! Kunu, who couldn't wait to see her mother, cried when she saw the kidnappers of her mother. Calm down, Kunu. I will definitely get Yusaka back. Hold this one. Yes, Riser-sama. Kuna held Kuro, Jin, in her small arms as she glared at Cao Cao and his group. Seraphal and the others also followed Riser, standing behind him as they were ready for the battle. Zenobia and the rest also followed. Even if they didn't say anything, the intensity and sheer pressure that came from them was enough to cause Cao Cao and the others to sweat. How scary. Even so, Cao Cao didn't lose his smile. Where's Yusaka? Riser asked. You don't need to get impatient, Lucifer-sama. Not all of the participants that I have invited have arrived yet. Please be patient since I have set up the perfect party for you that matches your status. There was no way for Cao Cao to show Yusaka, especially when he saw how Riser could teleport Azazel or teleport himself. If he dared to show Yusaka, he was sure that Riser could take Yusaka back without even moving, and by then, he would be at a disadvantage. Cao Cao knew that the reason why Riser didn't attack them was all due to Yusaka. If he lost Yusaka, then he knew that they were as good as dead. Suddenly, Cao Cao realized the danger and the threat of death for the first time, yet this was nothing. After all, what kind of a hero who hadn't faced their adversity? Moreover, Cao Cao still wanted to talk with Riser as it seemed Riser was still an interesting guy, yet he was confused as to why Riser moved his head around as if searching for something. Still, his eyes widened, and he was about to shout, but it was too late. You talk too much. Suddenly, Yusaka appeared in Riser's arms. Okasama. Kuno was excited. Still, due to this shout, Yusaka's eyes trembled as she opened her eyes, feeling an intense heat that made her body blaze like an inferno. Where am? She stopped her words as she saw the valiant figure that held her body tightly, giving her a sense of security and this strange feeling that spread to her entire body. Stay here. Yusaka nodded obed*gently as she felt at a loss when he let go of her. Okasama. Kuna hugged her mother excitedly. Kunu. Yusaka was also excited to meet her daughter as she quickly realized and remembered what was happening. Only Seraphal stared at Riser in silence. George, we need to run. Cao Cao shouted with all of his might as his eyes widened when he saw what appeared before his eyes. His heart was dreaded, and his pupil shrank in fear as he knew he was unable to dodge the blade that was about to take his life. Goodbye. Chapter 338, Strong Nostalgia. Cao Cao thought that he was about to D*E, but don't you dare to stop here, Cao Cao. I will take this fight. Cao Cao was suddenly pushed away before he saw a white figure that stood before him. Lucifer-sama can also use a sword? To be honest, I am also good at swordsmanship, so let's see who is better. Siegfried. Siegfried ignored everyone's surprise, and all that was seen on his face was only an eagerness to show his skill. Twice critical. Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. As a clone of Siegfried, he not only had superb swordsmanship but also a sacred great known as Twice Critical. Even though this was just a normal sacred gear, whose power was to double the user's power, it greatly boosted his strength, which was amazing in the supernatural world. Moreover, he also achieved Subspecies Balance Breaker, an ability that could only be developed after the death of God, Chaos Edge Azura Ravage. This technique allowed him to have 4 dragon arms growing out of his back, with his power doubling for each. As a result, Siegfried obtained 4 additional dragon's arms, making it possible for him to perform a 6-sword style. Yet, this wasn't the end since the 6 swords that he held in each of his hands were special. That's demon swords. Kiba, who saw the swords held by Siegfried, was startled. Demon sword. Its weapons infused with demonic power and is considered to be the ultimate weapons against angels and fallen angels. Kiba's expression became solemn. Gram, Balmung, Dainsleif, Nahung, and Turfing. Lastly, he also wields the light sword, which is dangerous for the devil. That's right. All of my swords are legendary demon swords. Along with the holy sword, I will see if Lucifer Sama's swordsmanship is as strong as the world says. It's dangerous. Kiba became worried and was ready to join the fight, summoning his sacred gear, but then he stopped and released his swords. You talk too much. There was no resistance. At that moment, Siegfried was cut into half without being able to do anything. Riser didn't even think of Siegfried as an opponent. 6 swords? What was the use of it? Gorgeous, complicated, or beautiful techniques, Riser didn't care about any of that since, in the essence of swordsmanship, it was just to kill someone. So even if Siegfried tried to block his sword by raising his legendary swords or whatever, there was no resistance, and he killed Siegfried instantly. Looking at this, Kiba knew that he was thinking too much and felt embarrassed. Don't worry, Kiba. Saji patted Kiba's shoulder with a warm smile. Kiba wondered what he should do in this situation. Yet, the nightmare of the hero faction hadn't ended. Watching how Siegfried was killed with a single blow, all of them widened their eyes in disbelief, and there was also anger. The rest of the members aside, those executives thought of themselves as comrades, yet facing this being, all the resistance was meaningless. No one thought about staying, and all of them wanted to run away. George. Everyone shouted the name George, hoping he would use the dimensional lost to teleport all of them, escaping from this monster. Yet, there was no escape. Heracles, the one with the best physical ability yet slow in speed, was beheaded by Riser. However, the death of Heracles gave everyone a chance to escape since George quickly enveloped all of them in the purple mist of the dimensional lost, ready to teleport all of them away. At this moment, Chow Chow and the rest sighed in relief since they knew that they would be all right. However, a habit was impossible to change, and Chow Chow looked at Riser smugly and in a complicated mood since he knew that he was being slandered as the killer of Azazel. Of fire, wind, immortality, an ability to take over the sacred gear or even the Longinus, and even a godlike swordsmanship that can cut anything. Chow Chow smiled and said, "But can you cut this purple mist?" Riser didn't say anything and just cut the purple mist, causing their teleportation to fail. The Kama no Mi gave him the ability to manipulate the concept of slash. While he knew there was something that he couldn't cut, he knew this purple mist that he could cut. Chow Chow, stop talking. George was in fear as his purple mist failed to teleport all of them after being cut by Riser. Everyone also felt the same and cursed Chow Chow for jinxing them. Yet, at this moment, a greater despair was about to come before them. Chow Chow had a cold sweat. His eyes were filled with fear when he saw Riser was right in front of his eyes. Asteriski? Me? Like this? At this moment, a strong unwillingness was born in his heart. There is no way that I will asteriski. As if responding to the feeling of its host, the true Longinus shone brightly. A great power burst over his body, and at the same time, everything seemed to be absorbed from his body, yet at that moment, the true Longinus shone brightly. Truth idea. God's will. It was probably the best way to describe this ability. Like any other sacred gear, true Longinus was capable of the balance breaker state. Still, unlike the other sacred gears whose balance breakers could be used as long as one train, the balance breaker state of the true Longinus was impossible to control. Everything was based on the will of the god that dwelled within the true Longinus. If it was against Issei, then the will of God would refuse Chow Chow, but against Riser? At that moment, the world was illuminated by an intense radiance that eclipsed everything. Razir, Lucifer Sama, Nuu, Serafal, Yusaka, Zenobia, Kunu, and the others panicked as there was only a sense of despair when they saw this light. This light was a miracle, but at the same time, it was also a nightmare for those who faced this light. It was a great power that would annihilate everything. At that time, the time stopped as Riser was swallowed by this light. Yet, facing this light, Riser was in silence as he watched Chow Chow's smug expression as if he was already defeated. Still, he lamented his fate. Even God doesn't want me to be here. However, it didn't matter, as he didn't want God to be in this world either. Still, this attack might bring anyone despair as they would be annihilated instantly, yet for him, it was a chance. Riser didn't have a chance before as he was just crazy to stay alive, but now, this was his chance to become a desperado. As his body was burnt by this light, the black chains on his body cracked before they were destroyed, causing the world to lose its color and the holy light of God to be pushed away. This impact swept everything, bringing greater despair to those who opposed him. Thank you. Riser thanked Chow Chow for giving him a chance to become a desperado, but goodbye. The silver slash was about to cut down everything, but only a powerful impact blasted his attack to the side, causing Chow Chow to lose his right leg. Slash. Yet, the aftermath of that slash cut down several buildings, rivers, streets, and everything as long as one's eyes could see. So, this is the power of Lucifer-sama, huh? How scary. Riser didn't say anything and looked up, feeling an intense nostalgia for the past. In the sky, an old dirty monkey with a gigantic staff, which was cut in half by Riser's blade, stood on the top of a gigantic Chinese dragon as he focused on Riser. Lucifer-sama, I know that I am rude, but can you let go of Chow Chow? He is under the care of important people, and that person doesn't want him to D*E. Showing a fist and palm gesture, Sun Wukong bowed his head and begged. Only Riser ignored this monkey and swung his sword, ready to cut down Chow Chow. Chapter 339. The Peace is Coming. Chow Chow, who thought that he could run away safely due to Indra's involvement, saw despair once again. At this moment, his body was extremely weak as every energy and even his lifespan was absorbed into the truth idea. Moreover, he was disabled as he had lost one of his arms and one of his legs due to his fight against Riser. Was he going to D*E? Like this? When Chow Chow thought that everything was about to end, Sun Wukong stood before him and protected him. Run. I can't defeat him. A Chinese dragon, who happened to be Yunlong, the youngest dragon king, was already filled with fear and wished to run away, but before he ran away, he swept over Chow Chow and brought him away along with the others. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong faced Riser, trying to stop him. Lucifer-sama, are you sure that you want to do this? You are going to make the entire Chinese myth and the Hindu myth into your enemies. Do you want to have a war against us? Unlike his previous arrogance, Sun Wukong was solemn and even had a cold sweat as he knew how strong Riser was. Previously, there might have been contempt as he looked down on this young Lucifer, but while he didn't believe that Riser could defeat the Great Red, the fact that Riser could return safely and became even stronger, especially after he brutally punched down Hades, was the fact. While Sun Wukong was famous for being so lawless that he was even trapped under a mountain and tortured in many ways, he still knew how he should provoke or not. Nevertheless, he didn't feel scared since it was impossible for him to D*E. Even Buddha and Indra couldn't kill him, so Sun Wukong didn't think that Riser could kill him, but he knew that it was impossible for him to defeat Riser. That seems interesting. Riser thought that he might as well come to fight the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth so that no one could fight him again. Sun Wukong felt that his entire body was tense, and he quickly tried to defend, but he couldn't. The silver edge flashed, and then a head rolled onto the ground. Sun Wukong D** edition. Just like that. That famous monkey king in the story of the journey to the west was unable to do anything against him. Everyone, including Yunlong, Chow Chow, and the others who ran away, saw everything. Fortunately, Chow Chow learned his lesson, and he didn't talk about anything to Riser. He only urged George to use the dimensional lost as soon as possible so they could run away, but it was too late. Riser pointed his finger, and a beam of light was about to pierce Chow Chow. Only suddenly, everything stopped. No one moved as if they were frozen, including his beam of light. However, Riser wasn't affected by this power. Time manipulation? His expression became strange. Then he saw a burly figure appear near Chow Chow and the others as they were able to run away. Who is that? Riser was confused, wondering whether there was an existence whose power was time manipulation among all supernatural beings in the world. Still, this power didn't seem able to affect him, and he could tell that individual was weaker than him but stronger than anyone who was standing behind him. Yet, even so, he didn't underestimate this individual since he could tell that this individual was quite wary. Soon, when that burly figure, Chow Chow, and their group disappeared, the time moved once again. However, before they left, Chow Chow's expression was that of disbelief since the true Longinus on his hand had disappeared. Riser knew that he couldn't kill them, but it didn't mean he couldn't make them in misery. Using the power of Kote Kote no Mi, he took control over the true Longinus and subdued the will of God that dwelled inside the strongest Longinus. Was it an intense fight? Not really. Riser used the power of Villain and Haushikahaki to dominate the will of God, conquering the true Longinus. Holding the strongest Longinus in his hands, he thought that he really had become the strongest being in the world. However, he kept this matter a secret and had been using the area of invisibility on the true Longinus so no one could see it. What's wrong? Riser-sama, is this the Canis Lycaon? Being dumb meant that Zenobia never thought too much, but it also gave her an advantage as it meant that she wouldn't be afraid of most of the things. Yes. Riser nodded helplessly. Woof. Woof. Kuro, the new name of the Canis Lycaon given by Riser, was friendly and smiled at Zenobia. How cute. Wait, this isn't the time for this. Irina quickly slapped Zenovia's head, then looked at Riser. Is this over, Riser-sama? Everyone was waiting for Riser's answer. No, this isn't over yet. Riser shook his head and said, the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth have colluded with the Cows Brigade. He then looked at Serafal firmly and said, tell them that I am going to come to their place in a day. If they can't give me an explanation, then I will destroy them. Everyone, are we going to have a war, Riser-chan? Serafal asked in a daze since everything was so fast that she thought that everything was a dream. They have killed Azazel, and I won't let them go. Riser then looked at everyone and said, you don't need to go. I will go there by myself and destroy those two myths. Huh. Everyone became even more confused. Serafal, I'll leave the rest of you. Just tell them that. I will leave for an hour. Then, suddenly, Riser disappeared, leaving everyone in bewilderment. Were they really going to war? So, did Azazel d***e? Ajuka, who was in his research place on the human world, stopped reading his book and looked up. He was killed by the leader of the hero faction, Cao Cao. I see. Ajuka nodded as he let out a helpless sigh. That's a shame. You don't need to worry. You will follow him. You sure have the confidence to kill me, Riser? Ajuka saw a blurry figure whose identity was impossible to tell, but he knew damn well who this was even though this figure was holding the true Longinus in his hands. Whatever. Ajuka tried to fight, but in the end, there was no resistance. He was killed, that's it. Still, whatever the methods he had made, everything was meaningless since Riser was too strong. Like Azazel and Surzek, he didn't expect his end to be like this. The figure didn't bother to say anything and just left after he created a bigger explosion in the area. As for leaving any evidence, Riser had a perfect crime ability that was able to erase all the evidence that he was related to the killing of Ajuka. While it might not help much in the fight, it could even alter the reality of erasing all of the traces that he had committed all of this crime. Still, after he put True Longinus into his storage space, Riser stretched his hands, feeling so comfortable since he knew that the peace he longed for was coming. Oh, right. He forgot that he needed to destroy the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth first before he achieved his peace. Well, there is still a day. So before the war, let's just enjoy life first. Chapter 340. The future will help us. It's gone. It's gone. In the corner of the world, within the dimensional gap, where there was only a ruin and nothing, a group of people appeared, running away and hiding from the person who wished to kill them. Nevertheless, even if the others sighed in relief as they were able to escape, Cao Cao lost his calm and panicked. Even if they were able to run away, he realized that he had nothing now. What's wrong, Cao Cao? Calm down. Everyone became confused by Cao Cao's outburst. My true Longinus, it's gone. What? Everyone stared at Cao Cao in confusion, wondering whether their leader had gone crazy. However, Tobio, who was also in a similar situation, was startled and dreaded. Cao Cao, don't tell me. Cao Cao lowered his head and punched his fist into the ground in frustration. Ergerk. Stop. Stop. Don't move around. Cao Cao. You are going to d***e. George quickly stopped Cao Cao, whose face and body were so pale due to the blood loss. Still, Cao Cao suddenly felt his entire body was weak before he fell into George's arms, wondering where their future would be. What's wrong? What's happening? Jean asked in panic as everything was like a nightmare for her. In the beginning, everything was smooth, and they were able to do anything, but in a single moment, everything was destroyed, and she wasn't even sure what they should do. At this moment, everyone was confused, and no one knew what they should do. Their future was so dark that they weren't able to see anything. Running away? Were they even capable of doing that? Moreover, they felt that something big that they weren't able to control was about to happen. Calm down. Being panicked won't bring us anywhere. This voice was something that they had never heard. Instead, it was their first time seeing this person. A burly, muscular figure that emitted the aura of a manly man. Nevertheless, even if they didn't know this person, they knew that he was the one who had saved them. As for your Longinus, whether it is the Canis Lycaon or the true Longinus, they are all taken by Riser Lucifer. Weigh it. Everyone widened their eyes. That's impossible. How could that happen? He is a devil. How can he wield the true Longinus? Facing such words, the man only showed a solemn expression and didn't say anything, waiting for everyone to calm down. And when that happened, he asked, have you calmed down? Everyone fell in silence and frightened as they wondered what they should do against this mighty being. At this moment, each of them wanted to blame someone, but when they saw Cao Cao, they shut their mouths since even if they could blame him, what could they do in this situation? Could they beg for Riser's forgiveness? No way. They were sure that as long as they appeared, Riser would kill him. Who are you? Arthur asked, but somehow he felt this person was familiar. Gaspar Vladi. The man answered. That's my name. Gaspar Vladi? Anyway, thank you for saving us. Cao Cao might have been hurt and wounded, but even so, he still knew how to be grateful to someone. The rest also felt the same, as they knew that they wouldn't be able to stay alive without him. Moreover, this man was strong. It would be great if they could get this person's help. Still, Cao Cao quickly lowered his head since even if they could get the help of this man, what could they do? He had lost his true Longinus, and he was nothing but an ordinary human. What? Gaspar Vladi. LaFay widened her eyes, showing how dumbfounded she was. You are right. That's me. The man, who admitted himself as a... Huh? Do you know him, Arthur? Jean asked in wonder. He is Rias Gremory's bishop. Arthur fell in confusion as he looked at the man, who introduced himself as Gaspar Vladi. In his memory, Gaspar Vladi was a feminine young man with a short stature and cute appearance, which made people mistake him for a cute girl. However, the man in front of them was the epitome of a manly man, so that was why he was confused. Moreover, why should Rias Gremory help them? Wasn't Rias Gremory part of Riser's harem? Or was there something hidden that no one knew? No, I am not that Gaspar Vladi, but at the same time, I am Gaspar Vladi. What do you mean? They became confused by Gaspar's words. It's true that I am a Gaspar Vladi, but I am Gaspar Vladi from a different future timeline. Future different timeline? Everyone was in a daze when they heard Gaspar's explanation. In my timeline, Riser from this world came into our world and destroyed everything. To change all of that, I came to this timeline to stop him before he became an almighty existence that dominated everything. Everyone. All of them fell into silence and became dazed as the information they received was too much for them to handle. The future? A different timeline? Was Riser going to be a mighty being that dominated everything? This information was so much that they didn't know what to do. Moreover, were they just trying to challenge a mighty being? While it was true that Cao Cao had the strongest Longinus with the soul of the god resided within, Riser was above the god. Cao Cao had never felt so powerless, especially when he knew that nothing could be done anymore. Thank you for saving us, but I can't see how we can help you to fight Lucifer-sama. Unlike his arrogant personality previously, he was humbled as he realized that fighting or even struggling was pointless. Moreover, he was afraid that they might not be able to keep their lives anymore since he knew that sooner or later, they would D*E. No, we need your help, Gaspar said firmly. We. Yes, he is going to come. Our savior. He is the one who will save us from this nightmare. Who? Everyone was confused and also became curious since there was even a being that could fight Riser. He is my tutor and the strongest someone that I have ever known. Issei Hayato. He will become our savior to save all of us. Everyone. Before that, let's quickly get Vala Lucifer, or else he might be killed by Riser Lucifer. Valley. When everyone moved and was ready to get Vala, Riser, who had listened to everything, fell into silence. Future. Riser looked at the distant horizon and wondered why the future wanted to destroy him. Also, Gaspar? Why the heck did the future get involved? Moreover, Issei? With Riser's careful personality, how could he miss checking whether Issei was dying or not? When Riser returned from his duel against the Great Red, he used the location to locate Issei even though he knew that Issei had D*E, and he didn't find anything, yet he knew that Issei was going to return once again. Frankly, Riser felt like Issei was like a cockroach, as this guy kept coming from a place that he never expected. As for Gaspar? Gaspar from this world was different from Gaspar in the future, so Riser wouldn't do anything. At least, he needed to wait until Issei reappeared so that everything would be cleared up. Yet, Riser let out a helpless sigh as he needed to fight and fight again, then disappeared and appeared in Kyoto again, ready to start a war against the Chinese myth and Hindu myth. Chapter 341. No more. Still, those who were troubled weren't only the hero faction, but those Chinese myth and the Hindu myth, which were involved with the hero faction, were so troubled at this moment. Riser was going to attack them in 24 hours. It was like an announcement, and he definitely would do it. It's such a joke. Do the Alliance think that they can control the whole world due to their numbers? They get ahead of themselves. As gods, naturally, they were arrogant, especially when no one had ever treated them like this. They felt furious, and they wished to go to the war directly, yet they knew even though they were angry, it didn't mean that they were ready to fight the Alliance. As they had said before, the numbers of the Alliance were numerous, and even if they didn't believe that they would lose, their casualties were definitely high. Moreover, they also understood the reason why the Alliance was furious and wished for a war against them. Sun Wukong, Yulong, Hero Faction, and Indra. It was said that those names had been involved in the deaths of Azazel and Ajuka. Still, Riser had killed Sun Wukong, and his corpse was even shown to the whole world, showing that he was serious and he was going to come to destroy the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth if they didn't give the Alliance an explanation. Watching Sun Wukong, who D*ed, no one from the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth could take lightly Riser's mad decision. Riser never joked, and as long as they didn't give the Alliance an explanation and those who were involved in the death of Azazel and Ajuka, Riser was going to attack them. Yet, what could they do? No one could find Yulong and the hero faction. As for Indra? You were joking. As one of the strongest gods in the Hindu myth, how could such an explanation be? Yet, no matter how many times they tried to negotiate with the Alliance, there was nothing they could do, as it was Riser's ultimatum. Still, they didn't give up, so they tried to reach the Angel's side. asking them to stop Riser's mad decision. As for why they didn't contact the devil or the fallen angel, it was because it was meaningless. The devil was controlled by Riser, and the fallen angel was furious as their former governor was brutally murdered by the hero faction, who was involved with the Chinese myth and Hindu myth. Michael, is this Lucifer really going to attack us? Jade Emperor, the representative of the Chinese myth, asked. Yes. Michael was helpless, but he knew that there was nothing that he could do. He is crazy. He is going to destroy you all. Do you really want to fight against us, the Chinese myth? Did he think that he was above the Buddha? Jade Emperor directly scolded Riser and the Alliance for being arrogant. Still, while Michael was helpless since there was nothing that he could do, he couldn't accept Jade Emperor's words. After all, no matter how rash Riser's decision was, Riser was still the leader chosen by the Alliance. It's you who should be careful, or else the Chinese myth is going to be destroyed. Jade Emperor was dumbfounded and couldn't believe the words that came out of Michael's mouth. Are you serious with what you said, Michael? It's you who overestimate yourselves. If it was before, Michael might think that Riser was crazy and would even push Riser away from the Alliance. But now, Riser was the strongest being in this world, and there was no doubt that the Chinese and Hindu myths were involved in the death of Ajuka and Azazel. If they could even the two leaders from the devil and the fallen angel, then where was the face of the Alliance? Moreover, if they let Chinese myth and Hindu myth do what they pleased, in the future, the angel might be killed, too. We, the angel, will also follow him to attack the Chinese myth and the Hindu myth. Be prepared. Jade Emperor felt a chill, but his arrogance didn't allow him to feel fear, and he questioned Michael once again. Are you serious? I am. Michael had had enough of being gentle since everyone always underestimated and thought that they could walk over his head, thinking that he wouldn't do anything to them. But now, such a Michael no longer existed. Quickly give all of those who are involved, or else be careful, or else you will be destroyed. There was no need to communicate any longer as Michael was ready for the battle. Nevertheless, he knew that the research on a certain item for the angel needed to be done as soon as possible so that Riser could be tied down to the angel's side. Nevertheless, unlike the Chinese myth that communicated with the angel, the Hindu myth didn't need to do so. Instead, all of them were ready for the battle. They might be pacifists and didn't wish for war, but if someone picked a fight against them, they wouldn't feel scared, and they were going to fight. However, it was only limited to gods who could fight, but those gods who couldn't fight were frightened as they knew they would become the first target of this war. Yet, there was no doubt the war was about to start in 24 hours. No one was prepared, yet all of them were getting ready. Even those who weren't involved in this war were tense and prepared themselves in case the war spread in their direction. However, for one thing, they knew that they shouldn't provoke the alliance, especially with Riser, who was the leader of this alliance. Still, as those who were part of the alliance, all of them also started to move. Whether it was the Norse myth, Greek myth, Japanese myth, or many others, all of them came in the call of Riser. They might be stunned and surprised, but somehow, strangely enough, they believed in him to bring them victory, and it was also their time to show their loyalty to him. Kakaka, he is crazy. War, right? Let's do it. I will handle this. Indra didn't fear this war. Instead, he sought this war as living so long was so boring. All of Indra's subordinates also stood behind Indra with a resolute expression as they were ready for the battle. Hearing Indra's words, many Hindu gods had an ugly expression since this war happened, all due to Indra. If Indra wasn't involved with the hero faction, then would this happen? Yet, even if this war was troublesome, they didn't fear it and knew that they needed to do it, or else their myth would be trampled by the alliance. No one was backing down. Even with limited time, they were going to fight the alliance. Oh, it's time. Everyone looked at the clock and saw that 24 hours had passed since the announcement, and they knew that it was time for the alliance to attack them. However, they didn't expect that it would be so fast. Suddenly, tremendous pressure came and cracked almost the entire Svarga, causing all the gods to feel horror. Riser looked at all the strongest gods in the Hindu myth in front of him and decided to kill some of them. Duelist. Chapter 342. Life or Dignity. It was an utter defeat. As Riser took down all the powerful gods in the Hindu myth and Buddha from the Chinese myth, the rest of the members of the alliance charged forward from China and India, attacking two myths at the same time. Whether it was Thor, Zeus, Michael, Sisanu, or many others, they were all gone on a rampage, killing many. While Riser fought the strongest beings in China and India myth, it didn't mean the other gods were weak, and they wouldn't give up against the alliance, yet they realized the horror of the alliance. Immortal. Yes, all of them are immortal. Even though many of the members of the alliance were hurt, all of their wounds quickly healed before they D***edition knowing this. They all became crazy, and no one was holding back. Haha. We're immortal. Long live, Riser Lucifer Sama. Everyone was full of excitement as their bod***es were full of blood from their enemies. The life of supernatural beings, especially those who lived so long, like gods, devils, fallen angels, and angels was boring as they were living so long. Something that was unexpected and special for a human might be something ordinary for supernatural beings. However, war and fighting were different. While some might hate war, there were many who loved war, especially in the war where they didn't need to feel afraid to D***key. At that moment, Riser was like a higher being for all of them. Not only was his might above everyone's, but his healing ability was just too absurd that they didn't feel afraid of dying. Moreover, as the strongest fighters of the Chinese and Hindu myth were taken by Riser to the duelist space, their opponents were just SOSO. Whether it was the Norse myth, the Greek myth, the angel, the devil, the fallen angel, the Japanese myth, or many others weren't weak, so everything became a bloodbath. Everyone competed against each other who killed more than others, yet those who became their opponents hoped for a miracle to happen, and they wished for this fight to stop. While this might not be a scene of hell, this was a war. For those who wished for peace, this was hell, but for those who wished for war, this was happiness. Ah, great, great. This is amazing. Haha. Their current expressions were probably even more horrible than those criminal organizations, yet it didn't matter as this was a war. If you didn't kill others, then others would kill you. If you wanted to win and didn't want to have a miserable life, you had to win. This was the cruel truth of the world. Then, suddenly, at that moment, the world stopped when they saw a lot of gigantic screens appearing in the sky. The Alliance smiled, but their enemies were filled with horror as they saw who the victor was between them. I have killed Buddha, Indra, and Shiva. Do you still wish to fight? The three heads of those mighty beings that people from various eras worshipped were held by Riser and shown on the screens. At this moment, his opponents had given up the struggle since they knew they had lost. However, the Alliance was different as they were filled with excitement at their victory. Their eyes were fanatical, and they couldn't take their eyes away from him as they chanted his names like believers. Lucifer Sama, Lucifer Sama, Lucifer Sama, dominating the world. This was Lucifer's dream, yet unlike the original Lucifer, who D***ed, Riser Lucifer was able to do it. Instantly, the news of the defeat of Hindu and Chinese myths spread to every corner of the supernatural world. Those who were unrelated were filled with terror and gritted their teeth helplessly since they didn't join the Alliance immediately. However, there was no doubt after this incident that they had planned to join the Alliance immediately since this was necessary. Naturally, there were still many stubborn ones, but as long as they didn't cause trouble, nothing would happen. Still, those who wished to curry favor for him quickly tried their best since they knew that it was a perfect chance to bring this world under one ruler. Finish. Riser Levon Lucifer and Euclid Lucifuge fell in silence, thinking that Riser brought more terror than them. When they heard that the Alliance was going to have a war against the Hindu and Chinese myth, they fell in silence, thinking that chaos was about to descend. Unfortunately, it was just a one-sided slaughter, and it was the victory of the Alliance. Nevertheless, everything happened so fast, and the living space for the terrorists was even harder as they were targeted by many for money. Risavim and Euclid were even more so since their bounties were so high. What should we do? Well, nothing will change anyway. The two of them nodded since they knew that even if the Alliance almost dominated this world, there were still many who were unsatisfied with the Alliance. Hades looked at the report and fell into silence. Not only Hades, but also many people such as Vala, Chow Chow, and others were silent, watching this result. However, this wasn't the end since they knew that their nightmare was about to start. Arthur and LeFay felt their entire bod***es were cold, thinking about what would happen to them and their family. The rest wasn't much better as they knew only despair was waiting for them. Nevertheless, Biko cried blood before he passed out since he knew everything was over for his family. Valley didn't say anything and just gave up. This time, even Albion didn't say anything. Only Chow Chow laughed. Ha ha ha. What is this? What is this? What kind of difficulty is this? A hero? In the eyes of the majority, they were terrorists, and fighting Riser was nothing but a suicide. Chow Chow then looked at adult Gasper, who came from a different future timeline. So, what do you think? Do you wish to fight that being? Do you think the so-called savior can defeat that being? However, do you know that not only do we have to fight him, but all of his subordinates are strong. They are also immortal. What can we do? Hey, answer me. Gasper only closed his eyes, then said, You don't need to worry. He will bring us to victory. I assure you, and believe me, since you don't have any choices when death is only your future. Everyone fell into silence. Yes, death was their only destination. They didn't have any choices anymore, especially when they had decided to become Riser's enemy. However, for those who were female, they knew that they still had a choice. Still, whether Jean, LeFay, Natsa Managawa, or Lavinia Rini, all of them could only lower their heads and were forced to choose whether their dignity or life was more important. Yet, at the same time, they also hoped for a miracle, Haidu Issei, to come. Chapter 343, Dawn. The war ended with the victory of the Alliance and the defeat of their opponents. Nevertheless, it didn't mean that everything ended since when the war started. many thought that it was their opportunity to fight the power of alliance, thinking the victory was in the Hindu and Chinese myth. Unfortunately, they were wrong. Riser was the victor, and the world was as good as his. So, because of that, they were erased from this world. Many had been erased, such as Pendragon House, who murdered the entire royal family, becoming the greatest criminal in Britain. Meredith, who was the only remaining member of the royal family, knew that this family needed to be punished, so she took charge of purging for this family, leaving only Arthur and Le Fay as the remaining members of the Pendragon House. While Arthur and Le Fay wished to do something, they were unable to do so and could only plop on the ground, watching everything in despair. Valley wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't do it since he knew as long as he had his family, fighting Riser was simply meaningless. It was also why he didn't join the hero faction or the war that happened between the Alliance and two major myths in the world. If it was before, he might wish to join the fight, but now, peace was all he sought after. Living was simply hell for him, especially when his entire body had always been in pain. Even Albion didn't say anything as they realized that fighting Riser was meaningless. Still, if there was something that was good to know about Riser, his words could be trusted. As long as they didn't trouble Riser, his life and his family's life would be peaceful. There was no need to worry about anything, yet when he saw the hatred on Arthur, Le Fay, and Biko, he couldn't say anything, stop them, or say that he would help them. Nevertheless, the three never forced Valley to join them. Instead, they looked at Gasper and asked, Can he say hi to really defeat him? Yes. Watching their hopeful expression, Gasper answered without hesitation. If it was Issei, nothing was impossible since Issei had always defied the impossible and brought hope and victory to those Issei cared about. Still, among them, there was still one person who was troubled by the aftermath of this war. Vladi, can you help with the 5 principal clans? I beg you. Tobio lost Canis Lycaon, so there was nothing that he could do, especially with how weak his situation was. Nevertheless, he begged Gasper to save the 5 principal clans since he only realized that they were under the attack of Tiamat. While he wasn't sure why it happened, he wanted to stop this fight since the existence of the 5 principal clans was necessary, especially when that was the place where his fiancée was living. Tobio had heard that 3 of the clans from the 5 principal clans were in ruin, and he knew that he needed to do something before everything was crumbling. Sorry, I can't do it. However, Gasper shook his head. Tiamat isn't a weak opponent, and our fight will definitely arouse the attention of Riser Lucifer and the others. By then, we can only give up our plan to fight him as our victory was as good as nothing. No way. Tobio was at a loss and wasn't sure what to do. The rest also didn't say anything since Issei was their only hope. If they lose this hope, then they know they might as well stop living there since there is no hope anymore in this world. Living dead is probably what they were. The members of the / dog also didn't know what to do until suddenly Lavinia Rennie said, I will go out to save the 5 principal clans. What? Everyone was startled. Do you know what are you talking about, Rennie? You are a criminal now. If you are going out then. Valley looked at Rennie in disbelief. Rennie. It's okay. I am a woman. In the worst case, I will just be impregnated by that Lucifer, right? All of them fell into silence and didn't know what to say. Riser was famous for being lustful, and that was why Rennie was confident about doing it. Even if she was caught, she would definitely be given to Riser instead of being killed by others. If it was before, she might not have thought such a way, but now? She was just exhausted, and she really couldn't see hope in Issei Hayadu, whom Gasper talked about. She might as well give up her resistance and then beg Riser to let go of Valley and Tobio so they could live well in this world. Suddenly, she thought about the words she had said to Mephistopheles and felt intense regret, especially when she was the one who made the situation between them become sour. Wait, Rennie, are you serious? Tobio was so shocked. I am. Rennie nodded as she gently looked at Tobio. You don't need to worry. While I can't promise that I can save the entire 5 principal clans, at least the Himejima clan can stay alive. Tobio opened his lips, then said nothing. Rennie then looked at Vala and said, Stay well, okay? Vala couldn't even say a single word. However, it seemed that Rennie wasn't the only one who was interested in this deal. I will go too. Jean raised her hand. Jean. Chow Chow, George, Leonardo, and many other members of the hero faction who still stayed alive were startled by Jean's decision. Don't stop me. I will go. Jean didn't even look at Chow Chow and the others since there was no real friendship between them. Moreover, she was also being brainwashed by Chow Chow, and as the strongest host of the Longinus, she knew that facing him was only suicide. However, their situation was switched. At this moment, if Chow Chow faced her, he was only asking for death, and unlike others who still had hope, she didn't have hope at all. Jean might as well follow Rennie and live as Riser's woman. Even if she couldn't be his woman, being the maid around his house was much better than living like a homeless person like this. Watch Jean, who decisively left, and no one could say anything to her. Frankly, all of them understood Jean's thought. Unfortunately, all of them were tough guys, so it was impossible for them to have a good fortune in front of Riser. Wait, Jean-sama, we're going to come with you. Me too. Jean-sama. The girls in the hero faction also quickly followed Jean. Arthur looked at all the women who had left, then looked at his little sister. Lefei, you go too. Lefei was startled. What were you saying, Oniai-sama? You are weak. You won't help much in this battle. Go away, Arthur said harshly. Lefei was in tears before she bowed her head and left. Watching his little sister leave, Arthur sighed in relief and felt two firm hands patting his shoulders. I am sorry. Valley apologized. This is what I have decided, and this is also the consequence of following that choice. I have accepted this fate, but I won't give up fighting, Arthur said firmly. Oh, count on me too, Biko said with a laugh. Vala felt his lips tremble, but no words came out of his mouth. Yet, Biko and Arthur didn't blame Vala since everyone had their own choices, and they couldn't blame them, especially when one had a responsibility to take after. Nevertheless, those who remained all waited for their dawn and their savior to come, giving them the hope and victory that they had been waiting for. Chapter 344, The Strongest Being in the World. When the war and all the troubles that happened in this world ended, it was time for them to do the aftermath. Riser stayed with Sona, Serafal, Rias, Ravel, and all of his women, watching the funeral that happened before them. While many were sad due to this funeral, none of them lost hope since they knew that they were victorious. Ajuka-chan. Serafal lay on Riser's shoulder in a complicated mood. There were also many small characters who D***ed in this war since it was impossible for Riser to heal all of those beings who joined the war with him forever. He put a limit, and when they had hit their limit, they D***addition. Still, those who D***ed were not only small characters but also big characters, such as Ajuka and Azazel. As the two greatest-minded individuals in the Alliance, there was no doubt that the loss of the two was simply a great loss for the Alliance. Still, fortunately, their Lucifer had a great mind like those two. So even if the Alliance had lost Ajuka and Azazel, it didn't mean that they were in despair. Moreover, in the end, what was important in the supernatural world was individual power. Frankly, this funeral didn't make many sad at all since the two weren't that popular characters. They were callous and hypocritical. Still, there were many who cared about them, especially their subordinates. Nevertheless, except for comforting Serafal and showing an expression of what a leader should do, Riser didn't do much at this funeral. Still, due to the defeat of the Hindu and the Chinese myth, they decided to join the Alliance. While he could kill all of the members of those myths, he didn't do so, and he also didn't care either since it was troublesome to manage the place of those two myths. Instead of making those two myths become a wasteland by killing them, he might as well make them join the Alliance and use them to take care of all his problems. At that moment, he knew that he was truly free, and there was no need for him to fear anyone, especially when he was above anyone, especially when he also had Ophis by his side. Like others, Ophis also followed him and stayed by his side. Probably, it was also due to this war that her perception of him also changed since, unlike others who wished to use her, he didn't do anything and told her to stay in the villa with everyone. Riser was different from the original MC, who needed Ophis's power to power up. He was strong and didn't need the help of this infinite dragon to take care of his problem. It was also due to this that he knew that when Issei returned, Issei must become stronger to defeat him, like how the cliché plot is. However, the question was, where could Issei get that power? After all, a heavenly dragon was just so. Riser had defeated the dragon god, the Great Red, so the heavenly dragons, like Drake or Albion, were nothing. So even if Issei returned with the boosted gear alone, there was nothing that Issei could do. Moreover, the boosted gear was nothing but a mid-tier Longinus. In other words, boosted gear wasn't the strongest Longinus. Then, how could Issei grow stronger? Looking at Ophis, who was munching on her mochi quietly as Ravel held her hand, Riser knew that he needed to let Ophis stay by his side all the time. The funeral was held for the entire day. It was a long process with a variety of troublesome procedures. Nevertheless, everyone was patient, and at the same time, they also increased the bounty of Chow Chow since there was no doubt that he was a dangerous being as he was able to kill Azazel and Ajuka. Moreover, there was also George, who was the host of the Dimensional Lost. The reason why the hero faction was a troublesome opponent was also due to George since, with the Dimensional Lost, it was easy for them to move in and out. Nevertheless, Riser wondered when Issei was going to appear as his location, but was unable to find Issei. Still, was it possible that location couldn't be used due to a certain reason? While there was such a possibility, he could tell that Issei would appear with the future Gasper. Riser glanced in the direction of Gasper and caused Gasper, who was nervous and afraid of the crowd, to straighten his back and erase all of his fear since he didn't want to be targeted by Riser. What's wrong, Riser? Rias asked curiously since Riser was looking at Gasper's direction. If I am not wrong, your bishop should be from a famous vampire house, right? Is there something wrong with it? Well, it doesn't really matter. Now that you mention it, the vampire hasn't decided to join the alliance, right? Rias remembered that the noble house of the vampire didn't join the alliance. That's right. Do you want them to join? It doesn't matter whether they join or not. That's true. Rias nodded since, with how powerful the alliance was, there was no need for them to beg. Instead, it should be those who haven't joined the alliance should feel anxious and beg them to join this alliance. By the way, your sister-in-law hasn't been found? Not yet. Rias almost forgot about her sister-in-law, especially when many things happened in the supernatural world. Let's search for her later. Thanks. Rias smiled happily. With the end of the war, Riser would be once again living a peaceful, lazy life. There was no need for him to be anxious to fight anyone or conspire to kill anyone as he was the strongest being. His thoughts were like Ophis at this moment. The reason why Ophis let those who betrayed her or used her stay alive was because she could not kill them anymore. Whatever their conspiration was, everything was meaningless in front of mighty power. Probably because he was the weak one before, he couldn't get used to this feeling, and his nature to seek peace of mind didn't help much, making him often clear up all of the problems in the most complicated ways instead of killing his enemies instantly. Nevertheless, the rewards of his hard work were obvious since he could live an easy life now. It was just that when the ceremony ended, Mephistopheles came to him. Lucifer-sama, Mephisto greeted Riser respectfully without any air of importance or arrogance. It's been a while, Mephisto. Yes, it's been a while. I am glad that I can meet you today. The last time they met each other was at the end of the rampage of Tannin. When Riser returned, Mephisto quickly came to Riser and apologized, begging him. It was also why Mephisto let go of Rennie right away without care since he knew that no matter what Rennie did, it was all meaningless. Mephisto was about to tell Riser his purpose in coming to him, but suddenly, two beautiful young women approached him and interrupted him. Dear. Aquino quickly realized Riser was talking with Mephisto. I am sorry for bothering you, dear. No. Please talk first, Himejima Aquino-kun. My matter can be delayed later. Is it not important? Riser asked curiously. I think that someone is more anxious than me, after all. Mephisto then looked at Suzaka Himejima with a polite nod, then left them quietly, and was glad that he decided to choose Riser. Chapter 345, Common Sense. Let's talk somewhere else. Hearing his words, Aquino and Suzaka nodded. Nevertheless, Riser could see how anxious Suzaku was, but he ignored her. Frankly, he wouldn't bother to see Suzaka even if she was a beautiful woman. Unfortunately, this young woman was Aquino's cousin, so it was hard for him to reject since he knew that Aquino would seduce him, begging him to meet Suzaku. His departure didn't attract much attention, and they went to a private room at the venue where the funeral was held. Besides talking to Aquino and Suzaku, he also wanted to have a quiet moment since he hadn't had a chance to check his rewards. With his feat, he expected to get a great reward. At the same time, he also realized why he didn't get rewards for killing Issei at that time. I can't let my guard down. While he wanted to be like Ophis, who never cared about those who were weaker than her, he knew that a protagonist had always given a surprise. And he didn't want to be so arrogant that he wouldn't care about that danger around him unless there was really no chance for them to defeat him. So Riser hoped that Issei could appear as soon as possible so that way he could take him down, clearing all the possibilities that might endanger him. Sighing, he thought that even if he had become the strongest being in this world, the will of the world hadn't given up on taking him down, which made him helpless. As they walked, he never said anything. So Aquino held his arm gently and pressed her breast *S against his arm, causing him to glance in her direction, smiling affectionately as she stared at her. However, Suzaku was so nervous and had been lowering her head, following them from behind like a follower. She was different from before, who didn't know her place. The three then entered the room together before he said, "Close the door." Aquino wanted to close the door, but her hand was held by Riser, which made her realize who this order was for. Suzaku also realized, but she didn't get angry, and just like a maid, she followed his words gently. He sat on the sofa as he pulled Aquino to his embrace, feeling helpless. Why did you bring her to me again? Sorry, I have troubled you. Aquino lowered her head as she apologized. I don't blame you, but you should know her fiancé wanted to kill me before. Suzaku and Aquino widened their eyes. Tobio accused. Riser looked at Suzaku and said, That's your fiancé, right? You sure have a thick face to come to me after your fiancé wanted to kill him. I beg your forgiveness, Riser-sama. Suzaku bowed her head onto the ground, showing her submission with a trembling voice. Riser wasn't sure whether this was done deliberately or not, but her kimono constricted her lewd body, showing how plump and soft her body was when she bowed her head. What's the use of apologies? Suzaku felt cold and tried to look at Aquino, but this time, Aquino looked away and ignored Suzaku, especially when Aquino heard Riser's words. The two of them didn't think that Riser was lying since they knew that this was the truth. Yet, this brought despair to Suzaku, and she also understood why Tobio's bounty increased even further. She took a deep breath, then made up her mind. Standing up, she faced Riser before she took off her kimono. Not only Riser but also Akino was dumbfounded. Suzaku-nisama, what are you doing? I am still a virgin, and I can give you my virginity, but please save the 5 principal clans. As for Tobio accused, I am sorry. I can't say that I can sacrifice him for our clan since even if he is a criminal by the alliance, he is still my fiancé. I still respect him as my future husband, but I know that my words are meaningless, so please have my body that I have kept for my future husband. However, Riser frowned and stood up directly, leaving. Akino, I will leave. He might be lustful, but what kind of woman that he had never been with? While it was true that it excited him when she thought about how he did it together with Akino and Suzaku, he felt that he had gone deeper into the path of the villain. Why not? It had been a while since he saw the system talking to him, but he didn't expect it would talk during this situation. Akino didn't say anything, feeling conflicted, but Suzaku was desperate. Riser-sama, please. I beg you. She clutched into his legs and didn't let him go, pressing her tantalizingly body into his legs. Yet, at this moment, Riser also knew the reality of this world. The weak had no right, and the strong got everything. This proud woman, who was supposed to be the heir, the future leader of the Himejima clan, begged him to have her body so she could save her entire clan. Dear, why don't you help her? I think it is good, right? Don't you want to do it with the two of us? While Suzaku held his legs from his front side, Akino hugged him from behind as her hand crept softly into his beast. She put her chin onto his shoulder, then looked at Suzaku, who was on the ground, sitting so low. Suzaku-nisama, how about you show your sincerity first? Oi, Akino. Calm down, dear. It will be fun. Akino smiled lewdly, which made Riser remember that Akino was also a sadist. How do I show my sincerity? Suzaku asked in confusion. Akino then looked at Suzaku again and said with a smile, you can use your hand and mouth first, right? We're still at the funeral after all, and I don't think it is appropriate for you to lose your virginity here. Suzaku was stunned as she watched Akino, who made such a suggestion. She opened her lips, shocked, trembled, then she nodded and reached for his pants. Her soft hands reached his erection as she opened her beautiful pink lips to show her sincerity. Gulp. Suzaku put her hands in front of her lips as she still felt embarrassed about what she had done. Nevertheless, she didn't dare to spit out what was inside her mouth and gulped all of it clean before she opened her mouth and stuck out her tongue, showing everything was swallowed. Riser took a deep breath and knew that he needed to change his mentality soon. How is it, dear? Akino put her hands on her lover's body as she whispered those words. You want me to punish you that much? Riser looked at Akino lazily. Fu. Akino smiled lewdly. Riser sighed, but he didn't reject her advance before he took out a cubic-like item and gave it to Suzaku, which she accepted. While she was curious, she didn't dare to ask a question, showing her submission. As long as you use that, Tiamat won't be able to attack your clan. Your clan will be saved. Thank you, Riser Lucifer-sama. Suzaku bowed her head deeply. You can go back. Thank you. I will return once I give this to my clan. As for the other clans, Suzaku didn't care, especially when the price she had to pay was so heavy, and as long as her clan was okay, then that's it. As for Tobio, Suzaku only hoped that her servitude was enough for Riser to forgive her fiancé. By the way, before you leave, can you get me, Mephisto? Yes, Lucifer-sama. Just call me Riser. Yes, Riser-sama. Suzaku then bowed her head, leaving Riser and Akino alone. You are not going to punish me? Akino asked curiously. It isn't appropriate to do something perverted during a funeral. Akino. Chapter 346. Little Escapade. I think that Kunu will be happy if she has a little sibling. Yasaka smiled happily as she rubbed her face against his chest. Little sister or little brother? Both. Aren't you a little too greedy? Can I? Yasaka asked coquettishly. Sure, let's do it a lot. Riser buried his face on Yasaka's bountiful chest and sighed helplessly, wondering how one could grow so huge. Geez, nothing will come out even if you suck them, you know? It's okay. It's the feeling that is important. Yasaka laughed, then ran her hands onto his hair, gasped, and cried in obsession, wishing for a deeper connection. She knew that it was the day Kunu decided to transfer to the Kuo Academy, yet she wasn't a good mother since after she finished the registration, she went directly to the house of her young lover, letting her body be used by him again and again, enjoying every moment with him. Still, Yasaka wasn't the only one since there were many others who had passed out beside them, and if one saw them, they would feel that they were quite familiar. Frankly, last time, Riser wondered why Mephisto came to him, but he didn't expect that Mephisto would give him Lavinia Rennie, Jean, and many other members of the hero faction. While he wanted to refuse, he knew that he couldn't refuse these gifts, and they were criminals, so wasn't it natural for him as a Lucifer to catch them? After giving the bounty money for catching those criminals, Riser took all of them away. Mephisto didn't really want to accept the bounty, but he knew that Riser didn't want to owe him something, which made him helpless, yet it didn't matter since their relationship was good as long as he didn't cause trouble. Still, when he thought at how many women he had been, he decided to give them to Sona, but he didn't expect that she would make all of them into students of the Kuo Academy. Nevertheless, Rennie and Jean never gave up, so they combined with Suzaku. With how insolent they were, Riser knew that he needed to teach them, and that was why they were all resting on the bed, sleeping as they were exhausted due to their fight. Still, even if they knew that they would lose, they never gave up and kept trying to challenge him, as this felt great, especially when they could feel this sense of peace and euphoria at the same time. As for Yasaka, she didn't mind at all about this relationship since she knew Riser was strong, the strongest. Wasn't it normal for him to be sought after by many? Instead, Yasaka felt that the number of women around him was too low, that she wished to add more women around him, which made him angry at her, making her beg forgiveness as she let him mount her like a wild beast. At the same time, Riser realized how hard the life of the king or emperor in history was. Even though they only wanted to have a normal life, they couldn't since they had so many temptations, especially women. Their features might be similar to each other, yet each of them was different, especially their innermost, as each of them had their own characteristics. Still, while the others were happy as they could enter his bed, some of them grew anxious since they couldn't enter his bed at all. It was also for this reason that when he decided to take a break after the war, many decided to join, especially Rias Group. As for Sona, Sona was still busy with many things, and she felt like she couldn't finish her work when her lower back was hurt, so she decided to pass this time, especially when she needed to think about her next raiding game, and also the opening of her raiding game school. While Zenobia wanted to join, she knew the importance of her raiding game, so that was why she gave preparation to her best friend, Irina. Irina, this is for you. What? Irina was confused, but then she accepted something that was given by Zenobia. It was a box, and it made her wonder whether it was a snack, but she almost threw this box away when she saw what was given by Zenobia. What is this? Condom. Condom. I can hear it. You don't need to repeat it. Irina became embarrassed and asked, why did you give me this? I thought that you needed one. You don't need it? Thanks. While Irina knew that this might be weird, she would be lying if she didn't have an interest in this area. She might be an angel, but before that, she was also a female human who was especially interested in the opposite gender, especially. There was no need to spell it, right? Still, Irina wasn't the only one, as Ross also discussed her problem with Asia. You don't need to worry, Ross-san. Riser-sama is gentle. Really? Asia nodded with a gentle yet lewd smile. And it feels so good. Ross felt like her entire world was twisted since she didn't expect such a pure girl to show such a lewd expression. Then, everyone, are you all ready? Rias asked as she held Riser's arm. Yes. Everyone was ready to go on this trip to follow Riser. Then, let's go, darling. Riser glanced at Rias and thought that this girl had changed. Previously, she was so gloomy and melancholy, but now, she was full of positivity. This also made him wonder how she felt when she knew what he had done, since he wouldn't be surprised if, somehow, in the near future, Issei, who returned, would tell everything that he had done to Surzek and Rias' family. What's wrong? Rias asked curiously since she felt his gaze on her. It's okay. By the way, where are we going? It's an Onsen hotel recommended by Magari. Now that makes me curious. Magari was a famous leader of the Nekisha Yukai, so the place recommended by such a person definitely wasn't bad, right? Then, let's go now. Everyone was ready, so Riser used his ability to teleport everyone to the place where they would hold their trip. However, when they arrived and enjoyed the scenery around the hotel, Rias widened her eyes since she didn't expect to see someone familiar. Grafia. Chapter 347. Riser is a trustworthy man. The meeting between Rias and Grafia was so sudden that neither of them knew how to react. Yet, when Grafia could only lower her head in guilt, Rias kept staring at Grafia, feeling emotional and even furious. Yet, how could she feel like that? When her family needed someone to support her, Grafia wasn't by their side, leaving them alone. Moreover, Grafia left her son as if she had abandoned him. While it was true that Grafia's situation happened due to the death of Surzek, it was quite too much for her to abandon everything, leaving the rest behind, ignoring everything, and focusing on her own feelings. Even if Rias was quite selfish, she had grown up. Yet, Grafia, who was a grown-up, somehow grew selfish and even childish. While Grafia waited for Rias to say something or even scold her, Rias took a deep breath, calming her shaking chest that had been in turbulence previously before letting out a long sigh. Are you all right, Mesama? I don't want to fool my mood during this holiday, so how about we talk later and just enjoy this trip? Grafia looked at Rias in a complicated mood, thinking that Rias, whom she had known in the past, had long gone. Rias had become much more mature, and Rias wasn't as selfish as before, which made her somewhat guilty since she knew that she was partly responsible for this. While this growth was good, there was no doubt that this growth was paid for by intense pain. Grafia wished to run, but she couldn't, especially when Riser was there. Riser Lucifer-sama. She might be selfish, wishing to run away from everything, but she wasn't stupid since she knew this world was as good as Riser. If before, she could treat Riser like nothing, at this moment, their position was switched, and he could treat her like nothing. Riser didn't say much and only nodded at this widow of Surzek. While Rias didn't say anything and might not notice anything, he could feel Aquino's mischievous gaze on him, but he simply ignored this lewd young woman and just enjoyed this trip since he knew that he would face many things after he returned. Nevertheless, the rest didn't think too much. Even if the situation between Grafia and Rias was quite weird, all they thought about was enjoying their stay, especially Rosweiss and Irina, since they had a great mission that they needed to do. Riser didn't know what was on the heads of many who followed him, but there was no doubt this trip would be a lewd one. The entire hotel was booked for him and dedicated to serving his entire group. This might seem exaggerated, yet when one thinks about the identity of the person who came, this is normal. Someone might say that everyone was equal, but that wasn't the truth since some were naturally better than others, especially in the supernatural world where everything was determined by the strength of the individual. The power of a group might be powerful, too, but as long as one was strong enough, they could do many things. It was like how the protagonist could destroy a powerful group of villains. Unfortunately, the protagonists of this world had been defeated, and this world was as good as his. Yet, this was also the reason why he wanted to know how Issei, who was about to revive, gained the power to defeat him. Or, was it even possible to defeat him? Even the combination of powerful gods, such as Indra, Shiva, Buddha, and many others, could do nothing against him. Even if the whole world combined their power to defeat him, it was simply meaningless, especially when he could reverse all the damage he received into his power. Even if one wanted to control his mind like the Great Red, it was also impossible since he had swallowed the Great Red, and his resistance toward a physic-like ability was almost to the point that he was completely immune to such a power. Still, if he could become even stronger, then why not, right? However, when he was about to open his rewards, Aquino and Asia interrupted him. As for Kaneko, she could only watch on the side in silence, crying, wishing to grow up soon. Walking out from a long bath session, Riser and everyone had dinner together, but then, Grafia made an unexpected move by bowing her head and apologized. I am sorry that I have never appeared when there was a crisis on the underworld and the Alliance. Lucifer-sama. The sight of the widow who begged and apologized so he wouldn't punish her family sent a shiver down his spine. At that moment, he knew well that he wasn't a good guy, but he couldn't be blamed since he was nothing but a man. What kind of man wouldn't be attracted to such an attractive widow? Riser might hate Surzek, but he didn't hate Surzek's widow, Grafia. Still, he wasn't the protagonist who would forgive anyone who came to beg him and apologize. Instead, he was silent and ignored her, starting to eat the dinner without worry. As everyone started to grow anxious, Riser suddenly said, I remember that someone told me that there was a strange, powerful devil who often joined the fight that happened within the Alliance, such as Tannen in the fight against the Chinese and Hindu myths. A strange, powerful devil? Yes. If I am not wrong, someone told me that she was young, around our age, and wore a phoenix mask. Hearing his description, Grafia's mature body trembled, but she didn't say anything and kept bowing her head. What's the name? What is it again? Grafia, can you help me remember? Riser asked with a smile. Lucifer-sama, do you like to bully the widow of the previous Lucifer that much? Grafia asked helplessly. I happen to have such a hobby. Grafia. Though, why did you hide your identity when you fought before, Grafia? Everyone was dumbfounded. That strange, powerful devil that you mentioned is Nesama? Rias was startled. That seems to be the case, and her reaction also told me so. Grafia. Did that mean that Riser was just testing her? Grafia realized that she had always been bullied by this young Lucifer. Frankly, as the new Lucifer, you should show some respect to Grafia, who was the wife of the previous Lucifer, yet he didn't do so, and just bullied her as much as he wished to. However, she didn't get angry since getting angry was also meaningless, especially when the Gremory house had been tied to Riser, considering how Rias had become one of his women. As for Grafia, the moment Surzek d*ed, Grafia thought that her connection with Gremory had long gone since she wasn't a Gremory and that she was part of Lucifage, the clan who wholeheartedly served the original Lucifer, yet in the end, she betrayed the original Satans to be with Surzek. Was it worth it? Grafia wasn't sure, but somehow, she didn't care about those things anymore. Still, perhaps due to Riser's teasing that the situation had warmed, Rias realized that Graphia wasn't as cold and callous as Graphia seemed to be, since Graphia was also there during the crisis that happened to the Gremory, the Underworld, and the Alliance. However, Graphia didn't have a face to meet them, so she decided to change her identity, making her younger and wearing a mask. Still, while everyone was clueless, Riser could tell who she was immediately and even tore her mask in front of everyone like this, which made her helpless, yet she couldn't get angry since she knew fighting him was meaningless. And she also didn't want to fight him either, since she just wasn't sure what to do with her life, since the purpose of her life was gone. The person she swore to protect and stay in her life was gone. Still, that night, Rias, who wished to take a chance to sleep with Riser, drank a lot of alcohol, became drunk, and then made the rest also drunk. It was all a mess. Riser didn't want to sleep with such a drunkard and wanted to escape, but the silver-haired beauty didn't let him go. Facing this advance, why should he reject it? So, tonight, he upheld his promise to take care of Surzeka's family. Chapter 348, Your Wife is Mine. With a woman by his side, Riser watched her figure, who slept so soundly and peacefully on his arm. If it was a normal man, they would feel numb by this action, but he didn't feel so, and didn't feel much except for excitement, considering what kind of a woman he had been with. Riser had been with many women, after all, and if he wished to, there would be many beautiful women with fantastic figures who would jump into his arms without a second thought. Yet a widow of his enemy really gave him a different feeling. Graphia might be a mother of one, and she had been married to Surzek. Yet, such a woman was in his arms, crying lewdly, abandoning her status as a wife and a mother as she was held by him, enjoying the act of S*X with a man other than her husband. Even though Surzek had a long death, Riser still recalled how many troubles he had been given by that hypocritical guy. If he was the only one who was harassed, then he didn't mind, but that bastard also harassed his family. He might have finished his revenge by killing that bastard, and he could also harass that bastard's family. Yet, Riser didn't do that, as he had a gentle heart, and this was also the reason why he took care of that bastard's wife. Still, he had to say it was so fun to break the stoic expression into a lewd one and abandon all of her reserves as she was held by him. Suddenly, he was glad of Rias, who had caused a mess and made all of them drunk. If the incident hadn't happened, then he might not have been able to comfort Graphia, who was hurt. Nevertheless, as he had gained his peace, it was his time to check his rewards from his previous war. Congratulations, you have received Agni, Lord of Charity, Haniel, Lord of Glory, and Hastur, Lord of Starwind. He had to say his rewards were amazing. Let's start one by one. His first reward was Agni, Lord of Charity, which gave him an ability known as Charity. This ability allows him to amplify something near infinitely. When used on a person, it can be used to either increase their strength to or pass the limit of their bod *, resulting in living things being burned alive by their own body heat or otherwise falling apart. When used on an attack, the result is absolutely catastrophic, increasing its power to the absolute limit and creating the strongest offensive power. If he gave an example, this power was like the boosted gear owned by Issei. In his case, he didn't need the boosted gear, and the boosted gear was unable to burn the opponent alive like him. In other words, his ability was stronger than Issei's, which made him wonder how Issei would defeat him. Yet, this wasn't his only reward, since there were two left. Haniel, Lord of the Glory. This was his second reward, an ability that centered around balance, offering a perfect blend of offensive and defensive powers. It's also a passive skill. This skill gives him 5 skills, which attack sense, an ability to see through the enemy's traps, hostility detection, an ability to ascertain the enemy's movements, a cord of energy, an ability to change unfavorable attributes to advantageous ones. Offensive-defensive balance adjustment, an ability to convert the power of attack into defense and the power of defense into attack, and automatic recovery, an ability to automatically heals all wounds. Riser had to say that all of those abilities were useful to him, especially the last one. It might seem weird why he said that, but even though he was a phoenix and couldn't do it no matter what, it didn't mean that couldn't hurt, since all of his actions needed to start with a thought. If he wanted to heal his body, he needed to think so first. However, with this ability, if he wanted to heal his body, it could be done automatically. As for the others, such as attack sense and hostility detection, there was no doubt that they were useful. However, the accord of energy and offensive-defensive balance adjustment were so unique. In the case of accord of energy, which was an ability to change unfavorable attributes to advantageous ones, it was like when he was exhausted after running so long, that exhaustion would disappear as it was unfavorable to him. If he had to say, it was like the application of the ruler within his body. What hurt him would make him stronger, yet it was done within his body instead of the external, which was a lower version of the ruler. Yet, unlike the ruler that needed to be activated, this ability was passive. So no matter how one would try to invade his mind, it was meaningless, since this ability would activate automatically. The offensive-defensive balance adjustment was also an interesting skill since it gave him the ability to have the ultimate defense and an ultimate attack like the ability of Falbium Asmodeus. In case he wanted to attack, this skill would adjust automatically to turn everything into an attack, so his attack would become stronger. But in case he wanted to defend, this skill would also adjust to turn everything into a defense, making his defense impregnable. There were those 5 abilities within a single ability, and there was no doubt showing how much this skill was worth. Those 2 skills had made him much stronger, but this wasn't the end since he still had his last reward. Hastur, Lord of Starwind. This skill gave him various abilities, and some of the abilities were quite similar to those he owned in the past, but the main abilities of this skill were weather domination and sound and wind domination. With this skill, he could control the weather. Whether it was a storm, snow, or sun, he could change whatever he wished, causing the entire world to be in chaos. Somehow, this skill reminded him of the second strongest Longinus owned by the Angel's side, Zenith Tempest. Still, Riser didn't have much of a good impression of those Longinus users, as all of them felt like they were special. While that was the truth, it made him know that those individuals loved to cause trouble, and they were confident in themselves, thinking as if whatever they did was for the good. Before someone refuted him since he was the same, he had to say that he wasn't a good person, and he was different from those who believed that they were good even though their purpose was selfish. In the future, he wouldn't be surprised if there was trouble on the Angel's side. The owner of the Zenith Tempest would take part on the side of those who had caused trouble. Suddenly, it made him think that he should take all the Longinus in this world, taking him by himself, so no one could bother him anymore. With that idea, he felt that he needed to do it as soon as possible. Oh, as for sound and wind domination? Wasn't it obvious? It gave him the ability to govern over the sound and wind. It was frightening, right? Riser-sama, did I wake you up? No, it's okay. Let's sleep. You must be tired. Graphia stared at Riser, who had tossed her body around with a sigh, then snuggled in his arms, feeling the long-lost comfort that she longed after. Kissing her white, round shoulder, Riser thought that the window of the enemy was great. Still, this also made him wonder what kind of ability he had received from Graphia. Congratulations, you have received Ocean. Riser. Chapter 349. Longinus is too dangerous. Ocean. It was an ability to create a literal ocean to trap his opponents. If Riser had to say, it was an ability to create a world of water and trap his opponent inside. If he gave an example, it was like the ability of the Dimensional Lost or Innovate Clear, but it created an ocean instead of another type of space. While this might seem weaker than the Dimensional Lost that could practically control the space and barrier, or Innovate Clear that could create an ideal world, the ocean gave him the ability to control water, so at this moment, not only he could control the fire, but also water. While he knew that this ability might not help him that much, he knew that it was suitable for his wife as he could use Link to let her use this ability. There was no doubt that he was surprised by the reward he gained from Graphia. Still, compared to this reward, the satisfaction that came from sleeping with the wife of his enemy was more than that. The next day, when everyone had woken up, Riser took the Doc Asterisk mints given by Suzaku and read them quietly. Suzaku didn't say anything and just waited patiently until someone served her coffee. She was quite startled as she saw the beautiful figure of a mature maid, but she quickly thanked her. Thank you. Graphia only smiled politely and then stood behind Riser like a loyal maid. Nevertheless, those who saw Graphia's action knew what had happened. They must be sleeping together. I know it. He loves to take the woman of others the most. Widow is his favorite type of woman. Riser frowned, especially when their discussions weren't particularly discreet, or they might even deliberately let him hear what they talked about, which made him speechless. Nevertheless, Graphia didn't say anything and just stood behind him calmly, though her plump, mature thighs squeezed together as she thought about what had happened last night. Graphia didn't think her affair with Riser was something to be embarrassed about. Instead, she was sure someone would even look at her in jealousy if they knew she was held by him. Still, Rias, who saw her sister-in-law fall into Riser's arms, was helpless. While she wished for her sister-in-law to remain loyal to her deceased older brother, she knew that this wasn't realistic, especially when Graphia was in an unstable state, and it was better to be with Riser instead of a random man that she didn't know. But at the same time, she was unconvinced as it appeared that Riser was more obsessed with her. Snorting, Rias thought that she was going to dry him tonight and showed him that she was far better than Graphia. So, Azazel and Dajuka have been asking you to search for the owner of the Innovate Clear? Yes. Suzaku nodded. All the members of the 5 principal clans were asked so. Why the 5 principal clans? Rias was confused. It should be because the owner of the Innovate Clear is in Japan. Have you found this owner? No, not yet. Suzaku shook her head, but then she said, but we found the clue. What is that? The owner of the Innovate Clear is with the owner of Telos Karma. Telos Karma. Everyone was surprised since they hadn't expected that 2 Longinus users would appear together, showing how incredibly rare this chance was. Among the billions of people, only a few of them had sacred gears, and Longinus owners were even rarer as there were only 13 Longinus in this world. So, for two Longinus users to appear together was something incredible. Who is the owner of Telos Karma? Momiji Nakiri. Suzuka didn't hide anything. She is the little sister of the previous Uryu in the Nakiri clan. Uryu. Those who were able to tame the yellow dragon in the Nakiri clan. That's Uryu, though they are about to be erased. When she finished those words, Suzaku looked timidly at Riser. Do you want me to save them? Riser asked. The 5 principal clans were no longer complete as the 3 holy beasts of the 5 principal clans were taken away by Tiamat, leaving only the yellow dragon on the Nakiri clan and the vermilion bird on the Himejima clan. As of the moment, those 3 holy beasts were already in his hands as Tiamat gave him those holy beasts to him. Still, he wondered whether he should turn them directly into mocking gear or just use them as a pet. This was something that he had been thinking about. No, it's okay. Unlike me, they hadn't paid a price. It was clear from Suzuka's answer that the relationship between the 5 clans of the 5 principal clans wasn't good, so even if the others were destroyed, as long as her clan remained, she didn't mind. Moreover, the Himejima clan's holy beast was a vermilion bird, which was quite similar to Riser, who was part of the Phoenix, so even if the Himejima clan worshipped Riser as their new deity, it didn't really matter. Riser nodded since he didn't want to save the Nakiri clan, considering this clan worshipped the yellow dragon, and he hated the dragon the most, especially those who thought that they could do anything. But why did Ajuka-sama and Azazel wish to get the innovate clear, Riser-sama? Grafia asked curiously since she had been away from the underworld, so there were many things that she didn't know except those big matters, such as Tannin or the war with the Chinese and Hindu myth. Probably because they want to strengthen the field on the raiding game? You know, they like to play the game the most, right? Riser wouldn't tell them that Ajuka and Azazel wished to trap him within the space of the innovate clear. They might be enemies for him, but he still had some respect for their impossible struggle, and frankly, he didn't hate Ajuka and Azazel that much since they didn't annoy him that much. They might make him almost D**y due to the summoning of the Great Red, but they were enemies, and what kind of enemies would be kind to each other, right? So, are you interested in the innovate clear, dear? Rias asked. Hearing that answer, everyone was looking at Riser, waiting for his answer. No, I am interested in all Longinus in this world. Or, rather, I plan to take all the Longinus to keep instead of leaving them to the hands of humans. Everyone. I know that my answer might surprise you, but not only Azazel but Ajuka D***ed because the humans gained the power of Longinus. I feel like it is too dangerous for them to hold this power, so I am going to take them, as we don't know that they might kill someone we know. Still, this plan of his startled all of them, and they could only stare at him in a daze, yet when they thought about the death of Ajuka and Azazel were all due to the owner of the true Longinus, they felt that it was reasonable for him to think so. At least they couldn't allow their enemies to hold the Longinus as it was too dangerous. Should I try to search for the owner of the Innovate Clear and Telos Karma, Riser-sama? Suzaku asked, thinking that it was a chance to gain his favorability. You might D***E, you know? They won't kill us. They're kind anyway. Riser's lips twitched, thinking that the world was really cruel to those kind people. Still, he didn't stop Suzaku if she wished to do so, and told him to call him when she found the owner of those twos. Nevertheless, as he had made up his mind to take all the Longinus, he didn't hesitate and decided to take the first target. He put his finger on his temple, then made an order, Valley, come to meet me. Chapter 350, Goodbye. Vala fell in silence when he heard this order. He hesitated before letting out a helpless sigh. Valley. Albion wanted to say something, but he couldn't since there was nothing that he could do. Odin might have helped them to find out who was the real murderer of Vala's stepfather, but even so, what could they do? Even if they knew that it was Riser, could they defeat him? The answer was no since they knew well that Riser was the strongest being, especially his ability to turn all the attacks and anything that harmed him into something that made him stronger. Valley, what's wrong? Yeah, what happens? Everyone quickly noticed Vala's strangeness and quickly asked. Vala took a deep breath and apologized. I am sorry, but we might not be able to meet each other. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's wrong? If you have a problem, tell us. We're comrades. We will do each other to help you. Vala's lips trembled, and then he said, Riser Lucifer called me and told me to meet him. Everyone fell into silence. I know that I might D***y soon, but it doesn't matter, so do your best with your fight. I will watch over you. There was no escape for Vala, especially when Vala's family was in Riser's hands, and all of them were helpless to do anything to help Valley. Don't worry about me. Just focus on what you are doing. They wanted to say something, but no words came out of their mouths since they knew how helpless they were. At this moment, the strongest among them was the future Gasper, whose power was similar to those of super devils such as Surzek or Ajuka, but even so, he was helpless against Riser. especially when Riser's ability was so unreasonable. Even Vala knew that they could do nothing, this world as good as Riser's. Moreover, he was just exhausted. If it was before, he might boldly say that he would fight anyone. But now? There was no such thing in his heart at all. The pride that he had before had gone, disappeared, shattered by Riser. Moreover, as long as he was gone, he knew that his family would be saved. There was no need to live in fear, and the dead might not be a destination, a bad destination. Even Albion, who knew about Vala's thoughts, didn't say anything since he knew that all the struggle was meaningless in front of Riser. Nevertheless, everyone wanted to tell Vala not to go. Yet what about Vala's mother and siblings? Was it okay to abandon them? Watching Vala, who was about to leave, the future Gasper struggled since he knew that Riser might be waiting at a place where Vala's family was located. He needed Vala's power to defeat Riser, yet Issei hadn't appeared, and they needed to hide until that time came, or else everything would be destroyed before it began. In the end, no one said anything as they could only lower their heads, watching Vala, who had left. Some of them cried bitterly, yet no words came out of their mouths, showing how helpless they were. Frankly, for Vala, this might be great since staying with all of them, who were ready to fight to the death against Riser, was just painful. If he left, then he wouldn't feel this way, right? Valley. It's okay, Albion. You don't need to say anything. Albion never thought he would hate how powerful he was. As one of the heavenly dragons, all of his life had been smooth sailing, and nothing could stop him except for the God of the Bible. Yet, even the God of the Bible was struggling against him, and in the end, God could only turn him into a Longinus. The fight between them could only be death or alive. There was no other option like Riser, who could tame him, telling him that his fist was bigger, so Albion needed to be humble. However, with this, I am glad. Vala closed his eyes and went in the direction where they would have their appointment. Their meeting location was in Italy, the hometown of his family, which made him uneasy. I am sorry. Albion cried as he kept apologizing. Vala didn't say anything and just peacefully went in his destination. Whenever he walked, everything seemed to be so peaceful, and he had never thought that peace would be so beautiful. In the past, he thought that chaos, war, and fighting were something that he longed for, yet now, peace wasn't bad at all. If there was something that he regretted, he only realized that feeling now, so that he didn't have time to enjoy this peace. Along the way, neither Vala nor Albion talked about anything. If it was before, Albion might say that they should fight to the death, yet in the end, he didn't say anything as if he had given up or just respected Vala's decision. Either way, there was nothing he could do, so it was meaningless to talk more. Still, if Vala Ed and Albion got a new host, he would definitely tell his host not to anger Riser and just live quietly in a peaceful way. For a dragon, this decision of his might be seen as cowardly, yet so what? Like those whom Albion has trampled on in the past, the weak have no right. Was this karma? Albion thought so, and it also made him laugh since he didn't expect that there would be a time in the future when he would repent all of his actions. Still, as they were on their way to meet Riser, they recalled many of their memories, their battles, conversations, struggles, and many other things. All of them were unforgettable for the two of them. I won't forget you, Veli. Thank you. Then soon, they saw a luxurious villa in the southern area of Sicily. In the Mediterranean style of the villa, a single figure sat on the lazy chair wearing a short-sleeved white shirt and shorts, drinking cold grape juice as he watched over the sea. It could be seen that he was alone, like how they usually met each other. Still, it might be the first time Vala saw Riser surrounded by many luxury items, which made him helpless, especially when he recalled how everyone was living like homeless. You have come. Riser didn't even turn his head, and Valley only lowered his head, showing his submission. Yes. Come closer. If it was before, Vala might have attacked Riser, but now, there was no such thought. Moreover, even if he did a sneak attack, it was all meaningless. Yet, Vala had to say, this place might not be a bad place to d*e. Valley. Yes. Do you want to have a normal life?